and all those present in the chamber and those watching online. I would like to declare the meeting open at 9:32 a.m. on Wednesday the 19th of March 2025. I'd firstly like to acknowledge the Quandamooka people, who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. I would also like to pay respects to their elders, past, present and future, and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians who are present in the room today. I would like to remind all in this meeting that it is being recorded in audio and video, as well as being live streamed online. Are we right, Councillor Hughes? Councillor Gollé? Yeah. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not extend to this chamber as it does for state and federal parliamentarians, and you are reminded to be cognisant of this in any comments which you may make during the course of this meeting. I'd also like to remind councillors to use the microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually to please use the mute button when not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, I would ask that you remain calm and follow my directions. The emergency exit is through the gallery doors over there and down the stairwell to exit onto Bloomfield Street. In relation to public conduct during meetings, all members of the public present at a meeting must, not without the prior approval of the chairperson, make any audio or video recording or take any photographs. So you can't do that. Remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way. Not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any person present. Be suitably dressed. Turn all mobile devices to silent mode and leave the meeting to take any calls. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of these requirements and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting and not return for such period as the chairperson decides. This period may include future meetings. We move to agenda item number 2, which is leave of absence. I've not been advised of any leave of absence. All right.
No, so we are recording those, so we'll have it captured. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. We just had to take a moment because we thought there may have been trouble with live streaming, but we're back on. All right. Leave of absence. I've not been advised of any leave of absence. And at this point, I would like to remind councillors to sign the attendance sheet for today's general meeting, which can be found in diligent boards. This must be completed before the meeting concludes. I would like to invite now, moving on to agenda item number 3, the devotional segment, invite Pastor Peter Grieve from C2 Church to lead council in a brief devotional segment. Sorry, C3. C3, not C2, as printed here.
It's great to be here this morning. Just to let you know, Peter had surgery yesterday, so his rather than having a little wee bandage, he ends up with a massive thing up his arm, so he called me late last night. So I'm Pastor Guy Rasmussen from Harbour City Church. Unfortunately, it was very last minute. I let some know downstairs, but it wasn't relayed to you guys. So honoured to be here, and some familiar faces haven't seen for a while. So I appreciate you guys, and I hear it's Louise, the CEO, your first time in the meeting this morning. So God bless you, and thank you for your help and your service in the city for all of us. We appreciate you guys. And so this morning I just want to share a little unusual scripture. It says in 1 Corinthians 6:19, it says, all things are lawful for me, but not all things are helpful. All things are lawful for me, but I will not be brought under the power of any. And so we have what has been called, we've been given what is called free will. So we've been given the freedom of choice. And God has placed within each of us what you would know or refer to or have heard of as called a moral compass. So we inherently know what is right and what is wrong. And the scripture says that His laws are actually written upon our heart. And I see that with my own boys. I've got twin boys, and they'll try and steal a couple of lollies and, get into the biscuits and things like that. And if you catch them, a child just suddenly puts their hands behind their back, because they inherently know they've done something they're not allowed to do. And so the scripture begins to make reference to that by saying sometimes the law itself is not always helpful because there are other external influences beyond it. And I guess you could say it's like that plate of biscuits in front of my children. It's an influence. And so the scripture actually brings a caution that there are many things that we can become a slave to that are outside of the law, and these influences that can end up having a power over us, and so that the person is no longer what we would refer to or probably have heard, a free man. And we know this when something begins to bother us, like when we have a ta-ta-ta or a disagreement or there's a contention. You know, we have influences that begin to consume our thinking or our thoughts. And so the scripture is saying, don't put yourself under anything that will begin to have power over you, because it actually has the ability to enslave you. Now, you guys, I know you're in the public eye. There's lots of scrutiny. People are watching and observing what's taking place. Even this morning, they're observing. And let's be honest, man, people can be cruel, right? They can say some mean things. They can bring slander and accusation and throw a whole lot of stuff at us, and I'm no different in the space that I stand, and I get that as well. And so it sort of goes with the territory, I guess you would say. So God is saying in the scripture, let God steer you in what you already know to be right, and don't allow these other things to become an uninvited weight, I should say, that you don't need to carry. And to be honest, I'm here this morning, and I had to change all my plans of things that I had organised, because Pastor Peter, I might as well throw his name out here, he threw me under the bus. And I mean, just a little bit, right? And so I've had to make some changes, and we quite often have to make changes to our schedules and things like that. Now, I could get a little bit dirty on Peter, and I could be a little bit offended because I've been put out, you know, and having to change in my plans. Yet the Bible tells me that it's not my life that I live, it's not about me. So the right thing to do sometimes is just to help out a mate, rather than saying, hey, you're on the roster, you've got to do it, and hold them to the letter of the law, because we've got to do what's right sometimes. And just to keep it simple. And I've always believed that I do what I can do and God does what I can't. And 2 years ago, just as an extreme example, there's 2 months before Christmas, we were told that my mother had 2 months to live. She had terminal cancer, breast cancer, had gone cellular, had gone into her lungs, had gone into everywhere. And we had to try and navigate those extreme influences that we're told about, and it can mess you up. There were tears and conversations with our family. Now, of course, being a pastor and having a faith, our confession is whether I live or die is not the issue. We're just going to simply do what we know to do and try and do it the best we can. And it's amazing, because now my mum is actually cancer-free. The doctors are calling it a miracle. They don't know how it all worked out, how it took place. But we have influences. We deal with people out of prison, people that are on drugs. And even last week, we get a text message with all kinds of language and everything, because you're trying to work with people and you're trying to do the right thing. And these things can weigh you down. And we don't always have the answers, and we can't always work everything out. But the point I'm making, and the reason I share some of these extreme examples like my mother, is that we can tick every box and we can do everything we know to do. And then we still get it flooded with these external pressures and things in our lives, these influences, and you realize, man, this is the reality of the life that we live in. It's not always easy, and it's not always easy to navigate. And so within that, God desires us not to be overpowered by anything. Take your time if you need to, and sometimes that means I might have to go and shed a tear or do something just to go through something, rather than allow that something to consume you and overtake you. And so don't allow these things to consume your life, to rob you of who God is calling you to be as the leaders in this city. And I'll finish with this last scripture in Micah 6:8. It says, and what does the Lord require of you? To do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with you, God. Why don't we just pray this morning? It's been a difficult time with Cyclone Alfred and dealing with all those things, and you guys have done a tremendous job. We took advantage of the sandbags personally ourselves, and I know there's still a lot of people in that space that are struggling through, and we're there as well, helping those ones, and I know you guys are still navigating a lot of that as well. So Lord, we just thank you for this day. Father, right now, every word that's been spoken over every councillor, every weight, every burden that they carry, everything that has been consuming the thoughts in a negative way, we just break off in Jesus' name right now. Father, I speak your peace upon this chamber, upon every person, upon every member. We just thank you for the ability, Father, to walk, Father, separated from the influences that would try and pull us down, to tear us down, and to rob us of our joy and our peace. We thank you for your favour, and we thank you for your blessing upon this city and upon these people here today. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for stepping in at short notice. Next we move on to condolences. I'm not aware of any condolences to occur today. So agenda item number 4, which is recognition of achievement. And we have some wonderful recognitions to speak about today. Firstly, I'd like to mention our new CEO, Louise Risson. Thank you very much for accepting the position. Louise has an extensive background here at Council, 13 years in the executive leadership team, and also strong corporate experience as well outside in WorkCover Queensland. And it's wonderful to have such knowledge and experience within Council. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of all councillors to welcome Louise into the role. A lot ahead. And we are now moving on to our guests today, which are two community members who have devoted so much time to our community. And I'm going to run through some of their achievements as well. So today I'd like to formally recognise 2 amazing Redlands Coast residents who were named in this year's Australia Day Honours list. Pamela Tranter of Cleveland and Madonna McKenna of Capalaba both received a Medal of the Order of Australia, or OAM, in the General Division. Pamela Tranter received her OAM for service to the community of Redland City. She has been involved with a number of local community organisations. This includes Forum Communicators Association Inc., where she has been a volunteer since 1989 and a former state president and former secretary. Pamela has been a volunteer with Redlands Branch Cancer Council Queensland since 2005 and has been a former treasurer and secretary. She is currently the branch's vice president. She has been a coordinator of Redlands Women's Information Network for 10 years and has been a station administrator and announcer at Bay FM community radio station for 20 years. Pamela also volunteers with Night Ninjas, and that, as we heard earlier this morning, is a fantastic effort across our community over a very long period of time and truly life-changing to many, many people I know. Madonna McKenna received her OAM for service to netball as an administrator and to the community. This includes her involvement with Netball Queensland in many capacities, as a member of the competition's advisory group since 2020, a current bench official for the HRART Heart Sapphire Series, a former member of the Horizon 3 project steering group since about 2020, and roles as assistant treasurer and then treasurer from 1976 through to 1999. Madonna is also a former treasurer and former representative team manager with the Metropolitan District Netball Association. She has been involved with PCYC Queensland as a former secretary of PCYC Netball Club South Brisbane and former player, coach and umpire. It's probably not much you don't know about netball, I don't think. Outside of netball, Madonna has been a volunteer at Mater Hospital Brisbane since 2009 and was a Commissioner of Declarations for 25 years. Both Pamela and Madonna have given so much to our community and are very worthy recipients of the Australian honour. And on behalf of Redland City Council and the community, I congratulate them and thank them for everything that they have done for our Redlands Coast community and beyond. And I'd now like to invite both Pamela and Madonna up to receive their certificates. So thank you very much to Louise for taking up the leadership role, and thank you to Pamela and Madonna for your contribution to our community. So I'm now moving into agenda item number 5, which is receipt and confirmation of minutes. May I have a mover and seconder that the minutes of the general meeting held on the 19th of February 2025 be confirmed? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Gollé. Putting the motion, those in favour? Thank you, that's carried unanimously. So that's Councillor Gollé, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself.
And just confirming there were no items of correctness that I picked up.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop, no items of correctness. Moving to agenda item number 6, which is declarations of prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest. Councillors are reminded of their responsibilities in relation to a councillor's prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest at a meeting. Details of these responsibilities are also outlined in the agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflict of interests relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting need to be declared at the general or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting or workshop. A potential list of items to be discussed at all non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors with each workshop agenda before the preceding general meeting so that this can be achieved. These declarations can also be made at any time throughout the meeting. Do we have any councillors who wish to raise any conflict of interest? Moving to agenda item number 7, so no hands. Matters outstanding from the previous general meeting, and I will now ask the CEO to give an update on the matters outstanding from the previous general meetings. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the lovely recognition. It is a great honour to be the CEO of Redland City Council. I have a great love for this organisation and this community and the people that serve it, and it is truly a privilege. So my sincere thanks. Not a good day to wear mascara when you get a recognition achievement. There are 4 matters outstanding from previous general meeting minutes. The first one is 7.1, the petition from Councillor Shane Rendalls for the request for Council to reverse the full cost recovery policy for Moreton Bay marine facilities. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. The second item, 7.2, is the draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report, and a report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 7.3, the indoor sports facilities planning, a report will come to a future meeting of Council. And item 7.4, we very bravely said we'd be doing this one on the 19th of March, but didn't expect a once in a 50-year cyclone to hit. So this report will come to a future meeting of council. And we have already workshopped this with councillors during the week, but we will be bringing it to the next available opportunity, councillors. So apologies that that is not on the agenda for today, but it will come to a future meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, CEO. Councillor Gollé?
Just for clarification, at the December general meeting, you mentioned that you would be bringing a report to council regarding your concept trip last month. Does that come to the general meeting?
Yes, it will come to the general meeting, yes. Yep.
Should that be listed there, or it's a separate?
Yeah, you can.
That will come up at a future meeting, councillor. It hasn't been raised at this meeting, so it's not an outstanding item.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
A point of clarification, if I may. Just as we were touching on the last point, which was the portfolio structure, do we need to make any resolution adjusting the 19th of March proposal for that date to come back? Because we do need to extend that until the next meeting. I'm just wondering if we need to make it. Okay, if we don't need to, then...
No, Councillor Bishop, we don't need to. It is an outstanding item and we will bring it back as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you.
There were extenuating circumstances.
Totally understand. I just want to
cyclone.
make sure we did protocol. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop.
All right, so that takes us to agenda item number 8, which are the Mayoral Minutes. And I have 2 Mayoral Minutes for today's meeting. The first one is support for fit-for-purpose evacuation centres for community safety, and that's now up on the screen. Yeah, so I just draw your attention to updates that were made this morning. And those updates are now on the screen for everyone to see. Yeah. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. And note the updates. My question was with regard to the whole of South East Queensland. We would probably all be in a similar position with regard to the safety of and upgrades needed to community facilities. So I was wondering whether the LGAQ should be included in this Mayoral Minute in some way, that we advocate on behalf of SEQ as well, that we are not a standalone city or council with this same probably infrastructure issues.
So I'm happy to change the scope of it if councillors feel that the greater scope is needed. There will be a review process being undertaken at the next LDMG meeting, and there will be a wider review process as there is post any major event. So I'm assuming that is the outcomes of this, that there will be a lot of discussion around advocacy for improvement in community facilities. Counts?
Sorry, that's what I was thinking. That's why I wondered if there was any weight to add that wider perspective into this.
Yeah. So do you have some words to suggest?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Councillor Mackenzie.
Sorry, you mentioned that, so LDMG are already conducting a review. It's already been determined that they're conducting a review?
No, that's not the case. But at the next LDMG meeting, that's being set aside for a review process.
Okay. Just for clarification, when you ask to review existing locations, is that council's going to review, or we're going to ask the Queensland Government to do an audit of their buildings as well?
So at the moment, we used a variety of locations. So we used council halls, and we also utilised state government hall, or school halls were listed as part of this process as well. So I anticipate that as part of the wider review. I think firstly we need to determine what facilities we have available under our local government network, and then also as part of a broader review, what facilities are available from those agencies or government bodies as well.
Possibly, maybe then another amendment is to ask the state government to do an audit of their facilities, because I think Councillor Bishop mentioned yesterday that they're potentially during the GFC, and maybe Councillor Bishop can raise it, so I'm not trying to paraphrase what he was saying about Queensland government halls, but just a point of clarification, that wasn't a Queensland government state hall, school hall that we used, it was our hall that they rent.
Okay. Councillor Bishop, did you have something to
Just touching on
add?
that point, thank you. I did ask when we were in the commencement of the disaster process about options. I think one of the things that relating to this particular item would be to seek clarification as to whether there are existing halls in the city. And I do recall that the part of the building revolution that was the GFC was some funding for school halls to be constructed, and that part of the intent at the time was to allow them to be safe places of refuge and that they were intended to be cyclone rated. So I do think it's really important that we look at locations. I do wonder whether we might want to check that in with the Queensland government, because most of those schools have now got exclusion fences around them, so there's protocols to manage through all of that. We can't just assume. I think it's a very welcome call, and I think our community having safe places to meet is something that that event really highlighted. There's more I'd like to say, but I think this is captured well by this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Boglari?
Thank you. I agree with what Councillor Bishop just said. It's very welcome. We mentioned this as a 1 in 50-year event, but we actually had more rain in the 2022 event, and my shed will verify that. The flooding was worse back there till now, and so did the stats. So it might be classified as 1 in 50, but we're definitely getting them more regularly. So we do need to have these safe refuges for evacuation centres for our community. So I do welcome this. And on Councillor Hughes's point, I was wondering, Mayor, if through you, when you have your Council of Mayor ComSec meetings, this is something I presume was already will be on an agenda, but perhaps there can be like a joint South East Queensland to advocate to the state government a motion at the local government conference, because I'm sure disaster management will be a hot topic, and maybe there can be a motion that you can talk to them about putting forward. And I think at that time would be the time for that, not our motion here.
Absolutely. I think giving a platform for us to be able to advocate very strongly across the board is what's needed. So we need a starting point. Councillor Gollé.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, great initiative, but I want to look at this from a strategic aspect, because there's a lot of references here to a sports facility which would meet for the Olympics, etc., as part of this minute. And I understand what the intent is there, to have a freshly built product that's storm rated that can act as a central point. But it's that central point on an expanding city. We don't want to expose residents moving, say, the south if we've got the new facility in the north. Do you know what I mean? So if we're sort of saying, okay, well, we're going to build this legacy project that's an indoor stadium and it'll have a dual purpose, we have to look at the safety aspect and the strategic aspect of moving people from one side of the city to another to a central location. So I don't think that focusing it into a sports facility and trying to sell it as a dual approach is probably the best way to do it. I think more along the lines of working with the state and advocating to the state to look at multiple sites, school halls, and possibly building other sites could be a good thing. Yeah. And it goes beyond storms, sadly. We're looking at international unfoldings at the moment. There's a lot of sabre rattling. There could be the need not just to provide something for storms, but a refuge centre for people in general because of other disaster issues as well.
Thank you, Councillor Gollé. I'll just draw your attention to the wording. So I have used locations for places of refuge and evacuation centres, and that's included throughout our local government area, including our residential islands. So it's intended to be citywide, not specific.
Yeah, totally understand, Mayor. I'm looking at the dot points below where it starts to speak about a sports facility. That, in my mind, sets a one-off building where that's centrally
That's
located?
just an example, yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor. The intent is excellent, but I think this is, sorry to say, it's really messy, and we need to say what we mean and mean what we say. This is the public-facing document, and this is what the world sees. We can't, and already we're talking around this room about, we're clarifying, we're saying intent. We need to be very specific here. So I have some suggestions, but I need to make that point. And again, we did not get a chance to talk about this as a group before, and that there were opportunities, and this is crucial, and we should have had that opportunity. So moving forward...
I'll just point out, Councillor Mitchell, I will just point out that there was a councillor and mayor meeting scheduled. So thank you.
Well, pardon me, Mayor, but you are the Mayor and you could have called that. You've just mentioned it. And this isn't meant... I want to move forward with a solution here, but...
That would be good.
That is not necessary, and you are the Mayor and you could have had this brought to us. So I'll leave it at that.
Point of order.
So,
We're not actually, point of order, we're not actually speaking to the motion put in front of us.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Gollé, upheld. Councillor Mitchell, if you can move back to the motion.
I appreciate that. I was responding to the Mayor's comment directly. Thank you. So in order to be able to support this and the excellent intent, because it is crucial, I think there will need to be some significant modifications. For example, at point 3, I think there does need to be an audit specifically talking about existing state and local infrastructure and locations. The background is very pointed in looking at and narrow in suggesting just a new sports location. I think that weakens the motion rather than strengthens it. So I think in the motion itself, I would, in order to support it, I would need to be able to see that we are calling on the state and ourselves as local government for an audit of all existing infrastructure, built things already, and locations and possible future projects, so that it's saying everything's on the table and we're going to be working with you. But to narrow it down, as I think the background certainly does, is not helpful.
Just on that point, I'll just read the first point to you. So it says to review existing locations for places of refuge and evacuation centres throughout our local government area, including our residential islands, and determine appropriate locations for upgrade or future development to ensure resident safety during severe weather events and natural disasters. What do you propose to change to encapsulate what you've just said? Because you talked about a review needed for all existing locations. So I'm just wanting to understand your wanting to change whatever you just outlined there.
Well, the words say existing locations. That to me talks about perhaps land, doesn't specifically talk about buildings. I think we need to be more specific. I think we need to be more accurate and say exactly what we mean. So
just to capture while you're there, you'd like that to say to review existing locations, including land and buildings.
Mayor, if I could, if you just take the word locations out, that would cover it.
To review existing.
It isn't
Councillor Gollé.
Just a point of clarifications. If someone said to me to review existing locations, that would mean all locations, what buildings, what land, whatever is available. I'm not understanding the need to break that word up. I thought it was a word that encompassed that. I'm just asking for clarification, maybe through an officer on that. Well, she's already going to clarify.
So, okay, I'll just go back to you, Councillor Mitchell, and my question to you.
I think
to review existing locations, do you want to include the words land and buildings?
That would be something to indicate both. I think is saying exactly what we mean and meaning what we say, but also I think we need to include state government locations. If we're making examples, as you have back in the background, it could be schools. Give some more examples. broaden those examples, including schools, school halls, or any other state structures that we might use.
So that might then read, to review existing locations, including land and buildings owned by local and state government.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, I think also somewhere in there, the federal government, who control 79% of the taxation, should be included in this. We mentioned the state, but I think we need to include the federal government. That is our intent, I'm sure, to seek federal funding alongside the state to provide this. It shouldn't be left to the ratepayers of our city.
Okay, so in point 2, just so I capture everything as you go through, to formally advocate to the Queensland Government and federal government to provide funding.
That would be fantastic. Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'm just trying to think, and I do apologise for having to do this on the run here, but it is really important to me that we get this right. So just bear with me. So the motion, or the point 3 that I had done on the fly, was audit of existing state and local infrastructure and locations, land, buildings. I think that's now captured, including schools, for the suitability. So I think that's probably captured in there. To consider the inclusion of cyclone and fire-rated disaster resilience design into suitable multi-purpose construction of new projects, and to advocate to the state and federal government for similar process and funding. So a lot of words there, but as long as we've captured state and federal government, that we're looking for an audit of existing land and buildings, and it's not just pointing back at council and a potential sports facility only, I'm comfortable. The intent is excellent.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Pardon? It need words?
Yep, I'll have a look at the final resolution.
Are you saying that you don't feel that what you're outlining is encapsulated in these 2 points now?
No, I'll now have a look, because I think we are trying to move forward towards something that we can all support, but I'll need to have a look at the final motion. So I'm happy to sit back, have a look, let others have some words, and then make sure that I feel comfortable on behalf of my community that we're meaning what we say in the motion.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tolty.
Oh, that's okay, Madam Mayor, I'll leave it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Rendalls.
Thank you, Mayor. That we've all recently come out of the cyclone feeling pretty raw, feeling very concerned about our residents' safety. For me, I've never been through a cyclone before, and I think most people felt that. Clearly, when we come out of it, you know, we've all looked back and we're seeing different areas where we might have been able to do better with hindsight, and we want to be doing something. It's a natural reaction. I think the challenge with this motion is it's not thought out, and that's reflected in a number of lines through it now and trying to carve it on the run.
Thank you for expressing your opinion, Councillor Rendalls. If you could speak to the motion, that's your opinion.
The review of the cyclone ratings for schools, community and public facilities, other public and private facilities, is obviously a priority, and that's covered in this. There's also issues of access point, recovery hubs, generators, Starlink coverage, places to keep medications refrigerated, access to generators for people who require refrigerated medications or medical devices. We had sewage backflowing because our pump stations were down, so there's whole issues about, you know, key infrastructure, power backups, whether it's sewage treatment pumps or whether it's our mobile towers. The logistic pathways to keep food, fuel flowing to our communities. Registers of vulnerable. There's a whole package of things that we need to look at. And I think that putting something up that is in effect one of the Council's key recommendations for moving forward should come after that review process through the Disaster Management Group, and should consider all of those issues as part of the priorities. Because, you know, Councillor Mitchell noted that we haven't had an opportunity. 8 of us were here yesterday at the time of the scheduled mayor and councillor meetings. That meeting was cancelled by you.
Councillor Rendalls, can you please speak to the motion?
Well, I think I have. I said it's
All right.
too early to put
this. If you finished, thank you for your opinion. Thank you. Councillor Gollé.
Thank you, Mayor. Completely agree with the intent of this motion. I am a little bit concerned that we received this as councillors at 9:41, so nearly 10 minutes into the meeting. This is literally the first time.
Councillor Gollé, I'll just correct you there. You received advice of the motion yesterday. You have received an update.
Yeah,
today.
the revision, which is quite significant changes. I also wanted to raise...
And that was based on feedback that I read from councillors.
I also wanted to raise the point that we have another item coming to us, item 13.1, which is a tropical cyclone Alfred event preparedness and response. And in that item, it suggests that council already has developed an advocacy plan. It is much more wholesome than what I see on the screen here, suggesting that we advocate to state and federal governments, other agencies and key stakeholders, and also incorporate some of the important issues which Councillor Rendalls has mentioned. So a question maybe to the CEO is this Mayoral Minute, or at least item 2 with the advocacy piece, is that simply a duplication of something which is in a formalised report which we will be voting on later in this meeting?
CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Gollé. The Mayor is entitled to bring a Mayoral Minute on any item at any point in time during the meeting according to standing orders. There is a report at 13.1 and it does include advocacy, but if the Mayor in her role would like to highlight advocacy as an item of importance to the city, I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, so through you again, Mayor, so we can have the 2 separate items considered by Council concurrently in the same meeting? That's no issue with that?
We haven't got to item 13.1 yet, Councillor Gollé, but advocacy is something that we have an entire department that focuses on advocacy. So we have advocacy documents for the state government, for the federal government. We have advocacy to LGAQ, to the red tape reduction. We have advocacy through ALGA, through a range of different opportunities and items. So I don't see that as a problem unless the items were directly in conflict with each other. And then I think we would need to perhaps get some clarity and consistency, but I don't see there's being a divergence of views on this.
Thank you.
So I will just make some comments. Councillor Gollé, you had something to say?
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Just for ease of editing, I was just going to say in point 1, just take out the word existing, and that would pretty much cover off on a generalised location approach. And then in point 2, to make it a little bit more defined, identify a particular minister at the state level and go, well, we're going to advocate to this minister, and then you would write to that minister. And
Councillor Gollé, I think that's too specific.
Okay.
This is a movable thing, so I think state government and federal government and their allocated representatives is appropriate in this instance.
So who would you advocate to? Are you talking about local members, or would you go to the Premier, or how would you facilitate
Possibly
that
all.
advocacy?
Possibly
Okay.
all avenues.
No worries. Okay, cheers for that.
So, in speaking to the Mayoral Minute, this was brought to highlight, on the basis of feedback, the places that we currently have as locations for places of refuge and evacuation centres, and topics that came up during the various briefings and meetings during that time. I became aware last night of an advocacy plan, and the intention, as I had indicated earlier, for this Mayoral Minute or Mayoral Minutes to come to this meeting was set earlier. It is a fairly simple document to highlight the need for a review and a need for attention, and post this event we are in an environment where everyone is looking at funding and advocacy, and that's why this particular topic, given that it was so important to us across our whole region, including our islands, has been highlighted. So now, very simply, I will now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Gollé, Bishop and myself, carried unanimously. Thank you for your input, councillors. Now, the second notice of Mayoral Minute relates to a service review and restructure consideration of, and that motion is up on the screen. Yeah, then discussion. Yeah. So the resolution revolves having a look at our organisational structure. We now have a new CEO in place, and I've raised this as an issue before. Our last review, as I understand, was well over a decade ago in relation to our organisational structure back in 2013. And during the period since, we are now 2025, the city has grown substantially from around 140,000 residents to approximately 167,000 residents, with a projected population of around 183,000 by 2041. So over the past decade, the needs and expectations of the Redlands Coast community have evolved. We've had discussions about that in meetings. Organisational structures and service delivery models that were effective a decade ago may not necessarily be optimal. This is not a reflection on what's happening, but as we know, we have had questions over a period of time, and just making sure that the services that are going out to our community are robust, are meeting our needs, and that everyone is serviced appropriately and resourced. A review would identify areas where efficiencies can be gained if needed, resources could be better placed if needed, and service delivery can be more effective. So this is a review intent to be holistic in nature, with feedback that will provide positive gains for council and for our community. Questions? Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. I have quite a number of questions, but I'll ask probably my top four and move around to other councillors, and if other councillors haven't asked them, if I can come back, I'd appreciate that. Last night you posted a video referencing that you'd been watching and learning for the last year about council and the organisation. So can you give councillors an examples of where you've identified inefficiencies that warrant such a broad scope review?
So as I said, I think it's healthy for an organisation to have a look and check in. And if we've had a review in 2013, we've had a number of council terms change over since then. As we've identified when we've had discussions, there's been questions about service delivery around outdoor services. I know there's been a lot of feedback in relation to in relation to residents providing feedback to councillors on things like keeping up with tree maintenance and park maintenance. So we want to ensure that those things are serviced properly, that we've got the resources needed to get across those. So that's feedback that I've gained from councillors during this period. And it's good holistically to have a look. So in identifying through budget last year, there were a number of positions that were looked at. Some were serviced, some weren't. And it's a healthy organisational thing to do, to check in and make sure, like I said, over a decade since the review has been completed.
Can you give councillors any indication of what this unbudgeted activity is going to cost, how it's going to be funded, and what the cost benefit there could be to council and ratepayers?
So I think that's something to be determined to look at. So that's part of the discussion following this to find out how that's going to occur. So as part of the commissioning of the project, there's obviously steps before this and before it occurs, and we need to determine exact scope and cost. But I think it's healthy. Like I said, we went through this process, or the organisation went through this process apparently in 2013. Mm-hmm. So I would like to see a timely review, particularly under new direction and management, so that we check in and make sure that we are on track.
I understand that, but nowhere in your Mayoral Minute does it indicate that, I mean, what if the cost is $1 million and it's going to take 8 months? Because what you're asking for essentially is a line-by-line review of an organisation that's got a $400 million budget, a $3 billion asset base and 1,200 employees. And it's a very, 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 very broad review that pretty much encompasses every aspect of the organisation. So I'm reading that you're asking us to authorise a blank cheque to go out and do this.
Well, we've just made decisions in previous council in short notice in relation to, our investments, I guess. So I think this is an investment in a healthy organisation. If we can make determinations like that, I think this is a healthy investment in our organisation.
So you're comparing previous decisions where we've just said, yes, let's go and do it without any indication of how much it's going to cost. Because that's what this motion's asking for, to go and do something without any indication of how much it's going to cost. And you've directly referred to other decisions where we've done it.
Yes, I have, by comparison.
Sorry,
Yeah.
which decisions were those?
So in the last council meeting,
Yep.
There was a report that went to council in relation to council investments. So I think it's, by
there was an
comparison.
indication of cost on that, Mayor. There's no indication of cost on this. So there's not a comparison.
Well, the motion is as
Okay.
it stands. You have your concerns and duly noted.
So you referenced the last comprehensive review in 2013. This was actually done internally by officers with no external assistance, and it resulted in a reduced number of general managers and realigned and reduced the number of services. Is there a reason why you're proposing an external review as opposed to allowing office to do it? I mean, if it can be done internally, why not do that and save ratepayers money?
Yeah, I think it's really healthy to have an external pair of eyes go across the organisation as well, for transparency and for consideration of a broader issues. So I think it's very healthy to have other eyes outside the organisation go through and have a look. They can bring a lot of knowledge to the table. I have raised issues through the audit committee process, so I'm very interested in looking at a holistic view of our organisation to ensure that it's operating effectively, ensure that it's operating efficiently, and ensure that it's operating with best practice in mind.
And just through you to the CEO, can you please give us an overview of what reviews or implementations have been done since 2013? Because the way this motion is worded, it's reading like we did one in 2013 and it was set and forget and nothing's been done since. So can you just point out where the organisation has actually done reviews and implementations to create efficiencies and allocate resources since 2013?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mackenzie, for the question. Councillors, Council does review our services and the customer impact on an ongoing basis. Back in 2013, we certainly had information in our annual report about a structure change because that was at the general manager level, and that's why it was specified in that way. But that is certainly not the only review that we've done, and it's certainly not... we have done internal and external reviews, and as the Mayor has said, and thank you, Mayor, for pointing that out, the Audit Committee is a wonderful asset for Council to be able to review our processes and make sure that we have good transparency and good governance over the works that we do. To give you a bit of an indication, probably back in 2013, we didn't have some of the structure that we have in place now, like our business transformation team that sits under our people and culture space. And our business transformation team has used external consultants. So we've used, I probably won't mention the name of the consultant, but we have brought a consultant in and we've looked at our procurement, our customer requests and our work orders. I think it's also worth mentioning that we're doing a very large and expensive digital transformation, which is a significant way of reviewing our business and reviewing our processes so that we can be effective and efficient. We've also embarked since 2013 on a very extensive customer experience journey where we use data and insights to be able to inform decision making, and that is a critical move that we have implemented. To give you a flavour of some of the business transformation that we've done, and a lot of, I've mentioned these reviews have been in-house, but some have involved consultants. We have saved $17.2 million since 2019, 2020, when we began reporting through an internal document that we collate as officers called the Benefit Spotlighting Reporting, and that elements of that are reported through the annual reports. So if you look through the annual reports for the various years, you'll see the millions of dollars that are being saved in various areas and the service reviews and opportunities that have been provided where we are responding to the needs of the community. You'll recall back when we had COVID, we had COVID personally, but we were experiencing COVID with the rest of the world. There are a lot of changes and impacts that happened in the organisation, the community, that we then absorbed those costs. So those costs are done through efficiency drives and making sure that we are appropriate in our dealings. We have in all of our budgets, and we've got that in this current year's budget, efficiency drives and procurement savings targets and vacancy reduction budget targets, which are quite extensive, which do make us as officers continually review what we do, how we do it, and make sure that there is a customer response where our services are valued. I think, Councillor Mackenzie, you asked me what were some of those reviews? Was that your question?
My understanding was that Andrew Chesterman did quite a significant review that resulted in efficiencies in city water coming back.
Well, I'll just run through some of those if that helps you. We certainly, under Andrew Chesterman, we introduced the AMPT department, and that was focusing on advocacy and economic development and major projects, which was a major restructure change at that general manager level, and you would have seen the report come through to council at that point. That was before your time. We have also done a water review with an external consultant on the water business. We have introduced an ethics and integrity unit that we hadn't had previously. We have also done reviews in terms of a restructure of our revenue and collections unit in financial services, our plumbing and building services, our engineering and environment services, information management. We've done a communications and engagement and tourism review recently that has just been implemented probably in the last few months. We talked about the water review. There's been a Simbi Island coordinator position established to help address customers' concerns on the islands. We have also added, we've done work in our libraries in terms of RFID, which is a technology improvement where we changed some of the resourcing in those areas, and that resourcing was saved and then redistributed throughout the organisation. So it wasn't a reduction in staff, it was a reallocation of vacant positions, so we didn't have anyone inconvenienced. Over the time, we've exited services like Home Assist, which was a service that we were providing that the community wasn't at that time, but when the environment changed, that went back out to the open market to provide those services. People and culture have introduced changes with the partnering and onboarding and work in the recruitment space. There's been work certainly in improvements in city planning and assessment that's been done with customer feedback so we can improve our processes, and despite increases in workload, there hasn't been increases in resourcing in that space. A lot of this is done day in, day out as part of our transformation of our business and continuous improvement. We have reviewed the structure of how we've done compliance. We've reviewed workplace health and safety with an external review in that area with a safety and wellbeing unit to reset and reposition needs. You might recall, councillors, we did a review. It started with a consultant, but it ended up being internal, where we created a communities group that involved our city sports and venues team that came in with our strengthening communities group. So we had a stronger face to the community to be able to address community needs through a communities team. And I'm really pleased to see that the work that Brooke Denholder has done as group manager in that area has been absolutely essential during this recovery period that we've been going through with the disaster. Look, there's a variety of changes. We've had procurement, where we've had a chief procurement officer appointed, and we've targeted $2 million worth of savings in the work that officer is doing. And in fact, over the course of the disaster, we had officers for 3 days on the islands trying to assist to help local contractors and a customer need to work on the islands. So all of that is being done through procurement. We've moved the Office of the Mayor from AMP under governance. We've had changes with our workers' compensation. We've brought in-house street sweeping. So you might recall the wonderful video that Andrew Chesterman did with our street sweeping and the great news story that would be. So they're all examples, councillors, and there's probably lots more, where we're constantly looking at how do we refine and review our services. Is it perfect? No, nobody's perfect. The whole idea of being an efficient and effective organisation is to constantly look at what we're doing and is it the most effective way of delivery. But we do that bespoke throughout the course of the work, and as I mentioned, we have a business transformation unit to assist. I hope that assists.
Thank you. Louise, CEO, could you outline how many of those reviews had were external overviews and how many were internal?
There's a variety, Mayor. Most of them have been internal. Like the 2013 one, I believe the CEO at the time, we did have an officer who was doing, and I won't remember the title now, but you may remember the officer, councillors, who was working closely with the CEO, helping the organisation look at what we call RACES, which is, looking at roles and responsibilities and clarity. But there's many other reviews that we've done ourselves. So a lot of the organisation change in 2013 was done by officers. We've had the water review involved consultants. We've had some consultants in some of the HR spaces. So there is a mixture.
Yeah. So most were done internally.
Most were done internally, but there have been some externally. And look, to some extent, it's because that it's good if the feedback can come from the ground up to help inform what we do. And often people in those roles, they're the first ones to know what they can do better and how they can improve. But there's always opportunities to do things better. And I do take your point, Mayor, particularly after the cyclone. There is a strong focus on making sure we have the right resourcing in the frontline areas.
Could I just ask too, when was the last holistic view done or overview taken of the organisation in terms of its organisational structure? It's been done, I know, under different departments or sections. When was the last whole of council review done?
I don't think even 2013. Thank you. I don't think 2013 was actually a holistic of all areas, because there were certainly parts of council that weren't reviewed back in 2013. But there is a constant, continuous improvement approach where, if we've got a focus where we perhaps want to do a deeper dive, we might do an internal audit in some of those areas. So customer experience, the opportunities to enhance our customer experience started with an audit report way back in, I think, 2016. And since about 2013, if I've got my dates correct, we went from a two-person switchboard in a customer-focused approach to an ICCC with front counters and opportunity to have staff working in different service areas. And that was all work that was done by officers. So there is a mix, but if you're looking at a holistic, all of council, there may have been one done, back probably before I joined in 2010. Andrew, you might remember that, done by one of the CEOs back then. And, it was a quite significant review, but it was more to do with a reduction in resourcing at that point in time.
All right. Thank you very much. That answers the question, I think. So mostly internal reviews and a holistic, probably organisational structure review hasn't been done for some time. Thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Oh, I hadn't finished, Mayor.
Ah.
I think you forgot to probably mention a pretty significant one that was implemented by Amanda Perfumi, which was the Expenditure Review Committee too, that goes line by line through the operation profit and loss statement.
Correct. Sorry, Councillor Mackenzie. There are, I mean, in terms of, I probably don't see that as a structure, but I suppose it's a mechanism to assist us to do our work. So we have an Expenditure Review Committee where we go line by line through the different budget codes to look at what the historical spend is, what the future need is, and how we can operate our budget. And that budget really has those efficiencies built in because of that process. We have a portfolio board that looks at our major projects as well. So there's a lot of internal governance mechanisms that have been built in to assist us with appropriate and full governance and transparency in the work that we do.
Thank you. I do have other questions, Mayor, but I'll leave them if other councillors don't ask them. I'd like to come back to them though, thanks.
Councillor Bishop.
The first thing I'd like to check, if I may, is are we doing speakers for and against, or we went to questions there? I'd just like clarification on...
I was working my way through questions, but maybe, yeah.
I just want to get clarification, that's all.
I think to clarify time, everyone seems to have had fairly strong views on this. I might redirect back to speakers for and against. It'll make it easy, and then come back to questions. I did an outline at the beginning. Again, I stand by the motion, so or the Mayoral Minute. I'm asking. My interest really revolves around having external eyes and transparency for our community, and ensuring, not saying that things aren't efficient, but I think having that external facing review is a very healthy thing for an organisation, especially as I've heard that most of these reviews have been undertaken internally. It's good to have that holistic, from my perspective, view of the organisation, and a holistic review of the organisational structure as a whole. Speakers against. Councillor Talty.
Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate the intent of this, and don't disagree with the need to review what we're doing. However, the timing of this is a little bit difficult, given that we just have a brand new CEO who's only been in place 2 weeks, and 4 weeks, and 2 of those weeks have been involved in a cyclone emergency event. You mentioned in your presentation that you feel like it's healthy to check in, but I wonder if you've had an opportunity to really check in with the new CEO and see what she has planned in this space. She mentioned races as a framework that was done before, and I would think that she, and it was mentioned in our interview process and all throughout, that, you know, we were looking to achieve what you're talking about, but we really haven't given the new CEO an opportunity to provide back to you a framework of how that might be achieved. I appreciate that you want to have a checks and balances mechanism, and that you feel that that is most appropriate externally, and that may well be the case. But I would suggest that we first have to let the new CEO, who currently has 2 positions vacant in the ELT, have an opportunity to look at what needs to be addressed, in order that if there is some external support provided, that has something to assess, because it's just all too early in this process. The way this motion is worded, it isn't asking for costs to come back. It is a direction. You don't need a motion to give a direction. You are the mayor. So if you're going to give a direction to the organisation, That normally gets recorded in a directions register. I have some concerns that this setting up of a two-person committee is a way of excluding those directions from the register. I believe that under the Local Government Act, you may have some difficulty in actually forming a two-person committee without those checks and balances and not having your directions to the organisation through the CEO registered. We do have some exceptional managers in our ELT and our group managers, and I would like to see them have the opportunity to work with one another and yourself in order to look at what needs to be addressed before we bring an external party in to look at those changes. So at this point, you are the chair of the audit committee, and if you were bringing this as something endorsed as an action required or recommended by the audit committee, then certainly that would be a different matter. But there is no suggestion, as far as I'm aware, through the audit committee, that this, which is quite an extreme action, is required. We don't have any cost on this, but my experience over 12 years tells me that by the time we go out under regulation and go to tender for someone external to actually provide this service, then have them come in under contract and go through the entire organisation, there is absolutely no way that they could come back by September. This would be a 2-year process and it would be extremely expensive. So I think narrowing the field or the scope and allowing the organisation to do their part first would achieve what you want and allow you to have that check and balance without bringing this at this time. I am going to suggest, Mayor, that you consider withdrawing this and perhaps working with the new CEO and then, if needed, bringing this back in a few months' time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just go through some points just to clarify. So the CEO has been acting in the role for some time and has 13 years of organisational experience. We have raised the organisational structure issue in discussion. So there is a lot of experience and understanding of how this organisation already works. And thank you for highlighting the directions register, because Council hasn't had one until recently, and I did ask those questions, and one is now in place.
Mayor, I understand there was not a direction given in the previous 12 years. That's
right.
So that is an indication of the mayoralty and the Office of the Mayor working hand in hand with the organisation to achieve goals.
I understand you weren't the Mayor, so I'll take that as opinion. Thank you. So in relation to your comment about cost and your experience for the last 10 years, but I do note that this kind of undertaking hasn't been undertaken in that 10-year period before, and a holistic exercise hasn't been engaged with. This is gauging community councillor sentiment in relation to having an external facing review. So thank you very much for your feedback. Councillor Bishop.
You didn't address my question, Mayor.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
Will you consider withdrawing this and bringing it back if need be in a few months?
I think I let this motion play out, and if it doesn't have councillor support, that is fine, and then we can look at bringing it back, bringing a scope, documents back that's palatable to all of councillors.
I might just highlight for you, Mayor, I'm not sure if it applies to mayoral minutes, but there is a point in the standing orders which do not allow matters to be brought back within a time period. So I don't know. Yeah, I just didn't know if you want. Yeah, it may affect how you can proceed.
Well, you talked about time, so I don't think you talked from your perspective about time allowances, so I don't think that'll impact. I think that'd support your wish and the views that you've expressed, so that's fine. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. one question that others have raised is around cost. First,
And Mayor, for and against speakers swearing, I believe.
are we allowed to ask questions as part of our time? I'm going to be speaking for this.
So,
but before I commence that,
thank you. Councillor Tolty spoke against, I understand, and then asked a question.
Yeah, I'm speaking for.
Yes.
And I'm commencing, if I
yes,
can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop.
And my question to the Mayor is this. Would you consider that the comprehensive external review be efficient and effective in terms of cost? Is that an anticipation?
That is an anticipation, yes.
Because I think that's important to acknowledge. I think in regards to Councillor Mackenzie's question about cost, which is totally understandable, I think we need to also be mindful of what is the cost of not doing a review such as this. I think we have heard from the officers, and we all have the confidence around this table of the incredible capacity and work, diligent work that is done on a regular basis by this organisation. We've got incredible efficiencies. The day-to-day machinations of our budget management is very robust, and when questioned, we have been given the confidence going forward. I think what this is seeking to do is to look externally and wisely at this time to look at a review to make sure that we are compliant with the local government principles. I think it's noble, I think it's refreshing, and it can only remind us of what we are doing well and consider what could we do better. I can't see that that would be a challenge. I'll mention that when I was elected in 2012, this council did at that time, as a fundamental guiding principle, have a 20-year visionary document which was deeply consulted with our community. It was the 2030 Community Plan. It was award-winning. It was statutory. And
Point of order, Mayor. The community plan has no relevance to an external review of
We're talking-
the council.
talking about governance. I'm speaking about governance.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Thank you, Councillor Bishop, just staying to them.
So in terms of our decision-making over the last, the whole time I've been a councillor, it's 15 years since we've conferred with our community in a meaningful manner, in a statutory manner, about setting our direction. I think it's absolutely appropriate that we look at making sure that we are in line with best practice, that we're looking at innovation and we're looking at examples that can improve the efficiency of this organisation. I think it's absolutely transparent. I know the Mayor does have the capacity to, as Councillor Tolty mentioned, it doesn't need a motion, but I think transparency of bringing this to Council for us to consider at this time, to look at a review and to make sure that we are being as efficient and effective as possible is absolutely transparent and open and forthright, and I think that's highly noteworthy. I think there are also some big, significant challenges that we are facing now globally. We know that there are some big headwinds in the context of the decision-making environment that we're in. We've seen global supply chain challenges, and those will all place pressures on this organisation. We know of many constraints that we have. There are legacy challenges that we have. There are many financial constraints that we have. We've got landfill remediation things, all sorts of things that will place pressure on service delivery. We've got major projects. We've got many major projects. We've now got an entire department committed to delivering those projects, and yet the headwinds and the construction environment, the very things that councils stock and trade in delivering, are under more pressure than any time in history, and we're moving into an environment where we have an Olympics. Governance is going to be critical. The opportunity for us to make sure that we are continuing to be as clean and open and transparent, antiseptic, open an environment, allowing our officers to continue the good work, to give us the confidence that we have our community and good practice on our side is absolutely merit-worthy. And I think this is a very appropriate time with a new CEO. And my last question would be to you, CEO, is would you welcome this as an example of the continuation of our good work? Actually, no, I won't put that on you. It's a debate for councillors. If you're happy to answer, then thank you, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Look, they're all very interesting comments and input. I'm a firm believer that we always need to look at what we do and how we do it to make sure that we are always providing the best value for money for the community and addressing community needs. I would probably draw your attention to the things that are coming ahead of us, and you did mention the headwinds, and they're approaching all councils, but we have some very exciting things ahead of us as well. We are embarking on our corporate plan, and the corporate plan we should have pretty well in place probably by December, given a lot of the feedback that we've had. We've already had some workshops with you, and we've got the first really deep dive into some of those macro and micro trends starting very shortly, in about another couple of weeks or a week. So that's pretty exciting. Your structure usually follows strategy. So you should be looking at what it is you want to achieve. So if we go to get a consultant, what is it that we want to task them with? Is it growth? Is it maintenance? Is it reduction? Is it, what is the issue that we want them to focus on and really have a controlled scope? But look, I think I will always welcome ways of doing things better. I think our people know great opportunities of doing things better. We are a great organisation. We do lean in and we do respond, and we are agile. And I think the work that we've done on the Cyclone is a very good example of that. The work we did post-COVID with pivoting our services to be able to support the community in times of need, where we didn't ask for additional budget, indicates all of that. So I think it's a matter of strategy, then structure and timing. It would probably be a challenge to have a consultant selected on board in a tight time frame and potentially prior to our corporate plan.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Councillor Rendalls. Actually, just before we move on, I think it's appropriate for point 3 to have a change of wording to establish a steering committee, to change that to establish a working group including the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer. Councillor Gollé.
Just on that point, I didn't personally take that. It's just the two of you.
No, it wasn't intended.
And
it
when
wasn't intended to be.
It was only when that was said before, I thought, no, it's a committee with those two on it.
That's
the wording is,
Yeah.
Including?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So it was intended to be including.
So will that be a change proposed?
So establish a steering committee including Mayor and Chief Executive Officer. Councillor Rendalls.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the contributions everybody is making. That everyone here recognises that there's always an opportunity to improve how we operate. I don't think there's any question at all about that. I've spent over 20 years professionally working in corporate advisory. I've designed and undertaken and led many reviews of this nature. I've worked in senior government departments and have been subject to reviews by central agency, and I've been members of the board of major national not-for-profits where we've commissioned reviews. The problem with this motion is it doesn't say anything. And I think that's the fundamental problem. In the course of the discussions that we've had, it's become clear that there are various reviews, audits, examinations that have been undertaken, and that was also indicated in the dialogue between the Mayor and the CEO in terms of clarifying what's happened. When we look at this, number one, there's no objective defined. What are we trying to achieve? Number two, there's no scope. What's in, what's out, not defined at all. Number three, there's no method or approach. Are we talking about bringing in teams of forensic auditors to go through our finances line by line? Process redesign and Six Sigma experts to look at how our processes operate? National, state benchmarking against cost outcomes? None of that's defined, and it will all influence the scope and where you want to focus. The governance, there's no real governance framework. one of the key things when an organisation undertakes a review is you've got to engage Yes. Are we back? Are we okay? Things are flashing on and off. That's okay.
So,
Councillors, I'm just going to suspend the meeting due to the technical issues that we're having. Can I have a mover and seconder to suspend? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Gollé. Those in favour? Those in favour, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, and Councillor Boglari is absent from the room.
Until we get it going.
Until we're just suspending until we get our technology back up and running. Thank you.
Thank you.
oh yeah, that's you.
At the moment, I'm hoping in about 4 minutes I should be done. Are you looking at the change on your phone? Yep. I've just got remote desktop. Yeah.
Send I've got one, thanks. I've got one. Everyone, technology is back up and running, so I will seek a mover and seconder to resume standing orders and come back into session. Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Carried unanimously. All right, just before I progress, I'm just going to, taking feedback from what's occurred, we're just going to do some changes of wording in relation to this Mayoral Minute to address some of the issues that have been raised. Sorry, what was that?
Perhaps it would have been better if we did that before we resumed.
Yeah, I'm just doing it transparently so that it's recorded. And we're just waiting so that we can get it on the screen. Thank you. So you'll note that there's an amendment to point 3. So a change in wording from steering committee to advisory group. That's there. Everyone got that? And then to remove the time frame, and for point 4, include that the terms of reference for the review will come back to council. Yep, that's it. Okay, thank you. So once again, the intent is to have external eyes to do this transparently and do a whole of organisation review so that the organisation can be looked at holistically to ensure that we are providing the most efficient and effective services for our community, not taking away from the internal reviews that are being done in different sections at different times, but very firmly to look at a whole of organisational review. As we have heard, that hasn't occurred for some time. Councillor Rendalls, you were speaking prior to technology.
Yes, I'll just briefly recap and then continue. I won't spend much time.
I think you can continue.
I'm not exactly sure where we cut out.
At the time that I called it, I believe, as soon as I...
Anyway, I talked briefly about the lack of clear objectives for the review. I talked briefly about an undefined scope. I talked briefly about the methodology, and I think this is where we got cut out, in terms of, are we talking about, accountants going through our finances line by line? Are we talking about teams of process redesign people looking at how our processes work? We haven't worked out what's the involvement of the community and community input and feedback. We talked about the governance, and one of the biggest things I think is in relation to the governance, that it is critical when you're doing a review of this type that the organisation has some involvement in defining the scope and the terms of reference. And it's also critically important that in this case it's the councillors, in other cases it's the board of an organisation or the executive leadership team of a government department has the opportunity for that input. All of that hasn't occurred. That we received this motion, we have had no opportunity to discuss it. It's clear.
If I can just correct. So as you see in point 4, terms of reference for the review to come back to council, which takes care of those concerns. In relation to bringing a Mayoral Minute...
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Madam, I hadn't finished.
Yeah, Mayor, if I can,
thank you.
point of order. The opportunity to respond and recap for you as the mover of the motion is at the end rather than debating the speakers as well.
Thank you, Councillor Tolte. Councillor Rendalls, continue, but if you could do it factually, that'd be good.
Continuing on, I think that what has missed in this process is the opportunity for councillors and for the executive of the organisation to have input in defining the approach, method and scope. It's been clearly identified here in the course of the conversations that reviews have been mentioned, discussed, questions that people weren't aware of. We're also seeing a moving feast within the motion itself. And this highlights the problem when you bring something as important as this to council without any opportunity to talk with council themselves. Anything else, we would have had a workshop on this. There would have been the opportunity to consider the key focus areas of the review. There'd have been an opportunity to consider how we were going to go about it. There'd have been an opportunity to consider what is the role and the mechanisms for input of the community. These are all critical to it and will also define your end budget requirements. The objectives in terms of clear and transparency, I think, is fine. I would argue, and I would suggest with respect, that this motion be withdrawn, that we have a workshop with councillors looking at what would be a focus of a review that would deliver the best value to council and to our ratepayers. Then we have a more systematic and defined approach that we can either bring back and endorse or it can be moved as a direction of the Mayor.
Thank you. All right. In summing up, I'm going to put the motion. I think we've had a lot of debate around this. So I'm
Point of order is, are you...
Thank you. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, no. I can. I'm entitled to put the motion, so in summing up, the intent of this is really simple. It's to have external eyes on putting on the...
Point of order, Madam Mayor, that in the beginning of this discussion, you directed that we have speakers for and against and that there would be an opportunity for questions following that. The opportunity for those questions has been curtailed. And I would suggest with respect that if councillors have questions, they have the opportunity to ask them.
All right. So the procedural motion, I'm getting advice. The procedural motion, it's a put motion, so now we have to proceed. So and vote.
No, you have to vote on the put motion first, Mayor.
Vote on the put motion.
Hey. All right. All right, well, I'll withdraw the put motion and we will continue on the debates. So, Councillor Gollé.
Thank you. I actually see merit in this and I think it is good timing. I think possibly having the new CEO, though you have got so much experience here, you've probably got ideas yourself. And, you know, you've highlighted that now that you're CEO, you're very keen to get into the role, and I think this might actually be a tool that you can use, and I'm glad to see that it is actually in the motion that you're heavily involved in this with the Mayor. I think that's highly important. And perhaps new ideas that the CEO's got will be able to come through with this review. I also think it's important that it is external. I've also been involved in reviews before, and if you're being asked by someone internally, you perhaps aren't quite as open and frank and honest with your view, because that person could be in 2 days' time back to being, one of your group managers or your boss. Whereas when it's an external person or someone not involved in that department, which was the case when I was involved in one, people open up to you more because there's not that fear that in a couple of weeks' time, when you've said something about the rosters aren't working, that there won't be any retaliation. So I think having the best practice of, because people can be offended by the tiniest thing that you say, if you're going to be honest.
Councillor Mackenzie, do you have a problem?
Yes, I do actually have a problem, because Councillor Boglari just made a statement that people get offended at the tiniest things that you say, and she's just completely insulted the organisation, assuming that if an internal review was done, that there could potentially be retaliation against employees if they said something negative. How insulting is that?
If anyone has been involved... Oh, sorry. My mic. Again? Yep, okay. If anyone's been involved in a review, which I presume several people around here know, if you are being asked for your opinion on what is happening in your department, it is very confronting to have to tell somebody what they have actually instigated isn't working.
Point of order, Mayor. We really have moved a long way off the content of this motion.
Yes, but I was just accused of doing something. Thank you.
Councillor, I'm not interested.
Thank you, councillors. It was a response. Councillor Boglari, if you could return to the... Point of order. Councillor Rendalls.
Councillor Boglari is talking about one of many approaches to an external review, and there is nothing in this motion that talks about the methodology or approaches.
I think you raised methodology and approaches yourself in your response.
I raised that there are numerous types of approaches. None of those are defined. Councillor Boglari's discussion is precedented on the assumption it is based on an inquiry.
Councillor Rendalls. Councillor Boglari, if you could continue your comment.
I'm actually talking on the merit of having an external review, which is in dot point 1 of the motion, so I therefore feel it was quite applicable to the motion in front of us. I just think those are my 2 points. I appreciate not having a time frame, because there is a lot of work in that, and that has been removed now. The advisory group, I wanted to have the Mayor and the Chief Executive Officer in it, and I do believe it should be a external review, and I think it's the right timing for it.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Speaker against, Councillor Mitchell.
Thanks, Mayor. Very quickly, Mayor, thank you for making the changes to the last Mayoral Minute that we could support. This one, though, it's broken. I can't see any way that this can be supported. This isn't a check-in, as some councillors have mentioned. This is an extraordinarily extensive and broad approach with no costs, no time frame. There's been some attempts on the fly, some would say rushed and panicked even, to beat this into some form of palatability, but it's broken and really should be withdrawn so that we can all work together as colleagues to move forward. The speakers for have provided no evidence at all of need. They've provided no evidence at all of scope, scale or costs. They've only offered a vibe, a feel, some ill-defined feedback without being able to state what that is, but want us to, with a blank cheque, move forward. And I do believe it's insulting to all the great work that's been done. Opposing that, the organisation has been able to put forward some amazing work of how as normal business that's going on now, 24/7, 365 days a year of constant improvement, and the intent that this council, and I believe all of us here in this room are 100% behind. So I've seen the organisation be able to show already that the existing efforts are pretty robust, and we should have every confidence that everyone is trying to seek constant improvement always in the efficiency. Let's move to what we could do moving forward. It certainly isn't this Mayoral Minute, but together, whether it's through the CEO and the Mayor, all councillors, the Audit Committee, the Business Transformation Unit, and maybe even external consultants, but in a targeted way where we've identified clear need with evidence and we have a clearly defined target. This doesn't. This is like throwing the proverbial against the barn wall and hoping something comes out the other side. That's not fair on our community, and it's not fair on the organisation.
Point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop.
I just find that the suggestion of transparently bringing a notice of motion, a Mayoral Minute, and having it referred to as throwing proverbial at a wall is probably offensive. And I'd just like that councillor to consider, well, under the tone is the tone and language is offensive in that particular statement in relation to proper process.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. If you could, keep your references professional. Thank you, Councillor Mitchell.
Not a problem. I'm absolutely sorry for any offence. The fact remains, though, as my nan said, you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, and I don't think we can fix this. So I would be thrilled to see the Mayor withdraw this. I would be thrilled to have us as a group have a great workshop to determine where the gaps might be in any analysis of the ongoing business practices, the organisational structure, and everything, the vibe that this motion has asked us to review. And if things are identified, then we would, through the budget process, properly address them. So, absolutely not trying to be offensive, but this is offensive at the great work that the organisation has been done, and suggests that only some ill-defined external bodies will suddenly be the panacea for all the ill-defined problems that don't exist, in my view, or probably don't exist, is unfair. So, I can't support this today. Absolutely support the intent, and I'm absolutely confident that the Mayor, the CEO, the councillors, the ELT, the Audit Committee and the Business Transformation Unit can help identify any gaps together and move forward in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I will support this, probably much to my detriment. I do see merit in this. What I would like to sort of get out of this Redland-centric mode of thinking, because we all know this is going to end up on social media and it'll be a he did this and he did that. We need to look at what's actually happening internationally at the moment. The United States is acting in a way that is going to have repercussions across all levels of Australian government. And if we don't...
Councillor Gollé, can I just ask you to keep to the... in terms of the review and...
If we don't look at this holistically, but I will say we do need to put a few scoping principles in, and I think, Mayor, if you could broaden point 4 slightly. So where it says the terms of reference will come back to council, will we get much of a say in who the organisation is? How will that be targeted to come in to do the review. This will cost a mozza if we do it properly, and there will be many questions, but I do think that with what's actually happening globally and what's happening where, on one hand, to be Redland-centric, ratepayers are relying on us to minimise costs to them from a cost of living aspect. Put all your politics and the he said and whys aside, just look at what's actually happening to our community, what's happening internationally, and how does it actually evolve into us as an organisation. I honour the work that the staff have done to date and all the different independent reviews and, you know, your says and things like that. It's interesting, I just finished watching a Senate committee review on toll, and the general manager was asked, are all your clients happy? Oh yeah, we conducted a survey and 95% of everyone was happy. But when I'm actually talking to their clients on the ground, they're not happy. And what Councillor Boglari raised before was, if you do something internally and it's part of a chain of command, very few employees are likely to come forward and really open up to say how there's an improvement that could be made, because they'll be scared of their position being knocked out. So we do need to look at how do we actually address this with a mature approach, not from an offensive or he said, she said type approach. How do we actually do this with a bit of transparency, get the best people in to review this and look at it holistically across the board so we can find those efficiencies. I think that's all that's being asked for here. It's a bit disjointed, right? But if we could actually tighten up the wording a bit, look at what's the best possible way forward, I think this does have merit, and I think it is something we should be doing. We've got to get this, how do I bring it back to my division and how do I get the dog bowl on my park approach? It's got to be a little bit more wider and a little bit more of a circuit breaker so we actually can look at the best possible outcomes at budget time, especially. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gollé. Speakers against? Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Mayor. Like we've heard from my colleagues, I think this does have merit, but I think this is a very messy way of us doing business in the chamber. I want to apologise to the community. I actually think it's highly embarrassing the way that this discussion has unfolded. This motion's been altered on the floor. If there was any proper engagement and consultation, I'm sure that we could present something today which the whole community could get behind and support. What I see here is effectively councillors being asked to sign a blank cheque for an investigation and a review to come back to council, which in my view is extremely broad but also extremely narrow in its scope. The first point here suggests that we review all Redland City Council services. That's a monumental task on its own. We're asked to review the organisational structure. 1,200 employees, another monumental task. We're asked to review delivery models to ensure that council is appropriately resourced to deliver what the community needs. How do we know what the community needs? For me, there has to be a starting point that comes way before we commission a review of this scale and of this nature. In fact, I actually look at this and think it could potentially be 3 separate reviews which are required, if that is the way that council wants to look at this. I have concerns as well, and somebody else mentioned that we have a corporate plan review underway. So the corporate plan sets the strategy for our organisation. A more obvious starting point for me would be that we know the direction, we have the strategy set, and then we look at the resourcing and the organisational structure that will complement that. I think that this is completely back to front. I cannot support it. I do have some questions which I wanted to ask either now or later. Did you want to take questions now?
No, maybe it's respect.
Okay. Yeah. I cannot support this the way that it is.
Thank you. I think we all agree that there's merit here and speaking for, and echoing our Chief Executive Officer. Louise, congratulations. It was the first thing I had on my notes for your first meeting as CEO, and here we are talking about a restructure. I remember my notes here, you talked about your 100-day review, and you shared that you've got some ideas for our organisation, and you have seen, and we've discussed that as well, so I don't want to labour that. We've mentioned a couple of things already. I'm going to just cut my notes, but we haven't really mentioned too much that we've got two new general executive, our ELT, two new general managers to onboard, and I think to do onboarding staff and be doing a review at that same time could be very difficult as well. So I think the timing, we've talked about the timing is an issue for me. Agree in principle and ongoing and always learning and doing things better, but the timing, the steering committee, we've just amended that, thank you Mayor, and point 3. In point 3, I wanted to ask the word, the last word said council, is that still there? Is that supposed to be council or councillors? Like, are we bringing this back to a general meeting or is it coming back to a workshop?
So
Please.
the intent there was to bring it back to...
No, microphone.
Oh, sorry. So the intent there was to bring it back to council. I noted feedback just before in relation to the terms of reference and scope. Wording could include that being brought back to a workshop prior to coming back to council as well.
So instead of council, potentially councillors. Potentially. That was in my notes.
Yep.
So I've got scribble all over it now. Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Thank you. Sorry, speaker against? All right. So in summing up, the intent of this motion was very... Sorry, I'm just... Or just continue on. This. All right. Questions? Councillor Gollé.
A question through you to the CEO. Given my concerns about us effectively being asked to write a blank cheque for this external review, can you provide any indication of a figure that we could estimate, or is that too difficult without knowing in this motion even what the scope really is?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Gollé, for the question. I have no idea at this point how much something like this might cost. I do know how much some of the small bespoke reviews we've done that have involved consultants. But again, it depends on the scope, it depends on what you want them to be doing, it depends on the success measures that you're looking for afterwards. There's a lot of variables in this space. The best way of controlling cost is to have a tight scope for what you're wanting the consultants to look at and how they're wanting to do that work. Some of it also involves how much detail you're looking for. So I know within, again, our people and culture space, we are doing service planning reviews, and this is a 3-year project where we've trained our staff to look at identifying our service catalogue, to look at what the levels of service are within those service categories, and then how that factors into a continuous improvement approach. And that work has commenced, and we put information out to the organisation on that service planning. So that is a fairly major piece of work, and we'll use consultants when we need to. But I can't give you an estimate on how much this would cost, Councillor. I'm sorry. I'd have to I'd have to look at what the scope would be, and then the timeframes and how many resources they'd be looking at involving. Is the consultant going to come in and do a data analysis and review of our material? Are they going to look at the external surveys that we've had done by external agencies that have, surveyed our staff to get their input and their feedback. Our external customer surveys as well. Our customer experience data, are they going to come in and meet individually with staff? Are they going to do working groups with staff? Are they going to feed it back? So it's how long is a piece of string? I don't have an answer for you on it.
Thank you.
Councillor Bishop.
Mine's a question that relates to this, but it's actually about the work of the advisory group. And I think I'd like to understand the intent of that, because I think a lot of the questions that councillors have is what will be the terms of this comprehensive external review. I think that would be the substantive work that the advisory group would be setting up in the first instance. Could you explain that? Because I think some of the concerns councillors seem to have is around what this is going to be. I think the intent is to do something, and the advisory group, can you just give some clarification as to what the advisory group would do that might allay some of the concerns for councillors about this merit-worthy notion? Just your thoughts?
Yes. So you're absolutely correct. So the intent of this review, and as we've heard, there hasn't been one done that we can identify, is to have external eyes on the organisation, to have a look at all the measures being employed in terms of efficiency and effectiveness for our community. So we've got a transparent process looking at our organisation and reviewing. In terms of establishing that advisory group, as it's now called, which was always intended to include the Mayor and the Chief Executive, then that is where these discussions and feedback would be gained. So the idea is to bring this to Council as something that is looked at, and then the work, the substantive work around scope and all of those issues, as quite often the case, is determined at that point, with feedback obviously from Council and councillors. Point 4 relates to the terms of reference for the review coming back to Council. So I'm happy for this. The intent of this is not to be exclusionary. It's to be an open and transparent process where we can gain external eyes on our organisation so that it is transparent and we can achieve effectiveness and efficiency, not taking away from all of the hard work that's already been done. That is a good thing. But it is also healthy to have a whole of organisation review from time to time to make sure we're actually on point, to review all of those customer satisfaction surveys, to review our staff surveys. We got an overall 6.2 on the last one taken back in, I think, around April last year, or very early on in the piece. So it's to look at all these things, to make sure we're delivering for our community in the best possible way. I think if we are always internally facing, we're not opening ourselves up to other influences, which is a healthy thing to do. In terms of a timing and appropriateness, I think we've got a new CEO in place. We do have 2 general manager positions open. Then it's timely to be looking at this and to be looking at our organisational structure. Is it, from a whole organisation point of view, is it as effective as it can be? And there's nothing wrong with looking at that. And as I said, it hadn't been done for some time, but absolutely to your point of the advisory group, yes, that's correct.
So just in clarification, that work by the advisory group with the Mayor and CEO and whoever those other members of that group would be, would do that work, scope the terms of reference, bring that back to Council before the comprehensive external review would commence?
Correct.
I think thank you very much. That's important clarification.
Councillor Boglari.
I'll just through you to the CEO. In all the time, I think you and I have been in here the longest now, Louise, in all the time that we both have been here, there's been various motions and mayoral minutes brought to Council that have asked for reviews. The cost at this stage has never in my memory been actually included in here, because Council never gives a blank cheque to anything that I've been aware of. It's always very measured. So wouldn't the same process to do with cost be here? And this is not a ask for a blank cheque as what has been suggested. It is a motion, the same as numerous that have gone before us,
Point of order, Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Point of order, Mayor.
It's not working.
Councillor Mackenzie?
I don't think the CEO can answer the intent of your motion. I think the question should be directed.
I didn't understand it to be the intent. I understood it was...
The councillor is asking the CEO, this motion isn't asking for a blank cheque. It's not the CEO's, it's not...
I'm asking for clarity as to what is the different...
Would the clarity
No,
be
I
to
understand
you?
it's to the CEO because this is outside my realm of knowledge. I think Councillor Gollé is looking historically. So, thank you.
My,
On the Councillor, thank you.
I'm asking for
I
clarity.
think we can. Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Please continue, Councillor.
Sorry. It just keeps going off. I'm asking for clarity on the assumptions that have been said in here today, because when we have a motion or a mayoral minute, previously they've come just like this, and it is. There we go. Sorry. Now it wants to go on because it's got a friend on. I would just wanted to understand through you, because you've seen many of these as I have, how that process to do with that budgeting is, and it's certainly not a blank cheque was all I was asking.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Gollé, for the question. I'm not really sure how to answer that question, to be perfectly honest. I'm trying to recall different mayoral minutes and different motions. What we usually try to do is not commit council to anything outside of budget process, and that considerations for what we want to achieve are decided through a budget process. We do have a budget process coming up, and we do need to set for the organisation what we're wanting to achieve. That's not always the case. Sometimes we'll get motions or requests to do things that we might need to advise council on how much time, effort and resource it might cost. We have a variety of different motions that come to council for decision, but I would probably say that from my perspective, we are being very diligent and focused on our budget process, and if there is anything that is in a resolution that impacts budget, it should be subject to budget deliberations. I hope that assists, Councillor. Not sure.
Yeah, that's a little bit different to what, not all motions have gone through budget deliberations previously. They haven't all gone through budget.
Some motions have been decided on the floor outside of that, but we would really prefer to have everything go through budget process so that we can capture all those decisions through the course of the year. It doesn't always happen that way, you're correct, Councillor.
Councillor Rendalls? No? Okay. Councillor Mitchell?
Mayor, my question is, as the terms of reference has only just been put in today and an advisory group has just been put in today, point 1 now seems to assume an awful lot and sends us headlong as soon as possible commissioning an extensive review. Should that point 1 be removed because it assumes the outcomes of an advisory group and any terms of reference? It assumes that as soon as possible we're going to be commissioning reports. They might not be required based on the terms of reference and the advisory group. So should point 1 be removed or significantly modified to reflect the intent that I'm hearing from people rather than the outcome of as soon as possible commission a comprehensive review? That seems to be at odds. It's reverse. It's back to front.
So I don't believe so, Councillor Mitchell. I think as soon as possible is a term that allows for all of the other issues to be addressed, so it's not providing a time frame. In terms of comprehensive external review, that's to encompass and collect all of the available opportunities for us to review and make any possible improvements within the organisation in a holistic way. Councillor Tolte.
Thank you, Mayor. Similarly to Councillor Mitchell, I heard Councillor Bishop ask a question which was answered, and then he attempted to sum up his interpretation of the response, which you confirmed was correct. But what Councillor Bishop summed up and what you confirmed was correct is not what's reflected in the motion there. So can I check standing orders? Can we propose a amendment to this as a motion, or Mayoral Minute's not subject to that?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Normally, with regard to Mayoral Minutes, you have to, and movers of motion, you request the mover and the seconder. In this case, it's only the mover to agree with the proposed changes that you've got.
So,
in this case, there's no
for a Mayoral Minute, you can't propose a change to the motion?
You can, but with the agreement of the Mayor, who is the mover of the motion.
Right, so you can just request it and they can voluntarily do it, but you can't move one and have it voted on. That's what I was trying to establish. Okay. Mayor, the response that you gave that said the terms of reference will come back to councillors. So points 2, 3 and 4 are all fine. I would reorder them. But as has been noted, point 1 makes those mute because it says, as soon as possible, commission a comprehensive external review. Are you going to change that? No, you can't debate it, Councillor. We're on questions and the Mayor has got the floor.
So, sorry, what can you outline in point 1 what it is that you're specifically trying to achieve?
Okay, point 1 says it is a direction to the organisation, which will be voted on by the council with the authority of the council, to, as soon as possible, commission a comprehensive external review of council. And then it goes on to describe what areas might be included in that. Will be included in that. So it makes no difference what happens in 2, 3 and 4 because we will have authorised this to be commissioned comprehensively and as soon as possible. So if you're going to suggest, as you have done, that it will come back to council for consideration of those terms of reference and that there will be a collaborative approach to deciding what those are, then you cannot include either all of point 1 or at least the words, as soon as possible, commission a comprehensive external review. You could, I would suggest, put point 3 first, then point 2, then point 1, and then you would achieve the same thing without issue.
I'm happy to reorder the points.
Are you removing point 1 or editing it?
No, but I'm happy to reorder the points. Councillor Gollé?
Sorry, just for clarity, wasn't it just as soon as possible that Councillor told he wanted removed?
No, the word commission is the problem.
Actually, the whole lot's a problem.
The whole lot's a problem, but yeah, as soon as possible, commission a comprehensive external review is a direct. It's a direction.
So I understand you don't want the external review in a holistic way.
No, I didn't say that, Mayor.
Could you just outline the reordering that you went through that you think is more palatable?
Well, from what you have said in confirmation to Councillor Bishop, and from what we understood from that discussion, you want to establish an advisory group, which includes yourself and the executive officer. So you want number 3 at the top?
Yep.
To guide to guide a review process. Fine, no problem. You want to ensure that the review, as guided by the group, is evidence-based and draws on best practice models of local administration, including innovative delivery models drawing on the latest knowledge and technology. Fine, all good. that the terms of reference, once decided by that group, will come back to councillors. It would be good if that said exactly how that's to be done, but fair enough. But then all three of those points become moot if we are directing that as soon as possible a report be commissioned. You need to carry out those 3 points first, and then, if required and to the scope required, then go ahead in a second process.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just put those reordering. We'll just put that reordering on the screen of the points, but putting them in a different order. Councillor Bishop, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was seeking clarification if Councillor Talty was suggesting that, as she has suggested, that dot point 3 becomes 1, 2 remains 2, 4 becomes 3, but in terms of what was the original first point, whether that remains, but just to remove as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And I think, which takes out the time
frame.
requirement.
Yep.
Yeah. It'd be more like with the intent to commission.
Yes. If we had with the intent to commission, or the committee should consider an external review.
I think with the intent to commission.
Yep. Thank you.
So I just sought clarification on that.
Thank you. All right. Still got questions from Councillor Gollé.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for you. How do you measure the success of this review that you would like to undertake?
Yeah, it'll be determined in the terms of reference.
But we don't know what the terms of reference are.
That's why it's in there, to be worked upon by the advisory group and come back to council.
Okay. I'm so confused trying to follow what this motion actually is, but I think it's point 4 now, where it talks about what the community needs. Is how are we going to establish what the community needs?
So I think we've got a lot of feedback in terms of our customer satisfaction surveys, in terms of our customer reference input. There's some identified areas that you've all raised already in discussions previously. As I said again and again, the intent of this is to have a holistic view of an external eyes on our organisation. I appreciate that we've had many reviews looking at different sections, but we're in a space now where we've got a new CEO, new general managers coming on. We haven't had a holistic and certainly an external review of our organisation that anyone can let me know of in the recent history. So I think it's a very healthy undertaking to have, to be able to look at and get external advice to ensure that what we're doing and how we're operating is best practice and is efficient. It's great that we can look at it internally and talk about our efficiencies. It's great what the organisation has achieved to date, but I think it's entirely appropriate to also have a look at what else is happening.
I don't disagree with part of what you've said, but again, this explicitly says that the review is effectively being commissioned to ensure that we deliver what the community needs. And using anecdotal evidence, the examples that you've just given, for example, what councillors have raised, I don't think that we can go to an external body asking them to conduct a comprehensive review.
That's not the only thing. For example, we've got a customer satisfaction with a 6.2. I'd love to see that improved. And how do we do that? What services, what areas does that feedback target?
That's feedback, Mayor. That's not what the community's needs are.
We've also got a growing population, and we've not had, that assessment on what services we're providing against our growing population. We've identified that we've got ageing infrastructure. We've got costs, cost considerations going into the future. We've got major projects underway and huge commitments. I think with the intent also of another motion that's coming, looking at the financial aspects of our council, that this goes hand in hand in that it's a timely way of looking at the organisation as a whole, and exactly that, as the intent says, looking to see if we are effectively and efficiently providing services to our community in the best way possible.
Okay.
Councillor Gollé.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I understand what you're saying, Councillor Gollé, but I think the community will benefit anyway. Whatever, I think that is, I won't use the words, that's the payoff. I think it's going to be the general outcome anyway. The community will benefit from whatever review we actually conduct. So,
Point of order. Are we outside standing orders? Is there a question? Are we asking questions now? What are we doing?
Thank you, Councillor Gollé. Councillor Gollé, can you ask your question?
Well, respectfully, Madam Mayor, we've been all over the shop this morning, so I don't know where we're at as far as standing orders, but just to support this and where it's sitting right now, I think the community will benefit anyway, irrespective of how this looks. It's just going to be shaping the scope. What are the principles? What are we actually trying to establish? We've got the maturity around the table to have that.
A point of order, Chair. Is the councillor speaking for the motion or asking a question? I believe we're in questions.
Thank you, Councillor Gollé. Councillor Gollé, can you articulate?
Thanks, Chair. I'll withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell.
I'll ask a question, Mayor. Point 4 still is like a veto in the United Nations against everything else in that motion, and my suggestion is we need to still change that. My suggestion is it needs to say something like to consider appropriate reviews, including external, to make sure that word is put in there, of Redland City Council services. It is not the intent.
Madam Mayor, this isn't a question.
Yes, thank you.
Would you consider changing point 4 to...
Madam Mayor, this is not a question.
Thank you.
That is literally a question.
So can you please articulate your question, Councillor Mitchell?
Would you consider, please, changing point 4 to say to consider appropriate reviews, including external as required, of Redland City Council services? It cannot be supported with the words that are there at the beginning that jump to a conclusion.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I'm quite comfortable with the intent to commission. It doesn't. It is what it is with the intent to. The intent of this is to get external eyes and to conduct a holistic view of the organisation.
With respect, Madam Mayor, that just proves my point that you're saying that is what we're going to be doing. You've just confirmed exactly my concern that you are wanting to jump to that.
Councillor McKenzie.
How will the advisory group be established? Who will be determining who's on that advisory group?
So that would be in consultation with the CEO and myself, and we would then open it up more broadly to workshop discussion. But it's about gaining expertise from the leadership of the organisation and then looking at the development of the TOR. So it would be again, this is not exclusionary. This is trying to do the best for our organisation and our community.
I understand that. I'm just trying to understand the process of how the advisory group is established. So far, the motion on the Mayoral Minute determines that there's obviously yourself and the CEO as appropriate. How many people are going to be on the advisory group, and who determines who's going to be on the advisory group?
Well, again, that would come back as part of the TORs too. So
does that need to be?
So who establishes the TOR?
Well, I'm happy to talk to My goodness me.
Well, this is, well, Mayor, with respect, if we had had this discussion first, we could have asked all these questions and not...
Again and again, we had a mayor and councillor meeting scheduled, but it was I got feedback that it was not appropriate, that it was at short notice and it didn't suit councillors.
That was your choice to cancel
So
it.
no, I got feedback.
With the majority of your councillors.
So
from one councillor.
anyway, thank you very much, Councillor Mackenzie.
So you have no answer to me on how the advisory group will be established, how many people
I
are
would
gonna
do
be
that
there?
in consultation with the CEO. It's not exclusionary. I'm open to feedback to determine who appropriate members of the advisory group would be. Councillor Rendalls.
So there's no answer.
I have several very specific questions. I assume that they're relatively easy to answer. Dot point 4. To commission a comprehensive external review of all. How does that differ from your statement that it's holistic? And if it's a comprehensive review, is that comprehensive in the general meaning to comprehensive, which means inclusive of everything, which would seem to be the case because it then goes to say all, in which case, when you go through your scope and terms of reference, would you be defining things outside of that comprehensiveness? What you seem to be saying, the question, Mayor, is you're saying you want a review of every single component of the functions of council. Then you generalise it to saying it's a holistic review.
Point of order.
Yes, thank you, Councillor.
No,
Thank you, Councillor.
I'm clarifying the question.
Yeah, if I can, there's a point of order's been raised.
7.6.6, the councillor is repeating points that have already been made, that the terms of reference will be identified by the advisory group.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I agree. I do believe these questions have been asked.
Okay, if in that case, should the words comprehensive come out? Because if the group's identifying it, how can we be saying this is what it's going to be?
Comprehensive. Yeah.
My second question, so the first one's, the inclusion of the term comprehensive. The second one is when you talk about evidence-based approaches, what do you mean, because we've had some discussion about anecdotal, what do you mean in terms of the range of evidence-based approaches vis-a-vis what would be in and not in?
Point of order, that the councillor again is repeating the same points already made. Well, these issues will be solved through the terms of reference and the advisory group. I believe that's been established.
Okay, well then the third question is when you're talking about the focus being community needs, we've had significant conversations and discussion within council about cost shifting and, council increasingly move in. So are you talking about community needs like income support, education, healthcare provision, policing, or are you defining community needs in respect to the services council delivers? Is that in turn defined by your evidence-based review? And is it a benchmarking exercise? I've got no idea what you're talking about in terms of dot point.
Councillor Rendalls, this would be in relation to not state government agencies and their service provision. It would be related to council and its service provision to our community, as I've already said previously.
So that would mean you're suggesting that areas that council provides services that may be more appropriately argued by other state agencies, we should cease doing that.
Thank you, councillors, for all of your input. I'm now going to put the motion to the vote. We've had a lot of discussion. I know that a number of you are opposed and you've already articulated that, so that's fine. So I now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Gollé, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Rendalls, Councillor Talty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Gollé, and that motion is carried. Thank you. We now move on to public participation in accordance with sections 6.10 of the Council meeting standing orders. A period of 15 minutes may be made available by resolution to permit members of the public to address the local government matters of interest relating to the local government. We have one resident, thank you very much for your patience, who would like to speak today, so we will need a motion to suspend standing orders, moved by Councillor Gollé, seconded by Councillor Bishop, for a 5-minute period for public participation segment to allow for members of the public to address Council on matters of public interest related to local government. Those in favour? Councillor Gollé, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolte, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. The motion is carried. You may have noticed the signage in the chambers regarding public participation at meetings. It is Council's usual practice to require any person wishing to address the meeting to state their name and suburb or organisation that they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. This information is recorded in the minutes of the meeting, which is a public document available for inspection at Council's Administration Building and published on Council's website. I also advise that the meeting is being live streamed and that by speaking you acknowledge and agree that this meeting can be seen live in the public domain. Any person addressing the meeting will state their name and suburb or organisation they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. Stand unless unable to do so, act and speak with decorum, be respectful and courteous, make no comments directed to any individual council employee, councillor or member of the public, ensuring that all comments relate to council as a whole. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to consider each application on its merits and consider any relevant matter in making my decision to allow or disallow a person to address the local government. Only those members of the public who have an approved application are able to do so. Details of how to apply are on Council's website. Determine the maximum number of speakers based on the number of persons wanting to speak and the time available. Each speaker has a maximum of 5 minutes, dependent on the number of speakers, and withdraw the approval to address Council before the time and period has elapsed. Debate or discussion cannot be entered into. And this morning we have Kelvin Deere, Cleveland resident, regarding the development application for 144 Middle Street, Cleveland. Can Mr Deere please move forward to the lectern to address Council? Please state your name and suburb or the organisation you represent and the subject you wish to speak about.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. My name is Kelvin Deere, a resident of Cleveland, and I wish to address Council on the proposed development at 144 Middle Street. I also acknowledge and thank Councillor Peter Mitchell for his engagement with the community on this matter. I think everyone present knows that good development isn't just essential, it's a necessity. More housing solutions are needed, and there's no argument I'm not anti-development. However, any housing solutions need to have consideration to a combination of factors including not only zoning but also community values and lifestyles. Recently aired on Channel 9, the Find My Beach House portrayed the Redlands as an area of natural beauty and open living. The Redlands isn't the Gold Coast and nor is it inner Brisbane. So I guess when I see a development of the scale and bulk proposed here and on such a small site, I question whether such a development is fit for purpose, is a good development, and does it respect those community expectations and values? The subject site is zoned medium density, but there are rules that govern things such as height setbacks, building bulk and scale, and what these rules do is they bring amenity to neighbouring properties. These are all things that need to be considered for a good development. Council planners provided an approval recommendation. With respect to those planners, the community disagrees. Why? A picture tells 1,000 words, and I hope you have these documents in front of you, and I'd like you to return to Appendix A. The top picture shows a visual of the land size of the subject site in yellow compared to the land size of surrounding developments in green. At just 1,012 square metres, it is difficult to argue that 144 Middle Street is in any way size comparable to its peers. I'll come back to the bottom picture in a moment, but ask you to turn to Appendix B. The proposed site in blue, 1,012 square metres, the comparable sites in the immediate area marked in yellow and green are between 2 and 3 times the land size of the proposed development. If you move across that table, you will see building levels and building ridgeline heights. You'll note the proposed development is almost equal in height to the tallest building at 27.93 metres, yet on half the land size. The next column details a thing called setbacks. Now, setbacks are an interesting thing in they are meant to be a correlation between building height as a way to deal with bulk and scale. The easiest way to explain that to you is to place your hand in front of your face. That's a setback. And as you bring it back closer, you'll see your hand doesn't change height, but the scale and bulk of it does. That is a setback. Now imagine standing at it, looking at a building, how far to set back and the correlation between bulk and scale. Please note the setbacks for 144 Middle Street, a mere 50 centimetres, moving out to 2.8 metres. These are taken from the eastern boundary, but all boundaries breach the legislative requirements by significant percentages. 144 Middle Street fails a significant test. The failure results in broad loss of amenities to surrounding sites. The building highlighted in yellow on Appendix B is the building that the assessment team have focused on, and I quote, "The proposed development has been heavily influenced," I repeat, heavily influenced, by 6 Fitzroy Street. That is the building in yellow, a building that is 2.5 times the land size, 2 metres shorter, and with a boundary setback of 5 metres. That is the comparable test. So for me, comparing those two is like comparing an apple and a sock. If you turn quickly back to Appendix A and look at the bottom picture, the aerial shot, you'll see the proposed development is with the boundary marked in red and the outline of the building in green. 6 Fitzroy Street is the building directly opposite on the other side of the road. Notice the setbacks, the daylight between the structures, providing natural light, solar access, breezes and amenities such as noise reduction and increased privacy to neighbouring sites. In fact, look at all the other sites on that page from the aerial view. Quickly turn to Appendix C. A picture tells 1,000 words. This diagram also highlights that correlation between height and setbacks. And again, note land sizes, building height and setbacks, the little green arrows with yellow circles. There is only one development on that page which is non-compliant. A picture tells 1,000 words. To get a feel for what 5 metres looks like, please turn to Appendix D. That is the 6 Fitzroy Street setback at 5 metres on both sides of the fence line. Now visualise standing in front of a 50 centimetre to 2.8 metre setback with a 25 metre wall. I'll start to wrap up. While I'm doing that, Appendix E, cast your eyes over it. It shows the Planning Act legislative performance outcomes with the dimensions of this site, where the proposed development is non-compliant. The picture tells 1,000 words. There's not much green ink on that page. So to wrap up, how has this development made it to this point? Well, the assessment report requires a number of unusual and unprecedented elements, first for the Redlands, to make this building comply. First for Redlands. The first element to camouflage the setback and height correlation and make this building fit is a sky forest on the 7th level at a height of 21.6 metres with podium planting for trees up to 10 metres tall. This action will apparently cover stories 7 and 8 from public view and make the building comply. I wonder when Cyclone Alfred came through whether it would have spared those trees in the name of compliance. Could those trees have been turned into missiles, causing damage to property or people? Or alternatively, if those trees die, does the building then come not compliant, and what then? The second element to obtain compliance is the basement car park, requiring 2 mechanical car lifts, my understanding another first for the Redlands, to service 54 car parks that are required to be reversed into. The reason the car lift had to be incorporated was the car ramp was simply not possible due to the small size of that lot. The site screams not for purpose, not a good development. Councillors, the hard truth for this building is that it does not comply in so many respects, and yet we are so desperately trying to make it comply through visual or mechanical means, not because it has genuinely achieved good performance benchmarks. It's not a good development. What precedent does this building set for future developments when we are trying to shoehorn a cruise liner into a bathtub? The site deserves a good development. I'm not anti-development, but one that is fit for purpose. And I ask you that you support Councillor Mitchell's motion on this vote later this afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you very much, Mr Deere. It's very informative. Can I please have a mover and seconder that the meeting standing orders resume? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Gollé. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Gollé, Bishop and myself. Carried unanimously. So we're now moving into the petitions. Just first where I am. So moving on to agenda item number 10, petitions and presentations. And I've been advised that we have 2 petitions today. Councillor Gollé, would you like to present your petition and move the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councillors, this is a petition from residents requesting that council prevents, or better, stops motorbikes, and I think they're referring to trail bikes, from using the concrete bicycle/pedestrian path located at the rear of Intrepid Drive and Ondine Court, which leads to the Victoria Point Cinemas and Lakeside Shopping Centre. The petition is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration.
Can I have a point of order on that, thanks?
Councillor Hughes.
Is that a council issue or is that a policing matter? Sorry, I'm just truly genuinely asking.
Mayor, I'm happy to elaborate if I'm allowed.
When you say council
Thank you,
stop,
thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Gollé, you are happy to elaborate?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So residents have been reporting this right across the Redlands, essentially, where council easements and...
Sorry, Councillor Gollé, before you speak, I'll need before you elaborate, I'll need a seconder for the motion. Councillor Boglari, thank you very much. Councillor Gollé, you can resume.
Thank you, Mayor. As I was saying, Mayor, this is not just divisional centric, this is right across the Redlands. So we have a number of trail bikes, and I'm not talking about recreational use trail bikes. I'm talking about people who use trail bikes for a means of transport that are not registered to the road, and they're breaking the law by using footpaths, our path and trackways, our council easements, etc. Now, the feedback from police is that if it's on council land, council has to manage it, okay? But the problem is these illegal riders, and it's not just petrol-driven bikes, there's a trail bike that's electric run as well. Most of our footpaths and easements are actually being used as escape routes or a shortcut.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Point of clarity, actually, I'm sorry, rather than point of order. I believe through standing orders that we're not permitted to speak to petitions. I think the question earlier was should it even be received because it was a state issue rather than local government issue. But I'm surprised that Councillor is able to speak to the petition.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Yeah. I don't have the petition in here, so I'm going to ask the governance manager to talk to this.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Mitchell is correct. In hindsight and looking at the agenda again, it probably has been an administrative error that we've put this through. Under the standing orders that we had changed back in April or May, anything from that is not council restriction or subject would be referred to the relevant...
with which the local government has the power to act.
Yeah. So...
So through you, Chair, then if this is the case, then what's being presented by council officers...
Oh, sorry, I turned myself off. Thank you, Councillor Gollé. I'll ask Andrew Ross, General Counsel, to speak to this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to assist, there's a joint jurisdiction in these sorts of matters because the activity is occurring on council land. There may be some solutions from an engineering perspective. We might be able to assist the police. We meet the Community Policing Department quarterly. These issues would generally be raised at those sorts of meetings. But certainly take the point, it is primarily a policing responsibility. But the land itself, there may be some engineering solutions we can assist.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I think that's what is being asked for by the residents because they have been told that it's a council issue by police, not police.
Thank you, Councillor Gollé.
Thank you.
All right, so moved by Councillor Gollé. Can I have a seconder for them? Oh, sorry, Councillor Boglari. So I put the motion. Those in favour? Sorry, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Gollé, Councillor Hewlett, Rendalls, Mackenzie, Hughes, Gollé, Councillor Bishop, Councillor Tolte, and myself. The motion is carried. We have a second petition. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to present your petition and move the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Petition from residents requesting that Council investigates opportunities to develop 3 connected tourist walking trails in Cleveland. One from the Cleveland Station and Redlands Coast Visitor Information Centre to the Old Schoolhouse Gallery, the rail trail. 2 from the Grandview Hotel to Cleveland Point. 3, a wetlands discovery trail linking the Grandview Hotel to Oyster Point Park, with each trail to have attractive signage along its route, providing information about matters of historical, scenic and ecotourism interest. I move the motion. The petition is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the CEO for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Gollé, Bishop and myself. Carried unanimously.
Mayor, question through you.
Yes, Councillor Mitchell.
While we're on petitions, my understanding was that it's certainly been the habit not to get into any debate or further discussion around petitions. And just to clarify with the standing orders, just as I was confused on that matter. And Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I'll ask the Governance Manager to speak to that.
Councillor Mitchell, you are correct, through you, Mayor. The petition is to be received and not debated or discussed or anything, but I understand that Councillor Hughes, when she put her hand up, asked for clarification whether it was a council responsibility or another government department's responsibility, and I guess that's where Councillor Gollé was trying to expand.
Thank you. We're moving on to presentations. I'm not aware of any presentations today. Moving on to agenda item number 11, order of business. Councillor Mitchell, you have a motion to bring.
Yes, and I haven't got the words in front of me. I'll take the governance advice here, but the motion would be to move forward in the order of business item 15.3 for discussion. At the earliest moment we can in the order of business, please. There are members in the gallery.
So thank you. Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Gollé, Bishop and myself. Carried unanimously. 13 point. So that is 13 point. 15.3. They do? Yeah. So that's item 15.3, material change of use for multiple dwellings at 144 Middle Street, Cleveland. And I understand, Councillor Mitchell, you have a new motion? Oh, sorry.
Just seeking clarification, is that to happen immediately now, or do we?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we've altered the order of business. And Councillor Mitchell, I understand you have a new motion.
Yes, on the screen before you. I don't know if you need me to read through it, but I will. Council resolves to issue a preliminary approval for material change of use for multiple dwelling, comprising, and actually I do have a quick question. Do we need to state the number of units there? Because we're not directing them to have 25. I'll leave that and I'll read the rest, but I'm happy to come back to that answer in a minute. On lot 1 RP 76857 is situated 144 Middle Street. The following items are required to be addressed in order to obtain a development permit. Design the development to remove levels 6 and 7 as referred in the architectural plans. Project number 2316 dated 18 November 2024 to result in a 6-storey building to reduce bulk, scale and visual prominence to the street and locality. This to ensure that the amenity impacts and the appearance of bulk in adjoining premises and the streetscape character demonstrates compliance with performance outcomes PO9, PO10, overall outcomes of the MDR4 Precinct 3D2, and overall outcomes 2G and H of the Medium Density Residential Code. And 2, provide updated architectural plans for the intending building height of 6 stories, where relevant, provide supporting material, including specialist reports. And my question immediately, through to officers, I noted the 25 units, which is the existing number of units, but there's that being in the motion in somehow enforce that.
So thank you. Motion seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Acting General Manager David Jeans.
Thank you, Mayor. So through you to Councillor Mitchell, the reference to 25 units is because that's the current proposal before Council. That would be amended by the conditions should Council accept your motion. So to confirm that the current proposal before Council is for 25 units. So that's why it's presented as you're making a decision on that application. But that number of units would be changed by the conditions being suggested by Councillor Mitchell in his motion. That is, if 2 stories are removed, that number of 25 units would obviously change.
Question on that?
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Councillor Julie Talty.
Pardon me. Mayor, could you, through you to the officers, if we just dropped that 25 units out and just said dwelling, on lot baba, would it still get the same achievement?
Acting General Manager.
So again, just to confirm, that's the current proposal. So you're making a decision on the current proposal, which is 25 units. That's why it's referenced. But the conditions that are being suggested by Councillor Mitchell would change that. So when it comes back, should the applicant accept those conditions, when it comes back, a development permit would be given for the resulting number of units. So it is correct as drafted at this point in time.
I'm just wondering on the point of this specific matter, whether we should add for multiple dwelling currently comprising 25 units, whether that would make that any easier.
I'm comfortable with the officer's answer.
Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is the 25. My understanding of the medium density zone that there is no size requirement, no minimum square meterage, so those units could still be 25 at a lower level. Yeah. If the unit size was reduced, that would be correct, wouldn't it?
Make it 10 square metre units.
Yeah, make them exempt.
Well, potentially, Councillor. As I say, we don't know what the resulting number would be. That the motion before you is to reduce by 2 stories, and then there will be consequential changes made to the proposal as a result of that reduction in stories, including, for example, car parking, open space. So there will certainly be some consequential changes to be made.
Thank you,
but we don't know exactly what they'll be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rendalls.
If I may, through you, Mayor, raise a question with Mr. Jeans, that in respect, so essentially what we're saying is we've got a concern about height. So we're going to reduce 2 levels.
Point of order.
Councillor
We've seemed to have gone into questions before the person who moved the motion has actually spoken.
Thank you. All right, if we can reverse engineer for a moment. And back to you, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor, and Mea culpa. I started the question, so yes. sorry, everyone. Thank you, and thank you to the submitters and presenters. This has been the journey to get here. There's certainly great public interest in this development. Concerns we've heard around bulk scale and amenity on the adjoining residence in Fitzroy Street, which is essentially a small suburban street, albeit in a town centre. The outcome, the development as proposed is really trying to fit a truck into a bicycle space. Like trucks, like bicycles, but they don't mix. Officer's technical assessment of the city plan cannot and does not reflect the community concern and emotional and lifestyle impacts that will occur. We're limited by what they can assess, but it's our job when that is just a bridge too far. Housing certainly is in need. It's a fantastic location, and it will have a development on it. Everyone accepts that, and we just want a good development that is in keeping with the amenity of the community. This is just an overreach, if I can put it that way, on a block no larger than my house block, and I believe a couple of other of you in this room, but with 25 dwellings there, over 8 stories. So let's deliver a quality 6-storey outcome and bring some more residents into that street who'll be welcomed. The truth is that this corner block is going to be impossible to mitigate the amenity and scale impacts unless there are significant changes. The applicant seeks to use the performance outcomes and fair enough, but there is just too many. It's like squeezing a balloon one side and it pops out the other. There is just no way that it can be done on this block. The officer response to the submitter email that we all received today, in my mind, further reinforces that fact that there's just too many. And it's just a bridge too far. The cumulative effects are seen as a death by 1,000 cuts, and there's just not enough in it to afford the livability of that community. So the best way to incrementally reduce those impacts is to reduce the number of units by reducing the number of floors and the size and the scale, and let's just get a great outcome through that. That's going to be better for the residents in this development, but also certainly better for the residents in the street. We've heard, and the presenter before talked about the setbacks and privacy concerns, so I won't go through the detail there, but they're all in front of you. Car queuing into the street with perhaps an ageing demographic trying to negotiate car lifts and possibly queuing out into the street. People who won't use those lifts because it's just easier to park out in the street, further impacting the local community. Solar asset access, the poor residents in the social housing next door who already wheel themselves out into the sun. We can comply with a miserly 3-hour minimum. That's what it complies with, 3 hours of sun through the day, just not quite enough. The deep planting at the ground level is good, but the high level planting, as we've said, as much as I admire the attempt, there are some great concerns over that safety. There are also some concern over the loss of trees at ground level. Will the mitigation measures be enough? And will the trees that are trying to be retained not last? So I'll finish up because I'm sure that we'll have some more discussions. Councillors, the original application is like trying to fit a truck in a bicycle space. The performance-based scheme and our current city plan is failing the community in this particular application. We need to scale it back. There'd be hundreds of residents affected, including those new residents that come through. So I seek your support to approve this suitably scaled down building, including all the great design elements that we expect to see. 2 less stories, but keeping the better design, and one that offers a livable outcome for the existing and new residents, not more problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Boglari?
I was just wondering, I noted the officers were in the room, if they'd be able to give us a basic overview of the application and the assessment, please.
We had a workshop.
Oh, no other councillor wants that? Okay.
Thank you.
I thought for the public, since it would be filmed. He did. Well done. Okay, no one else wants it? That's fine.
Right, thank you. I'll just go to Councillor Talty first and come back to you. Is that all right? Question on that, Councillor Bishop?
I thought of relevance.
Thank you.
I thought of relevance that the questions that had been put forward by the speaker to officers, for which we have some information, sharing that information may be of some relevance. So just wondering if officers could give us a version of that so that we can follow that, because there was some information sent, questions asked, and officers have put some comments forward that related to the matters that were spoken about today. I think to have that presented to us would help in decision making.
Point of order. Are we speaking for and against, or are we going straight to questions?
One was a question if officers could run through that material.
So that would be a question, not speaking for or against.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so sorry, I wasn't quite sure. All right. So Councillor Mitchell spoke for. Are there any speakers against? And we'll circle back to questions. Councillor Gollé.
Yeah, these applications are always quite difficult for me because I am absolutely empathetic to the impact that the local residents are going to be subject to with these sorts of applications. We heard so passionately from our presenter earlier and from Councillor Mitchell about concerns related to height, but also to the boundary setbacks. I don't feel that making an alteration with this amended motion here is going to adequately address the boundary setback issue. Foremost in my thoughts when we come to these planning matters as well is whether council's position will be defendable. Should council be subjected to an expensive court process and the matter just drags on, creating further angst for the community, but also incurring great expense to council. I note that the officer's recommendation is that the application be approved with the conditions which we've all seen. Highly respect the work that our planning team does, and I think that it is important that we do acknowledge that, like I say, completely empathetic to the concerns which we've heard and have been expressed in here today. But I think it's also worth pointing out that with the move, with the Planning Act, which I guess is in the hierarchy overriding some of our city plan requirements, is that we do have performance-based outcomes. And if the planning officers are satisfied that the performance-based outcomes are met, it does leave them really with no option but to approve the application. And so, it isn't an easy thing for us to do, but I don't want us to go through a lengthy court battle for this matter to drag on. We need to encourage development in our city. It has been assessed on a merit-based process, and it has been recommended to us that we do accept this as the officers recommended, so I will not be supporting this amended motion.
Thank you, Councillor Gollé. Speaker 4. Who was first? Did you see that? So, Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to applaud Councillor Mitchell and the presenter this morning on this great motion that's come forward. I think it's excellent. The things that really concern me with this application, apart from the setback, those trees covering the 7th and 8th floor, is just how that got approved would be beyond me. And this mechanical car park, that concerns me to a great deal. As Councillor Mitchell referred to, the queuing that could happen in the street, people trying to get into a mechanical car park. I can't sort of figure in my head how that would work. Yes, I understand that planners are under a lot of pressure with performance-based planning, but sometimes the council's got to basically stand on their digs and support the community on what's right for their city. And sometimes I think performance specifications go a little too far and we yield to it a little too often. So I'm happy to support the recommendation that Councillor Mitchell has put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. Speaker against? Councillor Bishop.
Thank you. And in speaking against, I'm certainly not speaking against the interests and the presentation of the speaker this morning. I have a question relating to Councillor Mitchell's, in my mind, I have a question relating to Councillor Mitchell's intent, which is to remove 2 stories, which does not seem to address the actual concerns of setbacks and various other things that were referenced. I did ask if council officers could present the views in response to the questions that were forwarded to councillors recently in relation to this application. Removing 2 stories doesn't solve the other issues. In response to the questions, officers, which I'll go through now because I would have preferred to have officers do this, but the officer response with regards to the size and bulk and scale was the city plan's acceptable outcome is 60%, the proposed development is 63.6, which they've identified is within the parameters, slightly outside, but in terms of non-compliance and breaches with heights and setbacks and step-downs, basement setback and general amenity, the officer's response is that the acceptable outcome for the height is 19 metres. This is above by 5.3 metres, but the assessment takes into account the site's context to the Cleveland Principal Centre and surrounding area. The building height is consistent with the immediate surrounding development and the broader intent of what is envisioned. And to what Councillor Gollé was mentioning before, these are the sorts of points that we would need to be defending in court. They've been brought to our attention, councillors. If you're not aware of these, they are in an email, because I asked for these questions to be answered by officers. Setbacks, they've clarified that there's no rear boundary setback, as there's 2 street frontages, and most of the boundaries are beyond the threshold. However, because they adjoin a street, the identification, the outcome from officers is that it can be approved, and the general amenity has been addressed through the council report. Another concern I have with Councillor Mitchell's suggestion is that it removes the mention of Appendix 2, which has some very important points. It doesn't refer to that in this motion, and I think dot point 2 was trying to address some of those matters through the officer's recommendation. The introduction of car lifts, the officer's response is that the Registered Professional Engineer of Queensland certified a proposal. It suggests that the manoeuvres on site are in accordance with the Australian standard. 2 vehicle lifts are provided. Previously, apparently it was 1. If we drop down the height of the floors, could it go back to 1? This could be a concern. The noise, apparently, of the vehicle lift was considered to be a low impact of noise emission, but there will be conditioned works provided. In terms of the plantings, the proposed 10-metre tall trees planted on level 7 are intended to soften, but the officer's response is that development has been conditioned to submit a conditioned works assessment for council for further assessment in the provision of a detailed landscape plan, including detailed information about the podium planting. It's about including the species, the root systems, the tree structure, and the system used for anchoring the roots, and that the life of any of those the plant's vegetation needs to maintain for the life of the development in all landscaped areas. Then in terms of the shadowing and impact measures, it suggests that under city plan that it does comply with the solar access limits of 3 hours per day between 9 and 3 p.m. And the car lifts apparently are within acceptable levels. So the information we have here and the proximity to where it is in the CBD seems that the officer's recommendation, while not necessarily in view with the surrounding residents, I'm concerned that we would be going to court defending something which we've been given information based on the assessments, and also under the recent state-designed Redlands housing scheme, the requirement for more people to come into the city. In a way, this is one of the kind of solutions in the market that we need to be able to be open to. Otherwise, it's subdivide, concretise and sprawl. This is density, and while it might not be to the benefit and the liking of those surrounding residents, it is of a size and scale that, if the market can deliver, may be able to be one of the ways that will actually address the alternative which we have in Redland City, which is that people are spreading out. We need them to go in this up direction, and I think this location, based on the officer's recommendation and the attachment 2, which looks to do further conditioning, I think that's preferable. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speaker 4, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. And councillors, listening to your messages, understand and agree with your concerns, but the buck stops with us. And many, many times we've had development applications come in before us and we've been concerned. We raise those same issues every single time we come in here. I think that for us, the word that misses so often, and I bang on about it, and I think Councillor Boglari as well, we often speak the same words, is amenity. To our residents, amenity is so important, and it seems to be overlooked, undervalued, all of those things that we talk about. Amenity is so important, and I think our presenters spoke very, very well on the amenity of the surrounding area, and for me that was very, very important, and I appreciate that. It's my understanding that if we support the current motion before us from Councillor Mitchell, that we've been advised that once the developer has this motion before them, they'll have to go back and redesign, and it may be, and expected to be, that the setbacks and the redesign of this whole building will need to come back again and be discussed with council as they work through the conditions. So if we need clarity on that aspect, I'm happy to seek that from David Jeans, but for mine, councillors' amenity, these residents have clearly outlined and articulated that amenity is so important, and we are not, as a council, meeting that requirement with the knock-on to all the points we've discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Speakers against? Okay, we'll move into questions. Councillor Tolty.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got two questions, and they've partially been addressed by the other comments, but to my mind, the setbacks are really a challenging thing, and the parking ratio. I'd like to know, and I appreciate that this motion, given the information that's been shared by Councillor Bishop, this motion provides the opportunity to address those things whilst giving a defensible reason for the need, because the setbacks are, while concerning, on a corner block, etc., it probably can't be specifically put into this. So I just, with regard to that, I would like a little bit of advice from the General Manager through you, Mayor, about how they envisage this may help to address those matters, the setbacks, because I personally don't think it matters whether you're standing in front of a 6-storey or an 8-storey building. It's just a big building. But the setbacks do make a difference. So rather than height, I'm more concerned with that. And secondly, now I've lost my train of thought, so we start with that and I'll come back.
Parking ratio?
No, sorry.
So you mentioned, setbacks and then parking ratio.
Yeah, the parking ratio to my mind is less than I would like, and I appreciate that it's, not too far from a railway station, etc. No, if we can start with that, I'm sure it'll come back to me, Mayor.
Thank you. Acting General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So through you to Deputy Mayor and councillors. So with this proposal, the officers have assessed, and I'll just start more broadly, the officers have assessed this against city plan. As has been alluded to by some councillors, we do work in a performance-based system. It is not a prescriptive system. That requires judgments to be made by the assessing officers, and they can be difficult judgments to be made, same as for councillors in making decisions. But the assessment is undertaken by professionals, by technical specialists who are absolutely experts in their fields and assess these matters on a daily basis. When it comes to this proposal, we have undertaken that complete assessment. We've recommended a development permit be issued on the basis that it is compliant with city plan. It maybe doesn't adopt some of the prescribed acceptable outcomes, but that's not mandatory. They are a guide as to what will be considered to be acceptable, but is not mandatory. Councillor Mitchell is moving an alternative motion, and Councillor Mitchell's alternative is really to do with height, not setbacks. That said, if the applicant accepts the decision of council to reduce by 2 storeys, there will be some review of setbacks undertaken, because the proposal will be revised in some form. We don't know exactly what that will be, but there will be revisions to it. On the car parking matter, again, just to confirm, this is one of the items where the proposal does adopt the acceptable solution. So that is deemed to be compliant with the planning scheme. So that's not really an item that council could challenge, I would suggest.
Sorry, Mayor, I do remember now.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, look, and just on the car parking, I've seen people driving Cleveland and reverse parking into a car lift and then reversing out of a car lift into a space, I think is probably a step too far, but that's beside the point. Councillors who have been here a long time, and I'm asking you to cast your mind back to not last term but the term before, we had a building in Capalaba that was conditioned to have a rooftop garden and was given the approval, I think, right back in 2010 or 2011, to have a greater bulk and scale and less community amenity on the ground because it was to have this rooftop garden and outdoor entertainment area. The reality is that we do not have any buildings in this city that have those rooftop gardens because as soon as they started to do the engineering and realised what was required to put those rooftop gardens in and keep them alive, they couldn't do it. And they brought it back and it had to be reviewed and it was a very long process. So to my mind, and I'm happy for the officer to explain the compliance system, but there is, even if they agreed, if this didn't get up and if the conditions that are outlined in the original assessment were in place, I very much doubt that there will be trees of any significant size or height off the ground in this building. And then if they're not kept alive, we have almost no compliance action beyond court that we can take to make that happen. So, Mayor, if you wouldn't mind asking officers how they would keep compliance with a condition that says to keep how many metres high trees on the 7th floor?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Actually, yes, Acting General Manager, I'm really interested too to see how the reduction in height would affect the proposed landscaping and also compliances the Deputy Mayor has raised.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, we don't know. There's a few things we don't know. One, we don't know whether the applicant would accept the conditions reducing the height, but if they do accept those conditions, they reduce to 6 storeys, there will be consequential changes. I mentioned earlier, for example, there'll be changes to car parking, there'll be changes to open space provision, but we don't know exactly what that would be. But if there is going to be planting, particularly rooftop planting, then we would have compliance assessment. So we would have matters, technical matters, engineering specifications submitted to officers. They would assess those matters. We've got landscape architects, we've got engineers on staff. They will assess to make sure that what's proposed is appropriate in terms of structural integrity, lifespan of those species. We do have conditions that require the landscaping to be maintained for the life of the development. So we would be ensuring that on an ongoing basis there is compliance. We do have compliance measures that we can take that don't involve court. We can issue notices requiring compliance with conditions, and then we would expect an applicant to either comply or to seek to appeal those conditions. So we have, on an ongoing basis, measures by which we can ensure the landscaping is maintained.
I've just got one more question, just so I clarify for the record. The reduction in height from 8 storeys to 6, what does that do in terms of the need or requirement for that planting? If you reduce 2 levels, is there any requirement to then have that rooftop planting or...?
Well, what we're always looking to do is ensure that a development is appropriate in terms of visual amenity, bulk, scale, etc. We would always say that introducing green elements is good in achieving that. May not be mandatory, but we would certainly always seek to achieve those elements where we can. So in this case, it may be that they fall away, but we just don't know until we get into that discussion with the applicant.
Right, thank you. Deputy Mayor, you had a question?
If I could just expand on that question through you, Mayor. Okay, so if we project forward the life of the development, in 5 years' time, the developer's long gone, there's a body corporate of some sort in charge of what's going on around this complex, and one or more of these trees die, what would be the process for council to force those trees to be replaced?
So through you, Mayor, to Deputy Mayor, it would be a compliance matter. So in the first instance, we would informally approach the body corporate, because they would be the responsible entity, seeking compliance with conditions. If that was unsuccessful, then we may move to formal compliance, which would be a show cause notice, again seeking compliance, and then we would have an enforcement notice that we could issue if there continue to be ongoing non-compliance.
Thank you. Next in line we have Councillor Gollé.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr Jeans. Has there been any inclination that the applicant would seek a deemed refusal and escalate immediately to court, as what's being projected here by councillors, that we're just going to rush straight to court to have some type of legal battle and it's going to cost us $1 million and all the rest of it? Has there been any inclination from the developer, or is the developer happy to actually work with council to come to an outcome? Because personally I think the site's only good for a 2-storey house, but the developer's got other ideas. And so has he actually, or have they actually said anything like, if you don't play the game, we're going to take you straight to court? Or is there a deemed refusal?
Yeah, I think Councillor Gollé...
It's not a question, really. We've just had councillors, Madam Chair, say that we're off to court and we're going to have a fight, and if we don't knock this back, we're going to be up for dollars and all sorts of scare tactics that we end up with.
I think that's outside the acting general manager's realm of knowledge or purview. Are you asking if any communication has?
Yeah, has there been anything? And the reality is, Mayor, is that so many times we go, oh, we're too scared to get in the fight. No, we have to look at the amenity and impacts on surrounding residents. And we've seen it through the Cyclone, where developments have been approved, oh, we'll engineer our way out, we've got compliance, but it does not save the surrounding residents.
Thank you. The acting general manager's got a reply for you.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to confirm, this is not a deemed refusal. This is before you today to make a decision, and I'm confident that you will make a decision, whatever that may be. If you make a decision to accept the motion proposed by Councillor Mitchell, the applicant will have a couple of options. One is to seek to appeal that decision through the P&E court, or potentially they could come back to council to seek to negotiate a different outcome, or they could accept the conditions being proposed. So they've got options available to them. We don't know which of those options the applicant may consider. And obviously, if they choose to appeal that decision to the P&E court, then that would be a process we would go through, and we wouldn't be discussing prospects here today on that.
So it's purely speculative, Madam Chair, to go, oh, we're just going off to court and we'll have a fight in our hands. No, it's not. We can come to other outcomes.
Thank you, Councillor Gollé. Councillor Boglari?
Oh, thank you. Look, I just want to say I understand the situation the officers are in when we've got planning schemes that are like this and state government's conditions. So it's very, very difficult. I'm just trying to understand that this lift, it's something new, doesn't frighten me, but I don't understand it. And with the change in number of units, we're probably expecting a change in the number of cars. You've mentioned that it's going to change the car parking. Can you perhaps clarify anything that you might think this might help with the lift situation and that concern that it's going to cause chaos and queuing out onto the road potentially? Or could, with the reduction, we still might have the same number of units, but there'll be less bedrooms, so therefore hopefully less cars. We might be able to get an underground car park as per traditional methods.
Thank you. So, again, just to confirm, this proposal has been assessed comprehensively by officers, including engineering assessment officers, and we have certification from an RPEQ that this is in accordance with Australian standards, and Australian standards includes queuing distance. So that's all been assessed as proposed to be compliant. If the applicant accepts the conditions being suggested by Councillor Mitchell in the motion, they will make changes to the proposal, but we just don't know exactly what that will be. So I can't answer your question, Councillor Boglari, about exactly what might change with the lifts, etc., because we just don't know until the applicant accepts those conditions and redesigns the proposal.
And my second question is also regarding the setbacks. The setback that I'm worried about is actually on the eastern side. I think the ones on the west and southern side, if I've got my Girl Scout compass right, they're fine, I think, because they're not fine, but if we have to accept them, at least they're on a road. But the one on the eastern side, would that be in any way, do you feel that bulk won't be affected, will it, if even with 2 stories going down that bulk? Because I've always thought 60% was pretty loose coverage anyway, and they have gone up to 63 as well, so...
Well, again, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Boglari, the officer assessment is that the proposal, as it currently stands, is acceptable in terms of setbacks and impact on amenity. Councillor Mitchell's alternative motion doesn't include reference to setbacks specifically, but there will be changes that would occur if that condition is accepted by the applicant. So setbacks would be revisited in some shape, but we just don't, again, know exactly what that would look like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie?
That's okay, it's been asked and answered now, thank you.
Councillor Rendalls?
Thank you. If I may ask a question of the officers through you.
Yes, Councillor Rendalls.
That looking at the plans and looking at the motion, the motion appears to say we remove, there's an 8-storey building. The top story is the rooftop garden, and it also looks like there might be a up there where it comes in. It might be some sort of more, sort of what do you call it? Like the more deluxe accommodation up on the top. So if we're talking about removing level 6 and level 7, are we assuming you, like a Jenga, you're taking 2 levels out and the top floor just drops down? Or is what we're saying we're limiting the height to 6? I guess the question is, if they go away and produce exactly the same thing, but with those 2, 6 and 7 missing, and the top drops down and they don't change anything else, that we're happy for them to go through. Is that what we're saying here?
Well, with respect, Councillor, I think that's a question for Councillor Mitchell, because it's Councillor Mitchell's motion. But I think the intent is to reduce it to 6 stories. Councillor Mitchell might want to confirm. And again, as I've said, if the applicant accepts that condition to reduce it to 6 stories, there's going to be a redesign, but we don't know exactly what that will look like. So it may include rooftop gardens, it may not, we just don't know.
I guess the question then, Councillor Mitchell, is back to you. Is the intention to slice 2 floors off the top, or is it the intention to slice off the one below the top floor and the one below that? Do you take these big...
I'll answer. The intention is to get a better community outcome, and this is the way forward to get a better community outcome, and we can't tell the future.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bishop?
Yeah, my question is actually just acknowledging that we're at a very challenging crossroad in terms of where the city plan and the housing strategy versus market reality, which is causing pressures. But going forward, is there something that we can do in city plan to help us address this because it is a concern. It is likely to rise again. It is going to be something that we need to... It's not something we can do now. I appreciate that, but I think we need to flag it now because we've got a challenging circumstance, and I think if we don't look at holistically integrating this into city plan...
Thank you.
So my question is, can we do... Is there something
Thank you. That's off topic though, Councillor Bishop, but thank you, noted. Any other questions in relation to this motion? No? Thank you. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to sum up?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the discussion, everyone. We're looking for a better community outcome, and it's been acknowledged it's tough, and the bus does stop here, and it's the case. It's not... I've called 3 developments in over 9 years, so I don't do it lightly either. Councillor Gollé, you talked about acknowledging the impacts, and that's great. There are several impacts. He also talked about, you're empathetic. So I think the best way to show some empathy is to make a tougher call today and stand up for those residents in that street and these new residents, as is our job when things are challenging, to just challenge this for what it is. There is absolutely no reason that we should assume it'll end up in a lengthy court battle. I've got no one more developer-friendly or development-friendly, as long as it's fantastic, than I am in our city. But this just isn't one of those. So I've got every faith in the officers, the applicant, the developers to continue to work positively with this direction that we'll be providing today. So probably no reason to prosecute any more of the detail. I think you've heard it all from the speakers today. But we'll go back, and Councillor Bishop highlighted the officers' responses in here. On every page, there are reasons to support my motion today. Solar access, minimum. Rooftop planting, at best, work left to do and more conditions required. The car lifts, they've had to go from 1 to 2 to get through to satisfy even the officers' conditions, so that's the case. Step downs, they've developed the workarounds, that's in the officers' response, and the setbacks and breaches, if we can call them that, 0.4 metres, 0.9 metres, even if it was a 6-storey building. So on every site cover, just to finish on that, another 4% over. So on everything, there's been a push. It's just a bridge too far. I'm sure we'll get to a good outcome for the community, but we need to start by making a good decision today, supporting our local community and allowing the officers and the developer to have another look. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes and myself. Those against? Councillor Gollé and Councillor Bishop. The motion is carried. Councillors, I'll just take a reading of the room. Given that it's now 1:20, how are we feeling about having a break? Would everyone like a lunch break now? Not too long. Not too long? 15-minute break? Yes. Yeah, 15-minute break. So I need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Gollé, Bishop and myself carried unanimously. welcome back everyone. And I need a mover and a seconder to move back into standing orders in session. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Gollé. Those in favour? That's Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett. Councillor Rendalls is absent from the room. Councillor Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Gollé, Bishop and myself. That motion is carried. We are now addressing agenda item number 13.1, which is ex-tropical cyclone Alfred preparation and response. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation and seconder? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Was that right? Yep. Before Councillor Bishop speaks to the motion, I'd like to say a few words about Redland City Council's preparation and response to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. So I've got some summaries here that have been prepared, so I'm going to go through those and then I'll go back to you. After that, Mike Tate is here to provide and speak to the Service Manager for Disaster Management. He has a presentation in relation to the report, and the Deputy Mayor will also speak as well. And Morgana Pryor is also... There we go. Hello. Morgana Pryor from the amazing communications team is also here as well. Thank you. So... It's now good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased that we were able to today be here in person to recount what has been a challenging 3 weeks for our city as we readied Redland's coast and ourselves for a once-in-50-year severe weather event. Included in today's general meeting agenda is a detailed late report, agenda item number 13.1, that outlines key timelines and the enormous behind-the-scenes efforts related to tropical cyclone Alfred. So I make these following comments in conjunction with the officer's report. Outlining the event, Tropical Cyclone Alfred was predicted to be a Category 2 system that was expected to maintain intensity until coastal interaction. At approximately 11 p.m. on Friday, the 7th of March 2025, the system that took a long time to arrive and decide where it was going to be crossed Moreton Island as a Category 1 cyclone, and by the mid-morning of Saturday the 8th of March 2025, had downgraded to a low-pressure system. And from then was referred to as ex-tropical cyclone Alfred when it made landfall on the mainland. On Sunday the 9th of March 2025, the low-pressure system remained close to the coast around Bribie Island, and it made landfall as a low-pressure system on Sunday and into Monday again on the 10th of March 2025. It then continued to weaken as it moved further inland. However, 521 millimetres of rainfall fell in Redland over 5 days up until Monday, the 10th of March 2025. Cyclone Alfred, the first tropical cyclone to make landfall in southeast Queensland in half a century, was unusual for this reason, and also because its arrival was prolonged and the speed was slowed in the lead up to the crossing of the Redlands coast. While this gave some additional time for preparation activities, it meant some residents lost power quite early. Citywide interruptions to mobile and NBN services were experienced, hampering communications, and our island residents became isolated as barges and ferries cease operations due to high force winds and conditions. The magnitude of this event is defined by some of the statistics recorded over the 2-week period during the preparation and response phases, and they are: the State Emergency Services, SES, recorded 1,200 jobs for their volunteers to respond to, and Alex Johnson and the team and all teams involved did an incredible job. Local fuel stations ran out of diesel before then eventually closing temporarily. Bus and trains ceased operating. Energex reported in excess of 48,000 customers without power, and more than 9,000 of these were isolated island communities. All schools in the Redlands were closed for 4 days. The Leslie Harrison Dam spilled after it exceeded 100% capacity, peaking at 187.6%, and 78 road closures were recorded. On behalf of Redland City, I acknowledge the significant impact felt by our community along with our neighbouring councils, including Brisbane, Gold Coast, Logan, Moreton, Sunshine Coast and Wide Bay, as well as further afield in northern New South Wales. While many of our community may have suffered effects to personal property and impacts to local businesses, and we did experience interruptions to some of our essential services as well. We are very fortunate to have suffered no loss of life or reports of injury to our community or council officers. I thank the residents of Redland City for your diligent preparations, which helped keep everyone safe. And Redland City Council, through the Redland Local Disaster Management Group, work collaboratively with a wide range of agencies and external bodies in the lead up to, during and post the Tropical Cyclone Alfred event. And I would formally like to thank and extend our deepest appreciation to responders and all of those agencies, energy crews and volunteers involved. And these agencies they include Australian Red Cross, Australian Defence Force, Australian Volunteer Coast Guard, Redland Bay, the Amity Trader, the Bureau of Meteorology, Brisbane City Council, Community Champions on Coochiemudlo Island, North Stradbroke Island, Minjerribah and Southern Moreton Bay Islands, the Department of Education, the Department of Local Government, Water and Volunteers, the Department of Small Businesses, the Department of Transport and Main Roads, Disaster Relief Australia, Energex, Ergon, Givit, Local Government Association of Queensland, Council to Council Program, Mackay Regional Council, Douglas Shire Council and Townsville City Council, and those councils provided us with resources throughout this period which were invaluable. Marine Rescue Queensland, Marine Safety Queensland, Marta Health, Minjerribah Camping, Minjerribah Mungumpan Aboriginal Elders in Council, the National Emergency Management Agency, NBN, Optus, Primary Health Network, the Quandamooka Yullabarabah Aboriginal Corporation, Queensland Ambulance Service, Queensland Fire Department comprising of Fire and Rescue Queensland and the Queensland Rural Fire Service, Queensland Health and Metropolitan South Region, including Redlands Hospital, Queensland Parks and Wildlife Services, Queensland Rail, Queensland Reconstruction Authority, Queensland Police Service, Rapid Response Team, Redland City Council, of course, the Salvation Army, C-Link, SEQ Water, the State Emergency Service, as I mentioned previously too, including crews from the Northern Territory, Western Australia and South Australia. St John's Ambulance, Stradbroke Flyer, Surf Life Saving Queensland, Telstra, Transdev, TransLink, Volunteer Marine Rescue from Raby Bay, Dunwich and Victoria Point, and Volunteering Queensland. Also, I would also like to mention our chambers of commerce and our business community and our sporting clubs, because they have also done a great deal of work in recovery and getting everything back on track so community engagement can reoccur. Sporting clubs are already back out on the fields playing. So the work that everyone has done, and we can see from that list that it is absolutely extensive. Everyone working so seamlessly together has achieved great results in a very short space of time. Special thanks go to our council staff who have not only worked tirelessly around the clock to support Redland's Local Disaster Management Group and the Redland Local Disaster Coordination Centre and Redland Local Disaster Recovery Group, all while maintaining business as usual operations for our organisation and dealing with their own hardships, is incredible. To date, more than 1/3 of Council's workforce and counting have been involved in preparedness and response to the Tropical Cyclone Alfred event, with the recovery phase still continuing. Thanks must go to Redland Local Disaster Coordinator Amanda Perfumi and our local disaster coordinators Mike Tate, Shane Hackett and Tony Bainan. And Redland Local Disaster Recovery Lead, Chris Isles. And Brooke Denholder as well. And also thanks to Redland City Councillors for their representation and care for their local areas and community during this time. So it was really pleasing to see the administration of 3 levels of government working together and for the rapid response of our state and federal counterparts to activate natural disaster status for this event, including the Community Relief Fund, which has given us a great head start. Jointly funded by the Australian and Queensland governments, the Community Relief Fund provides councils with up to $1 million to undertake essential immediate clean-up and restoration activities. Council can use this funding for waste and debris removal from streets, properties and community assets and activities to restore public assets, and our organisation will make an application in due course. It was a pleasure to welcome the Governor of Queensland to Redlands and also hear about the Premier of Queensland's visit and state members as well, as they visited our city to see firsthand the impacts of Tropical Cyclone Alfred. Council will continue to support the community to recover from ex-Tropical Cyclone Alfred and all natural disasters. And I have personally already written to the Premier, Minister for Local Government and Redland State MPs requesting ongoing collaboration and inviting them again to meet with me to further support our city's progress. And I have learnt that Council has also, or is working on the development of an advocacy plan in response to the Tropical Cyclone Alfred event to strengthen our city's disaster resilience and response capabilities. And today's Mayoral Minute, I think, further supports that. So I'm excited about what comes out of the report and this event and how we can make improvements. It includes advocating to state and federal government agencies and other stakeholders for continued support for the Redlands LGA during recovery phase and efforts, shared outcomes and legacy to increase resilience and support efficiency recovery processes, $10 million for a purpose-built dedicated cyclone-rated disaster coordination centre, $2 million for flood warning infrastructure and rainfall and creek gauge networks to provide important warnings and data, funding for assessments and upgrades to improve the wind resilience of council buildings, including places of refuge and evacuation centres, investment in building telecommunications resilience, funding for resilient sport and recreation upgrades, ongoing investment in demand building and destination development to enable visitor economy legacy. So in closing, I would like to also thank the community members and councillor who notified me on Sunday the 2nd of March of the approaching cyclone. I wasn't present at the time. And I really appreciate your reaching out to let me know so I can organise my flight back here to be back in the Redlands on the morning, Tuesday the 4th of March, and to head straight into work to be able to get updates. Despite the circumstances, it was wonderful to be working so closely with the disaster management team and at the LDCC for 11 consecutive days until the LDMG moved from stand up to lean forward last Friday. I would like to take this opportunity to also acknowledge Councillor Julie Tolty, Deputy Mayor, who is Chair of the Redland Local Disaster Recovery Group, which reports to the Local Disaster Management Group, and Councillor Tolty stood in for me as Chair of the LDMG on the 2nd and 3rd of March, so thank you. I now invite Councillor, actually I'll throw to Mike. I'll hand over to Mike and then we'll come back to the Deputy Mayor for comment as well. Thank you everyone for as I've said before, every agency involved, every council officer and every councillor and our leadership team for getting us through this event so well. And Mike, if you'd like to now come up.
Thank you, Mayor. We're doing a tag team effort today, and thank you, Mayor. I believe there is a... we might just play the video first and...
Can we share a little presentation?
Little presentation. So, through you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. I guess the report that you've got in front of you there really looks at the preparation and response to this particular event. There's probably a couple of little things to bring your attention to in the report. Just to flag a few bits and pieces, our first notifications went out around this could be an issue for us on the 25th of February. So that's a week and a half before the cyclone actually hit us. We're really well prepared. We're watching this, monitoring closely. That was the day our communication started with the community about let's be ready, let's be prepared. We started it up early. And then, of course, we moved through to actually standing up the Disaster Coordination Centre on the Sunday, on the 2nd of March, bearing in mind that the cyclone's still 5 days away. So again, ramping up those activities. We've just got updates through this morning that over 155,000 sandbags were given out over that period. Our previous record, which the team thought was pretty cool, was 9,500. So as you can see, it's more than 16 times the previous record. So just a huge amount of effort up at that pre-start point just to get the community ready. I think there was over 1,200 tonnes of sand out there. SES took 6 tonne themselves and bagged their own stuff as well. And of course there was a huge amount of communications that came out through CET right across the gambit of channels, so we didn't rely just on social media or Facebook. We got out through our networks to get to the people on the ground. We were telling everyone we could. We used those networks like Manduraba Camping to go out to their campers. We used Volunteer Marine Rescue and Coast Guard to get out to the boaties. We were telling everyone we could tell that this was coming and this is real. I think that put us in the best possible position we could have been in as we moved into the actual event itself. And then, of course, we had that period where we were operating decentralised. So that has a big impact, not able to bring people together. And it was across 2 days, and rightly so, because it was too dangerous to be within these buildings. And it's something that has been borne out through this event. People are very aware we don't have cyclone-rated buildings in southeast Queensland, let alone in Redlands. So some of our facilities were considered to be quite dangerous. Or potentially dangerous through this event. So we had to adjust how we approached our process, not only working, but how we safely looked after the community as well. And then, of course, we were able to come back together and we were utilising 50 Middle Street, which actually provided us some really good support. Along those support lines, as the Mayor mentioned, each of the agencies, 47 agencies that was being coordinated across at an LDMG level, all of them with skin in the game. So they're all working to support the community. That we haven't had that level of buy-in before, and to have the likes of the Defence Force on the ground, 2 days, it was great to see the machinery and the boots on the ground supporting our community. DRA still out there on the ground today, working in that space. And a whole range of other groups that came in. We mentioned the people that came down from our northern counterparts, Douglas, Townsville, Mackay, to support us in the Disaster Coordination Centre. And they brought their expertise and some knowledge that from their experiences in Cyclone, and they are very experienced in that space, we're able to leverage off that. And then also for the SS, they had one instance over on Russell Island where one tree had fallen down across 4 houses, and they had 4 different states of SES working on the one tree. That's pretty amazing stuff when you look at everyone coming together to do that sort of work to support our community. That was really great to see. And yes, there were challenges. Power went out for long periods of time, and the telecommunications were heavily impacted through that process. But at every point, the community was being put forward in terms of we need to get this on and we need to get it on safely but quickly. To Energex and Telstra and Optus and all those supporting agencies in that utility space, they were run off their feet. And they were working around the clock to return the power and the telecommunications. And given the extent of the impact right across southeast Queensland, they'd never seen an event like that either. So they really did an amazing job. And we also have to remember this was only a week and a half ago. So a week and a half on, the city is really moving forward now, which is great to see. And yes, there's going to be some pockets that have challenges. and there's no doubt about that. But I think all in all, we've been able to deliver a really good response to the vast majority of people within the city. And with that, I might hand over to Morgana to give you some stats, but one that I'm particularly proud of was the disaster dashboard. We use that as our central point of communication. We had almost 500,000 hits, Facebook clicks on that, or hits on that website. That means people are really using it and staying up to date with the accurate information. And that was the key part, making sure we were able to myth bust where we needed to, but provide the right communication, right information to the community when they needed it.
Thanks, Mike. So further to Mike's point, there are 124,000 active users of the disaster dashboard. So that just goes to show you the number of people around our community that were actually using that as their main source of information through this disaster. We also saw 78,000 active users of Council's website over the main 10 days of the event, 176,000 active users of Council's news website. So these are unprecedented numbers compared to our regular monthly reporting that we do. We're seeing much higher levels of use of these key channels that we've set up and have established and are using every day. Council's social media Facebook posts received nearly 3.5 million impressions, which means someone has viewed that as they've slid through their phone. And we've had one particular post that achieved nearly 1 million impressions on its own right, which is a surprising one, about our overflow relief gullies. This is really important information that is very relevant during this type of event. We do post about these ALGs at other times of the year, and these posts obviously have nowhere near the level of engagement and interest as what we've seen during this event. We've received an email this week from ABC. So the ABC reached out to us, their emergency team that focuses on delivering news via 612 ABC during disaster events, to thank our comms and media team for the work that they did to make sure that they were getting accurate information about what was happening on the ground here in the Redlands, and making sure that we were assisting them to regularly get spokespeople on the air and providing news, very local news, to our audiences. One piece that I will just say I was really pleased that we got out and could really see the community respond to was we did our own local Energex update when we got our very first briefing from Energex after the LDMG. That piece of news gathered huge numbers of views and interest, because we could see that the community were desperate to get local relevant news. And more than ever, we've seen that our tools are able to help reach people with that. We did do print pieces, which I just wanted to reflect on. When our Queensland Police Service supported us with door knocking, we provided them with flyers to make sure that residents that were going to potentially be impacted by storm tide flooding were able to get information even if they weren't home. Our storm tide flooding information online also had quite a substantial number of views. Over 20,000 active users of that storm tide mapping that the team worked really hard to get out to people. I will also just say AWS, this is the first time that our council team has really used the Australian warning system. It's a new system that's been put in place nationally, and it has been a bit difficult for council to understand how to implement it. However, in this environment, it was a really valuable tool. We worked really closely with our emergency management coordinators who were working from the State Disaster Control Centre to support us, to make sure that we were keeping those very targeted alerts and warnings up to date for our community. So thank you.
Thanks, Morgana. And I guess the key point is we're not out of it yet. There's still a lot of work that's going on, particularly in the recovery in the recovery space. Obviously, being very well led through Chris Isles and through Brooke Denholder, and there's some really great stats in terms of being able to have recovery hubs opened early. So we had our mainland hubs. was at Thornlands, now at Capalaba, so we're moving it around there. We've had one open on Russell Island that's now moved over to Macleay Island to support the Southern Moreton Bay Island community. We've had one open at Dunwich. It's closed for a couple of days while they're doing outreach to Point Lookout and Amity, so it's a travelling team. It'll reopen again on Friday. And we've had one on Coochie, and there's one planned now for Carrigar and Lamb Islands. That's a huge amount of outreach. I think on the first day we had something like 400 community members through the first hub, and now I think there's been over $1.5 million worth of funding already come out into our community to support those who've been impacted by the event. So huge amount of work there. Obviously a lot of work in the green waste space and also in removing the spoiled food waste. To give you an idea, that is a massive operation. And I want to thank Margie and her team in the space that they've been working in. If you can imagine 16 sites with 44 skip bins across those sites being emptied twice daily. That's 88 clearances every day to keep that flowing. That's a big effort. And then all the green waste, and I think the last stat was there's something like 120 truckloads worth of rubbish still to come off the islands alone, let alone what's coming out of the mainland. And that's not even looking at our reserves. So there's a huge amount of work that's still proceeding in this space, and it will be for a number of weeks and months yet. So we're not quite out of it yet, but we haven't lost visibility of it either. Obviously, our local recovery group is at stand-up, but our local disaster management group hasn't stood down yet. It's still at alert, so it's still providing support as required, and that's why we're still in the space as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Deputy Mayor, Councillor Julie Talty, I'd like to hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's been an amazing experience to go through this, and what foreshadowed it, which was our local disaster group actually running through a practice of what would happen if we had a cyclone at level 3 come through our city. That was the last big exercise we did. Certainly helped to alert us to a lot of issues that came up. And there'll be a lot more learnings as we close down and look back and debrief. But the local disaster recovery group, as has just been mentioned, is still at stand-up. They are planning to have a meeting in 15 minutes, but I think that might have to be delayed. They are very active, and they stood up last Wednesday. So the disaster recovery group stood up actually before the cyclone hit. So that group of people were already working on what will the community need to know, what will we need to have in place to put everything back together after the event passes. So moving from lean forward to stand up on Wednesday the 5th of March was unprecedented. We've not had that before, and we've not had, I believe, the recovery group working in unison with the response group. And so that was a really unique and great experience for everyone concerned, and there'll be a lot of learnings to come out of how we can continue to improve that process. The recovery phase now focuses on 4 functions: human social aspects, infrastructure and essential services, economic and financial aspects, and environment. And as with any disaster event, it is likely there will be a significant overlay between these 4 functions. The group, comprising 4 functional subgroups with representation from our chambers of commerce, key industry partners that have all been mentioned, community services and government agencies, continues to meet every day. I'd like to thank Chris Isles, who is Council's Interim General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations, who is now leading the group recovery efforts and the organisation of all of our green waste and so forth. I'd also like to thank Margie Connellan, who was working very hard through a significant phase of the response and the recovery to get all of those practical infrastructure measures in place. And I need very much to mention Brooke Denholder, who is the convener and manager of the recovery group and has worked brilliantly, and we are so lucky to have her. The council is committed to supporting our residents and community groups, clubs and organisations and local businesses that have been affected by Tropical Cyclone Alfred and its ongoing rain depression. A Redland recovery page, which is redland.qld.gov.au/recovery, has been set up to provide useful information about those ongoing efforts. There is also a link to that page from our Redlands Coast Disaster Dashboard. So councillors, if you're ever in doubt, every single piece of information related to the response and the recovery is linked in the disaster dashboard. So you don't need to find the other pages. They are all linked there right through state, federal, every possible piece of information you could need. That page went live on Tuesday the 11th of March and has received 5,500 views and has 3,224 users. It includes details on support for individuals and households, public health, financial assistance, donations and providing support, quick links and contact information. For local businesses, additional information is available on the Redlands Business Recovery Hub, which is the regular council page /business recovery, or one word. It includes details on business assistant, business impact surveys, local economic recovery teams, ministers' declarations, workforce, waste management for businesses, business donations, business support contacts, local business chambers and quick links. And as was mentioned by the Mayor, the Chambers of Commerce there across the city have been very eager to support businesses and support employment getting back to normal, and they have done a great job communicating messages on behalf and through council. Community recovery hubs have been established as a one-stop centre for impacted communities to access food relief, counselling and support services, help to process funding application, connections to housing and in-person updates from Energex, Optus and Insurance and Telstra. And I would note we've had an exceptional number of people through those hubs. They have been so busy. And the people that have taken the opportunity to go and be helped at the hubs have overwhelmingly given feedback that it was easy, that the people there were from all different comprehensive support services, so it was like a one-stop shop, and that they got their support and their applications processed quickly, and those who were getting funding have overwhelmingly said they got the funding, the money in their bank quickly. Locations for the community hubs include Redlands Community Centre at Capalaba, Macleay Island Hall, with some mobile teams reaching out to Lamb and Carragara Islands through the week. Dunwich Community Hall has a pop-up from Thursday the 20th of March to Sunday the 23rd of March, and some mobile teams are reaching out to Amity and Point Lookout over the remaining of the week. Coochie-Mudlow has a recovery pop-up today in the reception at the local club. Planning is also underway to establish sites and pop-ups at Carragara and Lamb, with additional sites to be confirmed. And for the first week of the response, we had the pop-up, the recovery hub at the Thornlands Dance Palace. And that was a great central location. It was easy for people to get to and find. And I had overwhelmingly positive feedback from the community that used that hub as well. To date, more than 1,800 visitors have used the community hubs across the city. And whilst all of the services that they're seeking are available online, online hasn't been an option for many people, particularly in the first week after the cyclone. So those hubs served a really important purpose. There were grants and funding streams and partnerships from the Joint Commonwealth State Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements, the DRFA, emergency hardship assistance grants available for $180 for individuals, up to $900 per family of 5 or more to recover essentials like food or clothing or medicine lost in the event. Essential services hardship assistance is available. Residents who have suffered the loss of essential services at their home for more than 5 consecutive days can access essential services hardship assistance of $150 per person, up to $750 for a family of 5 or more. Structural assistance grants, other financial aid aimed at uninsured low-income earners, including structural assistance grants up to $80,000 for repair of disaster-damaged dwellings, and support of up to $5,000 for the reconnection of power, gas, water or sewer that was broken in the event. We have personal hardship assistance scheme. State personal hardship and other funding packages have been activated for the whole of the Redlands coast. To date, 8,423 residents have been assisted through the personal hardship assistance scheme, with $1.5 million in personal assistance grants paid to Redlands Coast residents. The Community Relief Fund, jointly funded by the Australian and Queensland governments, the Community Relief Fund has been activated for all South East Queensland councils. Our officers are working closely with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority to ensure we can maximise reimbursement to council for up to $1 million towards our clean-up efforts. And they have had an officer embedded in our response centre the entire way through the event, and that one-on-one guidance for our officers and how the green waste collection's been set up and the rules around that has been absolutely invaluable. Give It is working on behalf of the community, and council's partnering with them to match donations and offers of service with residents who are in need. The Disaster Relief Australia is completing activities performed by its advanced party, ADVON is the acronym, which have included damage assessments on the mainland, North Stradbroke Island and the southern Moreton Bay Islands. Infrastructure and essential services. In relation to infrastructure and essential services, council officers continue to undertake post-event assessment of the impact of the cyclone upon our public assets, spaces and places. And the many things that people don't think of is that all of that infrastructure that we've talked about discussing other matters today, every single piece of it, every engineering joint and strut that holds it up, etc., has all had to be inspected to see if it was damaged in the cyclone. And that is a huge job before we even begin to repair it. In relation, early indications are that overall our roads have fared fairly well, with minor potholes which can quickly be repaired and some damage to green sealed roads on the islands. We sustained minor damage to our buildings, clubs and halls across the city, except for damage to some shade sails, with minor damage within our parks as well. Many of our shade sails were damaged significantly from the wind. Our roads and drainage and marine teams have inspected over 3,000 assets, with around 2,000 of these needing some work, even if only to clear debris or make minor repairs, with a small proportion requiring some larger repair tasks. All of our sports fields can now be used by clubs at their discretion while taking appropriate care. We are aware of some leachate breakouts in some of our closed landfill sites that are now used as sporting fields, and these areas have been fenced off and will be assessed for repairs over coming weeks. The greatest impact is likely to be on our foreshores and our beaches, and as you'll note in the video, Stratty, like the Gold Coast, was significantly hit by huge waves, and the main beach has been carved out. So most areas have moderate erosion or shoreline undercutting, but there are some significant areas in, I think, Amity and Stradbroke. As officers were able to get back around the city post-event to inspect, and in recognition of the significant amount of tree damage affecting people's properties, but with these trees often of a size preventing the average resident from being able to cut and clear the tree waste themselves, Council has provided residents with an opportunity to submit their details and a request for assistance with the clearing of those significant trees and vegetation brought down by the cyclone within proximity of their house, from their yards, with the assistance of Disaster Relief Australia performing those tasks. And that has been invaluable because we couldn't do that any other way. As of yesterday, Tuesday the 18th of March, we have had just under 500 requests come through that system and be submitted, and they're being assessed and triaged by officers, and the work is being undertaken to clear those assessments and then undertake that work in coming weeks. And that is a huge task, but it could not be more valuable to our residents, particularly those who are aged, infirmed or have a disability. Food and green waste, in recognition of missing collection and large areas of power loss likely to have resulted in significant volumes of spoiled food, Council distributed dedicated food waste bins around the city, which we've heard about from our officers, with 88 clearances of those bins a day. That was a huge task, just finding the bins. I remember Margie trying to locate enough bins. The first response came back with 9 was the best we could get, and then we went from 9 to 44. So that was an amazing effort.
Yeah, cheers.
The green waste drop-off sites, we also activated green waste drop-off sites. There were 860 loads of green waste dropped off over the weekend of the 15th and 16th of March. Those are primarily residents bringing green waste as they clear up their own areas and streets. With Giles Road and Redland Bay being the busiest site, followed by Botanics at Wellington Point, and we have to thank the owners of Botanics who, it's a private property, and they immediately were happy to allow council to use that. Wellington Point and the Cleveland Showgrounds, resulting in 99 total skips of green waste, or 280 tonnes of green waste cleared, and that's before we started our citywide green waste pickup. Since the green waste sites were deployed, Council has collected approximately 500 tonnes of green waste and moved that out of the city. Our recycling and waste centres remain very busy, with more than 5,000 customers on the weekend, and large volumes of green waste have also been dumped from the resident cleanups. In recognition of the sheer volume of disaster-related green waste alone from inside and immediately near people's homes, and to assist in the clean-up of the city, Council has committed to a green waste curbside collection which commenced on Monday the 17th. We expect this will take several weeks, and we thank the residents in advance for their patience. I'd also like to note, as was mentioned by our head of comms, there was some myth-busting that had to be done through all of our communications, and as we know, Redlands is still a little bit of a small town place, and one particular myth that was busted very quickly through the recovery group was the belief on the islands that water could be inundated by sewer, and people thought despite all the messaging that drinking water was safe throughout the whole of the event, there was a rumour permeating the islands that you couldn't drink the water because it had sewer in it. And that is absolutely not the case, and we were able to get that information out through Morgana, that the drinking water system is a closed system, and there is there was never at any point any contamination. We had welfare checks in the areas that were significantly impacted, particularly those areas that had no power and in some cases no water. We had welfare checks done prior to the event by the police, and then we had door knocking and welfare checks carried out by our local SES and RFS officers, and print materials distributed from our comms will be able to be provided. So those residents that didn't have telephones, mobile telephones, weren't able to get out of their houses and no internet, were still checked on as much as was humanly possible and left with print material to advise them. I have to also mention Redlands Foundation. They have stood up their support for community organisations to apply for resilience grants yesterday, and it was a little out of their area, but I did have one family that came to my attention through one of our school chaplains concerned about some children in their school, and that is a family of 8 children who didn't qualify for the response payments that we've listed. So Redlands Foundation has come forward and provided an equivalent amount of funding for that family that they would have got from the government otherwise. So that was greatly appreciated. So with that, I will conclude and say that Council's continuing to focus on the community-led approach to our recovery initiatives, and a further update on recovery activities will be provided via report to Council for consideration at its April general meeting. And I sincerely thank all of those officers that have been working alongside me, both at the start of the response and the build-up to the response, and through from the stand-up of the recovery group, and the Mayor and all of those people who have worked so diligently. It's been an honour to see you all work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as you can see, it's a truly comprehensive and huge event management process. Thank you very much, Mike, and thank you very much, Morgana. And Councillor Bishop, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I would like to, first of all, in moving the motion, thank everyone and acknowledge that at our last general meeting, Louisa Assan was not yet the CEO, so welcome with a baptism of fire, but you have delegated to this extraordinary team with a deft handling, so thanks to officers, to emergency services, ELT, the local disaster management group, the local disaster coordination centre, state and federal government agencies, just to acknowledging the preparedness, response, recovery, initially led by Deputy Mayor Julie Tulty, and also just acknowledging Mayor Mitchell returning back to assume the role as the chair of the LDMG, and thank you for doing that as well and in partnership, and I believe that you actually did that at your own expense, if that's not, I thought that was the case. And I know that the updates provided by both of you during the event were incredibly valuable to our community. They were very much appreciated. Thanks to our media team, those communications, and also among all councillors, for us to actually, it's easy to run off and provide all sorts of updates, but to actually take the initiative from guidance from the CEO and everyone to say, let's use the same messaging, was very important. So lockstep, everyone and councillors did a mighty job supporting their community in so many different ways. The outdoor teams, operations teams, strengthening communities teams, thank you all. But I want to take a moment to actually acknowledge how many community groups who are not covered in this report, actually. These are volunteers who are working professional jobs affected in their own homes, the contributions that they've made to keep their communities safe, to keep all of us communicated with, and they've had to do some adapting and pivoting. I just want to give a huge shout out. I know we've all got many examples across the islands and everywhere where people have done amazing things as volunteers. And that has really helped the community connections. And I think leading into Anzac Day next month, it really does evoke the spirit of the Anzacs, and just thank you. And the educational opportunity from what has resulted about the overflow relief gully, all of that stuff is incredible information. The residents being door knocked and being told you may be in a storm tide affected area. The fact that it didn't happen is great, but we do need to get some more cyclone rated facilities for people going forward. So the community connections before and during and after, house by house, street by street, people working together, island by island and suburb by suburb has been amazing. Yes, there's going to be learnings, but I think the resilience of dealing with this event, not on the back of a pandemic, fires, floods. It seems like this is the new normal, but the way we've managed it has been amazing. Thank you to the team. Yes, we'll bounce back, but these connections in these times make us stronger and stand us in good stead. So thank you to everyone again. So yes, I did have one question, and I did refer that through to the officers. In the timeline of preparedness, it refers to up to the 5th of March, and then there's a gap until the 14th of March. And of course, there's a huge amount that happened in that time. But I just wonder if the officers could give a quick update as to, because I know that there's a reason why it's not referred to in the report, but it's a huge, like there's 8 days, which was the actual event itself, but there's a reason why that's not mentioned here. Can I just ask the officers to touch on that, please?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mayor. So the report focused, I guess it was a bit of a top and tail sort of report, looked at the heads of power when the organisation stood up and stood down. And a lot of the content that was following in terms of the issues side of it looked at what actually occurred during the event, but it wasn't a day-by-day blow of the event, essentially. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Bishop. Any other questions following on from that? No? All right, I'll now put... Oh, any comments? No? Yeah. All right, Councillor Rendalls.
Thank you for the very erudite list of people who've been involved, and thank you, Paul, for noting the community groups. One group who I do think we need to call out is our fellow residents. You know, they were out there helping each other, they were out there checking on their neighbours, they were there helping each other clean up, you know, people taking an active role, and I think that says a lot about our community.
Thank you, Councillor Rendalls. Anything further, Councillor Bishop, to sum up? No, thank you. All right, and now put the motion. Those in favour: Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, carried unanimously. This brings us through to agenda item number 13.2, which is the February 2025 monthly report. Do I have a mover and seconder for the officers' report? Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Hughes, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. Obviously, as we all know, we get these reports every month, and this month we got our report as a late item, and I checked in with the team, as we've done, because we've had council officers across the board jumping in and jumping out, and I sort of, why have we got a late report this month? And if we could have our Acting Chief Financial Officer, thank you, answer, that'd be much appreciated, because we are watching these numbers very closely, but it's really important, the effort and timeliness that you present to us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you, Chair, thank you, Councillor Hughes, for that observation. And yes, it was. Unfortunately, you couldn't pick a worse time for the cyclone in the end of month. So we're right in the midst of end of month when the cyclone hit, and people were either working from home, lost power, caring responsibilities. So we tried our very best to get it to you actually on time. One of the options was, which we've done in the past, was just to give an Info Council report with headline numbers, but the team wanted to persevere and give you a quality report that they're very proud of. So yeah, it's a significant amount of work that goes into this, and we can't just slap it together. We spend a lot of time double, triple checking all the numbers. But our schedule was fine. If it wasn't for the cyclone, we would have made it, and I've got no doubt that we will not continue to make that going forward. So thank you.
And
okay. Any speakers against? No? All good. Questions? Councillor Mitchell.
Through you to the CFO, I noted in the report that the Queensland Audit Office was on site between the 3rd and 13th, and from that an audit strategy was being developed for the upcoming financial year. Just wondering when that is visible to us, and perhaps in the light of Mayoral Minute and a notice motion coming today on finances and things is the Audit Office strategy open to be changed or reviewed? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. We received the draft external audit plan following that audit visit not very long ago, and it was planned to go to the recent audit committee meeting. However, due to the weather event, that audit committee has been shifted out to April, I believe. So once that goes through its first rigour of review, that's at that point in time, I believe, that's when it will be available for review. Just to give you a bit of an insight, the previous auditors, QAO, have recently moved to being our auditor directly. Prior to that, it was Bentley's, external audit provider. So Bentley's used to conduct 2 visits a year, an interim and a final audit. QAO's style is they do a planning visit followed by an interim, then a final. So that planning visit, which is what they've completed, that is their assessment. They review our controls, our control environment, update their understanding of risks and challenges, and that's when they set their external audit plan. So shortly, Councillor Mitchell, that will come through. Thanks for your interest.
Councillor Bishop.
Thank you. And just noting under the capital expenditure, the last month and the last few weeks has obviously put a bit of a change to our BAU, but I must admit officers were working tirelessly up to the lead-in of the event, and they've got on a pace. Just through the chair to the organisation, do we anticipate a great significant change in the capital expenditure? Are things back on track? I know it's just in terms of the order of magnitude that
Point of order, Mayor. The report is on the past monthly financial report, not what we're going to do next.
Okay, thank you. I'll retract the question.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Any other questions? No. Would you like to sum up, Councillor Hughes?
No, thank you. As we say, it's all in a very comprehensive report that we really appreciate. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Baglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself carried unanimously. We are now moving to agenda item number 13.3, which is the appointment of the Deputy Mayor. I believe, Councillor Bishop, you have a new motion?
Yes, thank you. And apologies that I don't know that this has been distributed, but the proposal here is that we do as we had intended and align this with the Local Government Act and their recommendations, but also that we attribute a particular date consistent with what we did last year when we were first convened as councillors, and allow a time frame. So the motion is that to add a dot point 3, which is to appoint a councillor as the Deputy Mayor of Redland City Council up to the date of the general meeting to be held in March 2026. Councillors, what that would do, if I can speak to that, is it would just allow us to...
Councillor Bishop, just before you continue, I just need a seconder. Councillor Hewlett, seconded by Councillor Hewlett. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, at the last, when we first convened as a council, there was a decision to break this up into annual allocations of time. What this would do would be give us the opportunity to elect a deputy mayor and then have a leaver for the next time that we would choose to elect someone else. What was proposed previously was to not have a leaver and just leave it silent. And I'm concerned that if we don't have some kind of lever, or if we don't establish some benchmark principles as to what the requirements would be that we would call for the deputy to change, I'm not sure how we would go about doing that. So I think it's appropriate to do this. What this would do would bring us back into what culturally and historically the whole time I've been a councillor, there's been 2-year deputy mayoral timeframes. We could continue with that. We could change it whenever we get to this next meeting. But I'd also like to, if I may, in the role of deputy mayor, if I could propose Councillor Wendy Boglari in that role. That's something I would like to put forward for councillor consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers,
If she would accept that.
Yeah.
I might throw to the governance manager, because this process, you were going to speak to that, Tony, to explain how this is going to take effect.
So in the past, councillors, we've basically called for nominations for Deputy Mayor. In 2024, we had, after the post-election meeting, we had an open ballot. In 2022, we had 2020, we had a closed ballot or a secret ballot, and in 2018, I think it was, we had an open ballot. So I think the correct procedure would be to, first of all, declare, number one, that the position is open, number two, declare the position open, call for nominations, and then determine what the time frame will be for the chair, for the deputy mayor.
Madam Mayor, I would like to move a motion that we suspend standing orders until we figure this out. Suspend the meeting until we figure this out.
In terms of process?
Well, the fact that the councillor has moved not the recommendation in the report without warning, and also that particular dot point says up to the date of the general meeting to be held in March 26, is not very clear.
Thank you. I'm just going to get some advice in terms of process, because it's not outlined at this point.
I did move a motion that we suspend standing orders. I believe you have to suspend the meeting. I believe you need to take a second.
Thank you. I was just getting some advice, as I said. And someone to second that motion, Councillor Mitchell.
For clarity, I was seconding the suspending the meeting.
Yeah, all right, thank you. So I now put the motion. Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself carried unanimously. We now suspend the meeting. Councillor Bishop. Thank you, everyone. I now need a mover and seconder to come back out into session. Moved by Councillor Talty, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Those in favour, Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, carried unanimously. So we now have a live motion before us, brought by Councillor Bishop. I understand there's a proposed amendment to that motion. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion on dot point 3 to delete the sentence after Redland City Council, so that it's in line with the Local Government Act that there's no fixed term, noting that we reserve the right as a council to review the appointment of the Deputy Mayor at any time we choose. Anyone can call for that to be reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Mitchell. All right. And now I will be calling for nomination and vote on the amendment. So we're voting on the amendment to that live motion. If we can just hang...
It's already been moved and seconded, so...
So, Councillor Mackenzie, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Oh, I think I just did that, to remove the date that it's so that it's not a fixed term. That's in line with the Local Government Act, and from the advice that we've received from General Counsel, it's also in line with the legal advice that's been given, noting that we as a council reserve the right to review the appointment of the Deputy Mayor at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Councillor Bishop.
Thank you. While it seems like a small matter, what I was seeking to do was to have a lever that gave us some clear guidance as to what the terms and conditions would be as to why we would have that review power and why we would evoke that. If we have a date, then we have a clear lever to actually invoke a new Deputy Mayor or stay with the one we have. If we don't have anything here, we have no clarity going forward as to what might be a lever to call on that review power. And I think it leaves us potentially in this sliding situation where I don't know what the circumstances would be, but I think we need to be clear about that. At least having a date there gives us a time frame, it's a chance to refresh, gives us a chance to review as a council. So leaving the date there, I think, is important. Noting that dot point 1 gives us that we've always got that review power at any stage if there's a reason to. I'm just trying to give us a guideline, and in the absence of having any other guideline, I don't know what we would use as a reference point, and I'm concerned that that could leave us in unclear waters. It's culturally very different. We've always had a 2-year time frame. We went to 1 year, trying to keep it consistent. That's my grounds.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers for, Councillor... Speakers for, sorry, Councillor, I don't know who was first, sorry. Councillor Mitchell, I think.
Thank you. The amended motion is fantastic. We have absolute clarity. They're the only person seemingly, well, I won't do it. We have absolute clarity, in my opinion. The legal counsel has given us that clarity. The LGAQ advice has given us that clarity. The circular argument of Councillor Bishop was arguing for the lack of a requirement to have certainty because we have the power at any minute to have a discussion amongst ourselves with the absolute clarity of the legal counsel and the LGAQ to bring forward a notice of motion to look at the position of Deputy Mayor at any time. We talk a lot about removing redundant statements from city plans, legislation, simplifying, making things simpler. We need to remove any suggestion of a fixed term to remove those redundant statements. It's inherent in our rights as councillors, plus all the advice we'd have. So far from lacking any certainty, we couldn't have more certainty. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against? No? Questions? Councillor Gollé.
Oh, thank you. Through you to legal counsel. It's been said that we can at any time call for a review of a deputy mayor and have this vote if another person would like, to do the role. Are there any restrictions on what allows that lever to occur? And we're talking about that we've had legal advice that having a term placed in there is incorrect, yet we've always had that. So when did we get that legal advice? Like, have we been going against the Local Government Act all these years?
It's commentary advice from the Local Government Association of Queensland that the legislation does not prescribe a term of whether it's 1 year or 2 year. So to put a term which the legislation does not prescribe a term, they advise against that. That doesn't stop council putting a review date. My advice is that review date is likewise unnecessary because council holds that reserve power. The only provision within the Act is if you do want to vacate the position of the Deputy Mayor, that you provide 14 days notice.
Sorry, just on part of my question was, when you're saying we've got this lever that we can call or review it, or whatever you want to call it, at any stage, are there any restrictions around timeframes or reasoning for calling it?
No, it's more... Oh, sorry. Through you, Chair. No, as I said, the only real restrictions is the notice of 14 days. Other than that... No, that's for to vacate the position and then immediately appoint another position. So council will always need a deputy mayor in that role. Does that answer your question? So if council wishes to vacate that position, they would have to give 14 days notice.
Oh, so if you are the deputy mayor and you want to step down, it's 14 days. And if council wants to have another vote, it's also 14 days. Yes.
Correct.
Yep, and there's no restrictions on time
the
or anything.
The only limitation there is you might have some circumstances, hopefully that would never occur, that a deputy mayor at the time doesn't have the opportunity to provide 14 days notice. I've never seen that happen, but that could occur in some circumstances.
We have lost Thank you.
Councillor Bishop.
A few questions. First is through the Mayor to General Counsel. So there are other councils that do have a fixed date and that are still compliant with the Local Government Act. Is that correct? There are other councils that have a fixed time frame?
I have seen other councils over the years. I can't reference them at the moment. I haven't done that work, but I have seen other councils over the years put review dates in there or dates in there. I repeat again, the caution is from the LGAQ is that the legislation does not prescribe an appointment date period. That's why I've advised against putting a fixed date in there.
Yeah, thank you. And the second question is, so should we develop, or is there any other guidance as to what might be those levers that we would use to evoke the instatement, reinstatement, changeover? Any guideline at all under the Act, or...?
Certainly not under the Act. I can take that on notice if you like, and we can brief council on a future date.
Yeah,
on a benchmarking exercise.
Councillors, what I'm seeking to do is to give us some certainty and clarity as to what might be levers for this in future. Previously, there's been a date, and that's why I think it's important. One other question is, in the election of the deputy mayoral role, are there any roles, is it the full delegation of the entire deputy mayoral position as it was at the last commencement of this term? Do any powers continue on with the originally elected deputy mayor? Is it the full powers and full scope, as in terms of the local disaster management group responsibilities and so forth? Do they continue do they go to the new deputy mayor as elected through this process, or do some of them be retained with the original?
The appointment of the deputy mayor will come with the all roles and functions of the existing deputy mayor. The only change to that is if council chooses to change the appointment to subcommittees.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Talty, Deputy Mayor.
Just note that previously, if we've changed Deputy Mayor, we did leave you stayed on the Disaster Management Committee, I believe. Yeah, so we have previously changed Deputy Mayors, and Councillor Boglari stepped down from being a Deputy Mayor but stayed on the Deputy Disaster Management, and if there was a change of Deputy Mayor, I'd be seeking to do the same.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. We're getting off topic. I'd like to put the motion.
This is on topic.
I'd like to put the motion.
This is on topic. It's relevant, and it might be a reason to have a
I'd like to put the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. So put the motion? Yeah. Okay. All right, is there a don't need a seconder? All right. All right, so we are now putting the motion which is the amended motion. Oh, sorry, put motion. Now voting on the put motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Gollé, Councillor Rendalls, Councillor Talty, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop and myself, and the motion is carried.
So now we've got a proposed amendment. So it's been moved by Councillor McKenzie, seconded by Councillor Mitchell.
So now we are...
So the proposed amendment that's on the screen.
Yep. All right, so now we have a motion before us, which was with a proposed amendment.
Which is moved by Councillor McKenzie.
Yep, moved by Councillor McKenzie, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. And we're now voting on that amendment. All right, so those in favour of the amendment. Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Gollé, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendalls, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Talty, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley and myself. Those against, Councillor Bishop. And the motion is carried. And now we call for nominations for the role of Deputy Mayor. Councillor Bishop.
As previously foreshadowed, I'd like to propose Councillor Boglari in the role, should she wish to accept that.
Councillor Boglari.
Thank you, Paul. I'll accept the nomination.
And do we have a seconder? Councillor Gollé, I think, was first.
No, he had his hand up for something else.
Oh, sorry, did you have your hand up? Was that a mistake? Yeah, we're calling. I was calling for someone. Okay, I was calling for someone. Oh, okay. All right, so seconded by Councillor Hewlett. All right, anyone else nominating? Councillor Mitchell.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Julie Talty to continue in the role. Thank you.
And Councillor McKenzie seconding. And Councillor Gollé. Oh, sorry, Councillor Talty. Do you accept the nomination?
I do, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I'd actually like to nominate myself, thank you.
Councillor Gollé. And do I have a seconder for Councillor Gollé? Councillor Bishop. Councillor Gollé, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, thank you.
Apparently Dennis Rodman married himself a few years ago, so... all right, any other nominations? No, so
I'm
we
glad
have
everyone finds this hilarious.
nominations
Continue
in
with your
order
power struggle.
of nomination. Councillor Boglari, Councillor Julie Talty and Councillor Gollé. I'm now going to suspend the standing orders while we undertake a secret ballot? So moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Put the motion. Those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. And the motion is carried. So standing orders are suspended. I need to go to the bathroom.
Mayor, do we need to come out? Do we need to put standing orders back in before you put the count into the motion? Yes. I need a mover and a seconder to come back into session with standing orders. Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley and Bishop. Thank you. And myself. Carried unanimously. So we are now back in session with standing orders. And the ballot has been conducted. And I'll hand over to Tony Bainan.
And the successful candidate is Councillor Talty. I think we really need to move an amendment to include the name of the councillor that has been
nominated or successful. Yep. Councillor Mackenzie?
I'd like to move an amendment to the amended motion to appoint Councillor Julie Talty as Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
And seconded by Councillor Colley. And all those in favour of the amendment? So Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Rendalls. So to put the name in. Yeah, putting the name into the motion. Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley and Bishop and myself. So that's now the motion before us. And now we vote on the motion. Yeah. So now we're voting on the existing motion now, including the name as well. So, do we have a mover? So I have a mover and a seconder? It's already.
So Mackenzie and Colley.
That was the Mackenzie and Mitchell for the amended.
No, it's been amended.
Okay, this is now the live motion.
No, I think we've had enough time and money spent on getting it back to where it originally was, thanks.
I'm just providing advice. All right, we've got another issue we're dealing with. Just hang on a second. No, a governance order of motion, like a motion issue. All right, so now we are voting on the actual motion. All right, so I put the motion. Those in favour. So Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Rendalls, Councillor Talty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Gollé, and those against, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Gollé, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop and myself. And the motion is carried. All right, and we might have a 5-minute break. Congratulations, Councillor Talty. And I'm going to adjourn for another break, given that. So moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Gollé, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Talty, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Rendalls, Councillor Gollé, Councillor Bishop and myself. Councillor Hughes is absent from the room. The motion's carried. into session. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Those in favour? Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Lance. I didn't need indication. Moving back into session. Thank you. Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop, and Hughes is walking in with hand up. Yes, thank you. Colley, Bishop, and myself carried unanimously. We're moving on to agenda item number 13.4, which is an amendment to the date of the Redland City Council special budget meeting for 2025. Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Councillor Hughes, you'd like to speak to that one?
Thank you. Yes, so I was just doing some diary planning and I observed that we had our National Congress, which is in Canberra, is that held annually at that time. So I flagged that early, and I think it's a really good opportunity now for our finance team if we can bring that forward, so that those that are going to Canberra in the end of June for the Congress are able to attend both meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against? No. I just have a question. Do we know how many councillors are going to the National Conference?
I thought I saw in the email there was 7.
7 councillors attending?
That was the email, I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's okay. Cool.
Well, then we wouldn't have had a quorum for our budget meeting.
Yep. Excellent. All right. I then put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself carried unanimously. Moving to 13.5, Operational Plan Performance Report, October to December 2025, which is quarter 2. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Mitchell, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, very briefly. I'd just like to put a heap of credit back on the organisation for consistently delivering. And the operational plan quarterly reports are a chance to reflect. I'm sure there's always elements we can pull out that are, but they're always very small, that may not be progressing, and often for reasons outside our ability, but just would really like to heap some credit back onto the organisation, particularly these tough times, for continuing to deliver for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? No? Any questions? No? I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. The motion is carried. We then come to 14.1, which is the 2025 ALGA National General Assembly. Councillor Mackenzie, I believe you have a new motion.
Yes, I do. It was sent around, sorry to councillors, I did send around a bit late, but I did send just an inquiry through to officers about a new motion, just because I think that from the conversation with councillors was that the previous motion kind of locked in the delegates, and if that was locked in, we probably needed another resolution if both yourself and the Deputy Mayor weren't going. So the new motion just outlines that if you're unable to go and the Deputy Mayor is not also attending, the council will seek expressions of interest from other councillors to fill the role of the delegate.
Yeah, thank you. I did see that one come through, I think this morning or last night. Yeah. Councillor Bishop, seconding. Okay. Anything further to say?
I think councillors understand the intent of it.
Yep. All right. Speakers against? Any questions? I put the motion. Oh, sorry. Sorry, yes, Councillor Boglari.
Just a question for yourself. We're not proposing any motions at this conference, but given what we have just been speaking about with natural disasters.
Yeah, I did note that. So I think the closing date for NOMS is the 31st of March, isn't it? Chris, has there been any discussion post? Oh, sorry, Dan, has there been any acting general manager of AMP? Has there been any discussion as a result of Tropical Cyclone Alfred about reviewing that decision not to put any motions forward?
Mayor, the motions close on the 31st of March, and they would need to be as resolution of council to be put forward. So the team are working on an advocacy program for delegates while we're out there, but at this stage there's nothing put forward. There is also the call for the LGAQ conference later in the year as well. So we're currently canvassing that and we'll put in forward a response for that as well.
No, thank you. Councillor Bishop, you have a question?
Yes, just a question in relation to the Mayoral Minute and wondering whether that could form substantive enough information for an advocacy campaign, given that we included the federal government. I'm just wondering if that might be, we would need a complete resolution of a
Yeah,
whole
we'd
motion.
need to
okay,
bring that
thank you.
back to council.
Withdrawn. Thank you.
All right, I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. The motion is carried. Agenda item number 14.2, which is a Cleveland Principal Activity Centre Streetscape Design Manual, Design, Theme and Colour Palette. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Was that Councillor Boglari? Sorry, Councillor Mitchell? Councillor Mitchell. And seconded by Councillor Boglari. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for Councillor Boglari for the support. The infrastructure around our city centre is getting a little long in the tooth, and some of the materials and the themes certainly needed to be upgraded. So this is really showing our community the how we'll be maintaining the unique identity and in helping to inform developers and council on what is the standard and the type of materials that they might need to use in the public realm. So terrific that it's come to us, and it will form a part of the Streetscape Design Manual that will come to us later, which is going to be a lot of technical information, but this is really the important public-facing piece that people can have a look at and hopefully enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Bishop.
Just noting, as Councillor Mitchell mentioned, that this is the adoption of the theme and palette, design theme and palette. One of the questions that we've had previously is later on we'll be adopting the entire design manual at some point, and I'd just like to flag that it would be useful to get clarity on what elements of the design will be implemented and how we might prolong the life of the existing materials and structures that we have currently. I think it's I'll just flag that there's going to be a period of time of a crossover, and I think if we can be efficient and effective in managing the resources, because one of the reasons we're adopting this is because the material we can't source anymore, but if we can repurpose,
Point of order, Madam Mayor, he's not speaking to the motion. Councillor Bishop, sorry, he's not speaking to the motion.
I'm just flagging that by separating these...
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Did you have a question?
At what point will we be able to consider the integration of the current and the future? Will that be at the adoption of the design manual? Will that come at a later stage?
Point of order, Mayor. The question doesn't relate to the motion at hand, which is about the palette, not the actual infrastructure. And also, I believe the question's been asked and answered multiple times by the councillor.
It hasn't actually been answered. I'll withdraw the question.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Anything else you wanted to ask, what was specifically related to that?
Wanted to know when's the appropriate time to raise it, but I'll take that offline.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? No, I put the motion. Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. The motion is carried. 15.1, new lease of the Old Schoolhouse Gallery Incorporated. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Bishop, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just to acknowledge that this is an amazing organisation making good use of a facility, and I understand the discussions between officers, which have been greatly appreciated by the group, are in accordance and expectation, and endorse this. Thank you.
Any other speakers against? No? Any questions? Sorry, Peter, given your division.
Yeah, with your grace, Mayor, just an additional comment. Agreed the lease renewal is excellent, so hopefully we'll get councillor support. But just further to the officers' discussions, they have been fantastic with the organisation, including some co-responsibility on the historic building. It's quite unique. and that has been worked through, those additional costs. Council also, of note, accepting some additional responsibility for part of the car park, whereas that was in the hands of the organisation, which was a little bit unfair in some ways to have them maintain the public car park. And external to the lease, but an importance of note for the group, a little active transport improvement out onto Little Shore Street, a lovely pathway to allow both residents and visitors to access the community facility has recently been completed. So not actually relating to this matter, I'm sorry, but important was their lease being renewed and their stakes are on the rise.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell. I now put the motion. Those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself carried unanimously. 15.2, new Lease Bay Islands Community Services Incorporated. Do I have a mover for the office's recommendation? Councillor Rendalls, seconded by Councillor Gollé. Colley. Councillor Rendalls, would you like to speak to the motion?
The Bay Islands Community Services Inc. has two facilities on the southern Moreton Bay Islands, one of which is on Russell Island. That is the property in question here before you. The other is on Macleay Island in South Sea Terrace. The facility is located between the Russell Island Bowls Club and the Rural Fire Service SES compound on Jackson Road, for those who know that area. That the facility also co-hosts the Russell Islands Men's Shed, which is immediately behind there, and also the Russell Island Museum. They have a particular focus on activities and support programs for vulnerable people on the islands, with active young mums groups, programs for older people. They have an op shop, and they've stepped forward whenever we've had problems on the island. They provided the accommodation for the families from New Zealand when we had the house fire on the island. They were one of the first organisations open on the island after Tropical Cyclone Alfred, providing cup of tea and phone charging, etc. So I commend them to council and highly recommend that we renew the lease.
Thank you. Councillor Rendalls speaks against. Any questions? I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item 15.4, which is a preliminary approval variation request for a material change of use to very effect of the city.
Excuse me, Mayor, I have a declaration to make before it's moved. I have previously declared a conflict of interest in applications to do with the shoreline development, but back in February 22 I declared that I was voted on that I would be allowed to participate in statutory, non-stationary and information sessions on anything to do with the shoreline development from here on. So I just thought I'd make you aware, but I have been previously approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hewlett. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Sorry, yes? Yep, mover for the officer's recommendation.
Okay. If we want discussion, I'll move it for the purpose of discussion. No, can't be. That's why it's here.
Acting General Manager.
So just to confirm through you, Mayor, to councillors, we don't have delegation to decide this application because there's a variation request, so that has to be a decision of council. That's why it's before you.
Councillors, I wasn't especially happy with the road arrangement. The officers came back with advice that said that the traffic reports supported that road arrangement. So I don't believe we have any grounds at this point not to put this through.
Sorry, moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Gollé. Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to speak to the motion, to the officer's recommendation?
Yeah, briefly. We did have a workshop on it, so I think most councillors understand that this area has already been developed. Lots of houses down there already. I mean, probably fits in with their housing strategy for the state government. Officers are recommending an approval with conditions, so really not a lot of grounds from what we heard in the workshop on Monday that there's grounds for refusal.
Councillor Gollé? Oh, sorry.
No, Speaker, I was just wondering, some late information came through since the workshop. I haven't had time to digest it. Is it possible if there's an officer in the room that they can go over those details, please?
I know what it was. It was.
I would like it through.
It was the information that I asked for that came through, which was to understand what the recreational parks were in the area. So that when I asked about the parks, the park hierarchy that was arranged for the area, and I said, oh, well, can we just get an overview to see what the T2 and T3 parks were for the area? Because we were discussing just about the parks that were being provided for in Shoreline. So that's what the information was that the CEO sent through.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Gollé, did you have a specific question?
I thought that there was information about the environmental corridor on the road and the traffic, because that seems to be the point of contention, and I was wondering if there's an officer that could speak to that, please.
Acting General Manager David Jeans, is there anyone that would speak to that information?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have Daniel here if we need more detail, but just at a high level, we provided some information in relation to the road network, and in the view of officers, we think that having that north-south connector road, which was the road in question, is crucial for connectivity, for public transport, for pedestrian connectivity as well. So our view is that the recommendation to retain that north-south road is appropriate. There will be a fauna underpass under that road, which will ensure that that corridor can still operate effectively. So that's the recommendation for councillors.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Councillor Gollé?
Thanks, Mayor. I realise that there's recommendations here, but the local area councillor, Deputy Mayor Tolte, spoke very passionately about this the other day, where she believes from her history on the ground and knowing the area that what she was proposing...
Councillor Gollé, I think that's up to probably Deputy Mayor to actually detail rather than a third person.
Well, there was also speculation about what was being delivered from a parks aspect now as well.
So you want to speak? You want to speak against the motion?
Yeah, I do, because we spoke about this the other day, Mayor, where we said, well, hang on, what happened to the parks that were originally promised? And hang on a sec, how come this road's being put in when this is a better outcome? So I'd like to just, what's happened? Now all of a sudden everything's okay.
Right. Is that a question to you?
Well, I'm speaking against and posing a question, yeah. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tolte?
Thank you, Mayor. As I said, I wasn't happy with the north-south road, and I would have preferred each of those communities go out by the north-south road networks and not cross that corridor. I didn't think that was really required for the number of houses we're dealing with, and to my mind, it was a better outcome if that was just unencumbered by a road. With regard to the parks, etc., they are not included in this application, and they are not relevant to the thing that we are debating right now, so therefore it wouldn't be appropriate to speak to those. I did ask for more information that was sent by officers yesterday to all councillors, so it's there to be read, but it's not relevant to what we're voting on. I did check on that, and it's not relevant to this vote.
Thank you. That answers that question. Any speakers then for, I guess we're back to, if that was a reply? No? All right, any questions? a comment. Probably it's probably not needed if we've gone for and against, and yeah, we've had questions. So I now put the motion. Those in favour. So Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendalls, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Gollé. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Gollé, Councillor Talty, Councillor Bishop and myself. And motion's carried. Notices of intention, we don't have any. So agenda item number 17. So I've not been advised of any notices of intention to repeal or amend a resolution. Notices of motion. Agenda item number 18.1, which is a notice of motion.
Sorry.
Notice of motion raised by Councillor Boglari, which is a request for a comprehensive financial review. Councillor Gollé, I understand, would like to add an additional... That's been added, okay. In there?
Thanks, Mayor. It's already been added through governance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Boglari. Sorry, over to you. You've moved it? Yep. Seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. One of the roles of councillors is to have an oversight of present financial position of council and to foresee the future. This means as councillors we have to note risks and know when to pivot due to possible risk outcomes for the betterment of our community and sustainability of council. With the increasing various challenges that we're all facing on our council's financial positions, including challenges arising from both global and local impacts, it is imperative that fully informed and strategic decisions are made to decrease financial and reputational risks to council, and the information in this review will be a tool that will assist councillors with this knowledge. Redland City Council is managing significant works portfolios of both capital and operational projects, which, while necessary for community development and service provision, have placed increasing pressures on our financial position. While each month at general meetings we discuss the monthly financials, this is a point in time relating back to that year's planned budget only, and basically how council is travelling relating to that document. It does not consider, as we must, asset management or pressures outside the budget scope. Many Queensland councils are actually facing cash flow constraints and possible future constraints due to a variety of reasons, but some that concern me with Redland City Council are insufficient infrastructure charges, having been collected over a decade now due to the state government cap that was put in place, and this pressure is placing pressure on our cash reserves. And while the IA reserves is being diminished, there are not sufficient charges being collected to replenish for future works. Information from this review could be used to advocate to the state government for changes in these development charges. Redland City Council also has a rate base where the pressure is mainly on residential rates, because unlike other councils that have large industry and other rate categories to offset, Redlands relies on its residential rate base for revenue, and the impact on our residents must be acknowledged when considering raising funds for future works. The concern of possible reduced funding streams from other levels of government also have to be considered, as the Queensland State Government is presently challenged by its own struggles with the rising debt. This has been mentioned in the media several times after they've had their own recent review. And it is anticipated external funding to local councils potentially could reduce the forecast revenue available for future council projects. We've also identified ageing water infrastructure across the city that will require substantial capital works, and I have mentioned this for over a decade now. For me, the health of our city to have clean running water has to be a priority. The fundings of these works remains a grave concern to me and other councillors. There is also the foreboding impending decision to be made on the Southern Thornlands PDA that will require infrastructure that could possibly cost council approximately $2 billion if, again, the state government doesn't step in. Again, this review will assist with this advocacy. Possible future large financial costs with our island communities also need to be considered with the sewerage concerns of Simbi and finding a viable solution and concerns on Minjerribah regarding future possible development costs. SEQ is projecting significant growth over the next decade, and Council needs to expand and build new assets that a growing community expects and needs. Not building new infrastructure is a reduction of service and again has the risk of reputational damage, and not understanding the costs that will be required is also a financial risk. This review will help councillors with the need to understand these future pressures and factors to future decision makings. My position on the Audit and Risk Committee gives me greater insight into the financial position of Council, and as a member I understand there is information that remains confidential and is not for discussion here today. However, as a committee member reporting it to Council, it is my responsibility to bring to your attention risks that are discussed and how they may influence our future decision making. Based on previous audit deliberations contained in a report on asset data, there are risks that have been discussed relating to possible failure to maintain, renew and expand assets due to affordability and deliverability. There may also be financial impacts, unknown issues and poor service outcomes. There is also a risk there could be reputational damage and significant financial loss. Councillors need to be aware of all these financial risks, including asset standards requiring works. So as councillors, we make decisions to mitigate these risks. Councillors also are privy to confidential information in strategic planning workshops, and these regard assumptions and considerations to be considered over the 10-year capital works program. It is common knowledge that from year 3 or 4 of any capital works program, there are reduced confidence in costings, and I also have my concerns as to how balanced the capital works program is going out over forward years. There are also market pressures which Council may be impacted by with the delivery of projects, especially some of our proposed projects, because you talk to anybody out in the community and everyone is having trouble getting resources. Council's overarching document is our corporate plan, and we are about to commence on a review. This document will help us list with the projects listed in that plan for funding streams and any risk in the deliverability of some of these projects. Given these challenges, it is critical that Council takes a proactive approach in assessing Council's financial position. Other councils have taken a financial a proactive approach in these challenging times, and they have pivoted and been innovated, and I want Redland City Council to be one of them. Some councils have even paused millions of dollars worth of projects to reduce potential financial risks, while other councils have warned their communities of high rate rises. The request I'm asking for is very similar to the recent state government review. And while I acknowledge there will be resources required, I firmly believe the risk of not having this information for our future decision making, given the challenges which are upon us now, are like no other time. This outweighs the cost of resources that will be required. Not doing this review will cost us more in the long term. The report to a future general meeting aligns with our future budget deliberations and also the review of the corporate plan. The information provided will assist in advocacy to the state government to explain the impact of their decisions upon councils. It can also be used to educate and inform the public to give increased understanding of council's financial constraints and possibilities for the delivery of essential services and programs. This is something we have asked for a number of years. It will also help inform councillors. My motion has been changed today because Councillor Gollé also wanted to stress the importance of councillors having a very rigorous knowledge of our businesses and the revenue that they increase. And I have agreed to put this in because it does give a more holistic approach.
Point of order. Each speaker only gets 5 minutes. The councillor's been going for 7 now.
So
sorry, I thought I would have been stopped at 5.
I've just been told it just reached 5. So you've just reached time.
Yep, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought I had it timed for 5.
All right, thank you. Any speakers against? Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have real concerns about the language that's used in this notice of motion, and that it potentially brings the reputation of council and councillors into disrepute and the implication that council is not transparent about its finances and that councillors are making uninformed decisions without considering the long-term financial sustainability of the organisation. I'll start with the original request, which is for a motion for a comprehensive financial review. This statement implies that council does not do this already. Council and councillors undertake a comprehensive financial review every year through the budget process. Council's legislative requirements require us to include in our annual budget statements for the financial year plus 2 more consecutive years on our financial position, cash flow, income and expenditure and changes in equity. The annual budget must also include a long-term financial forecast that shows 10 years of financial forecasting which is developed to support Council's financial strategy. Also under legislation, Council's budget must include 9 sustainability measures for that budget year, plus an additional 9 years. These measures include operating cash ratio, asset sustainability ratio, and asset renewal funding ratio. As part of the yearly budget process, we review all of our financial policies, including the revenue policy and debt policy. We have an expenditure review committee that assesses line by line our operational expenses and revenue. We also have an audit and risk management committee whose role is to assist council in fulfilling its corporate governance role and oversight of financial management and reporting responsibilities. In the background of the motion, the councillor states that this motion seeks to ensure council has a clear and transparent understanding of its financial trajectory and can implement strategic actions to safeguard the long-term interests of the Redlands community. Other Queensland councils have taken measures. This statement implies that council does not have a clear and transparent understanding of its financial trajectory, which I believe I've already refuted through our annual budget process and long-term strategic planning. The statement also implies that council, and thereby councillors, through our decision-making process, are not taking any measures to safeguard the long-term interests of our community while other councils are. My question to this statement is, well, which of these councils are which of the Queensland councils is the councillor referring to, and what measures are they taking? Other statements made in the motion that council's obligation for financial sustainability. Well, we report on this every single month in our financial reports. Approach to future asset management planning, including prioritisation of works. We have a strategic asset management plan that is publicly available. The 10-year capital works program, and each year our CapEx program is developed using the prioritisation model. That this report will enable transparency. There are 75 public-facing policies on our website, 13 of which relate to finance and auditing. Further to that, we also have publicly available the corporate plan, operational plan, annual budget, annual report, monthly financial reports, annual capital works program, the 10-year financial strategy and the 10-year strategic asset management plan. Another statement made by the councillor in the motion is that this report will ensure council's financial position is accountable, implying that it currently isn't and that this requested report seeks to rectify that. And I believe, as again I've already highlighted, that our financial position is very accountable to both the community and under our legislative requirements. Through every budget review and audit process, along with all the policies that I've highlighted, I struggle to understand what more information the councillor is looking for that requires a comprehensive financial review. I will admit that the information is provided across multiple documents and policies, but that's not to say that it's not there, that it's not comprehensively reviewed, that it's not publicly available, and that councillors aren't informed of this information when it comes to our decision making. I won't support a motion that implies council does not do its due diligence when it comes to our finances and that the organisation is not providing adequate and transparent information to enable councillors to make informed strategic decisions.
Speakers for. Sorry, Councillor Gollé, I think you raised your hand first.
Thank you. Again, there's absolute, and look, I'll be the first one to question this, going, look, we've got multiple reports, we've got budget processes, etc., etc. But I think this goes hand in hand with the Mayoral Minute. And if I recall, a couple of months ago, we received a brief that we will have imposts of depreciation and costs of depreciation that would actually see us in a financial position of, you know, we've got to do something. There are rising costs. We are sitting on underground infrastructure through our regulated businesses. That needs to be maintained. We're going to have the state government apply further pressure to us when they decide to do their PDA. I can hear it now. It'll be council. What are you stumping up to cover for their new proposed 8,000 lots down in the southern Thornlands? So we really need to take a step back and have a look at our regulated businesses. Other councils do it. How many times have we sat here and said, why can't we separate our water bill from our rates notice? And how come we can't be like Brisbane? And residents are always saying that. We got the dearest rates. We need to be really, really thorough, and we really need to look at what are going to be the best efficiencies in moving into the future. We will have works that we need to find money for on top of major projects. And if we don't start looking at how do we manage that, we all know that we've only got a residential base to actually look at raising funds out of through rates. We don't have large-scale commercial entities here. So we've got to start finding efficiencies. It's not about, and like I said before, I was the first one to go, hey, yep, we've got all these reports, budgets, etc. But doing a deeper dive and looking at this a little bit further and seeking guidance elsewhere, we do need to look at things like our regulated businesses. We do need to look at areas where are we actually getting the best bang for buck through projects? What are we actually up for in the future? Because we can either get voted out or leave in the next couple of years. Who gets left with the legacy? And this is what we're doing now. We're actually trying to establish something so we get some information back of where we actually sit. That's how I see it. The reason I asked to put the extra piece in is because regulated businesses, we're using them as a means of financing. We should be hanging our hat on that because we're actually digging our hole deeper to go, well, all this underground infrastructure, the island, sewer and water, etc., how do we actually fund that? What are we doing? Like, do we just keep going down the same old track like the last 20 years and trying to put a levy in and then we're off to court again and all these different things? We have to take a stand somewhere, councillors, and we have to do a deep dive over and above how many dog bowls can I get in my park and all this sort of stuff that we go on every budget. This is serious stuff. This is why we're here. So I do support this. I think we need to do a much deeper dive. Where can we find those savings? Work with the CEO and the ELT to come up with a strategy on how to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gollé. Councillor Tolte.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councillor Boglari bringing this, and I understand her sentiment, and we have discussed it one-on-one, and we agree on a great many of these concerns. The thing that I'm concerned about, well, there are a number of them, but with regard to having this here today, we have your Mayoral Minute, which has just passed, which is about changing the way council does some things and reviewing. And I would think that it would be difficult to, you would need to know what was changing out of that before you could know what was required out of this. So timing-wise, I think this is not great timing. The other thing, and I appreciate that the time frame, if we could just scroll up so I could see the bottom of the motion. I understand the time frame has been changed. It previously said prior to adoption of the budget, and now it says before the end of the calendar year. I'd like to propose a further amendment, if I could, because if this were a full day workshop's not the right word, but a full day discussion perhaps out of council as a all councillor and ELT part of the budget deliberations, then I think that might be a better conversation to get started. So I would suggest, rather than it be saying that this report be presented to a future general meeting, I'm going to suggest an amendment, move an amendment that says this information be presented at a Yeah, workshop's not the right word. Seminar of council. Yeah.
That's why she said seminar.
Yeah. So if there is a seconder for that amendment, I would like to put that on the floor.
You can ask Wendy initially.
Oh, well, Wendy, do you want to accept that?
I'm not too sure what your wording was.
I was just, so the first line of point 2 to say this information rather than this report be presented at a future seminar to enable accountability, transparency and information. That's all fine because that still does do that. And perhaps rather than at, well, it would be at the end, it would be before the end of the calendar year anyway, but I would suggest we do it at the start of the budget process, whenever we start that, whether that be September, October, whatever.
No, I'll accept that so long as it has the information be presented at a future seminar, which will be to, like an internal seminar to councillors.
Yep.
But a report be brought back to, and subsequently, is that the word? To keep in that a report be brought back to a general meeting. Because we have said at every budget for how many years that we want to get some educational pieces out to the community so they understand our constraints, expectations,
and I would think
all the
those
impacts.
educational pieces would be things that we would talk about in that seminar, and then it wouldn't be the report that comes back to council wouldn't be this is the huge thing that is everything. It would be these are the things we're going to.
Well, as it's written now, the information be presented at a future... Oh, sorry, through you, Chair.
Yes, that's fine.
This information be presented at a future seminar to enable decision-making, blah, 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 before the end of the calendar year, and Councillor Bishop's word, and subsequently a report be brought back to a future meeting of council, and that report can come out of that seminar. So I'll put that word in subsequently with a report to be brought back to a future general meeting. I'll accept that.
Yeah, we are doing fine. I'll ask my question later.
Thank you. All right, so Councillor Tolte.
So if the move is accepting the change, I don't think we have to vote.
Yep, so you're
right?
all good. Yep.
Okay,
that's right.
thank you.
All right, so 4 we were up to. Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, let me just say that in support of this motion and Councillor Boglari's intent, that I have great faith in our executive team and our financial team, and the assurances that they give us on a regular basis is exemplary. And I thank them and all of the ELT for the work that provides us our day-to-day decision-making and forward projections. But it is our responsibility as board members or the representatives of the community to look after not only the current assets and service delivery and infrastructure, but also forward projections. And some of the challenges that I have certainly raised many, many times, and I've been probably treated a little bit like Chicken Little some of the times with raising things in the future that are of concern, I believe are very real and substantive challenges. The timing of this, I think, is appropriate because we are looking at our corporate plan. Our last corporate plan did not involve the community from the outset. We did a draft plan before we talked to the community. I think it's important that we get the inputs and are clear about the backdrop because there are a series of challenges that we are facing. The market headwinds in southeast Queensland, across Australia, with the arrival of the Olympics, has everyone in the market looking for the very type things that council deals with in concrete, in steel, in aggregate, in all of the essential services for big projects. We've and that's hotly contested. The prices are rising, and we've got an affordability crisis going on for the general community. And in Australia, just in the last month, the only architectural glass manufacturing entity has gone broke, is no longer producing glass. A couple of months ago, the largest producer of industrial plastics is no longer able to function because the cost of gas has gone up 3 times in the last since 2013. So I think it's a really appropriate time for us to look at the geopolitical environment, to look at the challenges that we've got, the shifting tariffs. These are all placing pressure as the Olympics bears down on South East Queensland. The other thing that we've embarked on since the adoption of the last corporate plan is some significant major projects. Not only have we currently got the ongoing costs and yet to be delivered full-scale impacts of Toondah Harbour, of Wynham Creek, still a movable feast, also the costs of the islands and delivering legacy backlog of infrastructure and expectations of things like sewering the islands, that is billions of dollars. These are questions that are being flagged in our community, questions about bridges, questions about, we've got native title determination on North Stradbroke Island. A sand island, highly sensitive, delivering infrastructure on islands is expensive at the best of times. With the South East Thornlands priority development area, if that comes online, how are we going to manage our wastewater provision? These are massive, massive costs. Questions in our corporate plan to do with not just the Heinemann Road and the Birkdale Precinct, some of which is captured in our 10-year plan, but we've got master plans going out for 20 years. And where's the full costing of that? These are sustainability questions that we need to be across. We need to understand because we need to think about current and future people sitting in these roles, but also our community and their ability to pay. There are challenges around landfill remediation. We've allocated the amount of money that we had standing by in reserves has been allocated in the next 3 years for the Judy Holt project, but we've got other landfill remediation sites across the city and we have not yet fully costed what they will be. We need understanding about these things, and this is the right way to go about doing it, to support our exemplary officers and give a broader understanding about the legacy challenges. We have 335 kilometres of coastline. Managing infrastructure in the marine environment is excessively expensive, and if we are going to be bearing the cost of some of the decisions to do with Dunwich and various other plans going forward, we want to make sure, and officers are doing this, that we push back and we don't inherit legacy challenges. This will give us the information we need to be clear with our state government and federal government counterparts. If we want to have the remote designation of our islands so that we can get extra funding, we need this data to say our city cannot pay for some of the things that are expected. Or if we can pay, how are we going to manage, order and sequence these things? There's other questions about future debt levels. Previously, our current debt level is about $365 per person. I've seen projections of that going up to, factors of 10 times more debt. We need to be clear about whether we are going to do that because debt levels are going to be rising.
Councillor.
There are also, I'll finalise now. There are other recommendations being made. I'll just note the mid-year fiscal and economic review from the state government, 24-25, looking at major projects, and also the Queensland Audit Office has some major project updates recommending instituting some changes that I think we need to be aware of. These will make substantive changes to our financial sustainability, and they are things that we need to have as order of business in our understanding looking forward. Thank you very much. Thanks for the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers against? Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. Just a really good conversation, but I'm just a little bit concerned and speaking against seeking some clarity from our officers. When we talk about our financial obligations, and as Councillor Mackenzie just outlined all the documents that we have, Councillor Gollé mentioned the numerous documents that we have that are all front-facing and available to our community. But is there anything there that, from Councillor Boglari's concerns, that we don't have front-facing, like what's in this motion that's not already available to our residents, please? Is there anything further that we could be doing? Because I'm really concerned about the conversation now that, fair enough, residents are watching, and rightly so, and all of that. But I don't want anyone to go away from today's conversation thinking, what's not out there and what aren't we doing? Yes, we can look at it. Yes, we talked earlier about we can do things better, but I just don't want that negative connotation from what we've talked about that I can't see? Is there something that I'm missing here? We've got it all out there, I thought.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hughes, for that question. Look, when I read this notice of motion prior to the amendment today, those points A to E, I felt quite comfortable that we do cover that off through our budget development process, and I was concerned about the initial timeframes because it is budget and confidence information that we'd be releasing early if that was what was required. I think having the point F, that is something that there's a very comprehensive review. A lot of work is going to be involved in doing that. I think we provide a lot of information to the public. It comes in the output being our budget publication. Obviously, a lot of the discussions that are taking place around project prioritisation, what goes forward, what doesn't, pausing, ceasing, that's not necessarily communicated through those budget deliberations because they are confidential conversations, but the public see the output. Yeah, I think and from a monitoring perspective, as you see with our monthly financial report today, we do, as Councillor Mackenzie mentioned, we talk to the 9+1 voluntary measure of financial sustainability every month, and we do track that on that 10-year long-term financial forecast over 10 years. And when we establish that, we use the best available information at the time that is discussed through those workshops leading up to budget adoption. I hope that helps.
And just thank you, Peter. And also we have our yearly ATO, the Australian Tax Office, audit, Queensland Audit Office, yes, that also review our financials on a yearly basis. And I remember the years that I was in the audit committee, year on year, we were exemplary. So I'm just wanting to make sure that we are really conveying that strong message that we are getting nods around the room, that we are doing these things that Councillor Boglari has highlighted, but what we're probably not doing is having that information easily accessible to the community, maybe in one spot. So I just feel very concerned about the fact that people might think we're not doing it, but we're being told very clearly to the community we are. Just a response about the Queensland Audit Office, thanks.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hughes. That is 100% correct. And we also have QTC that come in and do a review. And those financial sustainability measures that are audited by the QAO are also reviewed by the department as well. And we get information. I just want to also acknowledge the pressures and the challenges that has been raised today. I want to highlight that is not unique to Redland City Council. They are shared challenges and right across the sector, and I'm talking nationwide, all local governments and other entities too. And I talk to my counterparts and equivalents at other local government entities, and they share the same challenges. And if I have to be quite blunt at what that is really the cost escalations which drive our asset valuations, increasing our asset base, with that trickle-on effect to our depreciation expense. That's the pain from post-COVID, inflation, CPI, that even though it's a paper expense, it's a non-cash expense, we still have to recover it for revenue, and that is the challenge now, but we are not alone, and it's certainly not a Redland City Council issue. Yeah, and it's definitely built into all our forward estimates through the long-term financial forecast and our budget deliberations.
Thank you. CEO, you had a comment to make?
Very minor, and I absolutely endorse what Peter has said. I just thought, Peter, it might be helpful for the community's benefit if you could explain, or you could spell out QTC so that people know what that is, and QAO, because we refer to those terms all the time, but I think it's really important to understand that we do get external review of our financial situation, that we are in a sound financial position, and that we do have an audit committee that looks at our financials as well. So maybe just some of those, what is normal business as usual to you, to explain for the community's benefit, I thought might help.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Louise. We in finance are heavily regulated. So we have a Queensland Audit Office. It's from behalf of the Auditor General of Queensland. We are audited every year. So our financial statements So that's every dollar and cent, asset, liability, equity, revenue, expense, cash flow statement, absolutely everything. And then that goes a little bit further and they actually review and audit. So it's not just a review, it's actually an audit, and there's quite a difference there in terms of the scrutiny and the level of detail that they go into. That all our financial sustainability measures, and they are reported in our annual report and signed by the Auditor General. So, and then the Queensland QTC, Queensland Treasury Corporation. So we undergo a credit review. The last credit review that was performed on us was 2 years ago, and we're currently having one right now. We have not received the result yet. We've been informed just recently that's coming in the next 3 to 4 weeks, hopefully. But the most latest up-to-date review is 2 years ago, and we were identified as sound with a neutral outlook. Now, I think you might recall from when Queensland Treasury Corporation came last year during budget workshops and spoke with us, they emphasised that neutral is not a bad thing. That's great. That's a good news story. But through that credit review process, they look at our debt ceiling, our borrowing capacity, and that's based on our long-term financial forecast, the scrutiny that goes into it. They rely heavily on the Queensland Audit Office audits. In fact, through this credit review just recently, questions came through. They're looking at our audited financial statements. They're using that to inform their assessment. So heavily regulated. And for me, as Financial Controller of Council, that gives me peace of mind. I can go home and sleep at night knowing that we are in good stead. We do everything right by the book here in finance, but it's also nice just to have that green tick of endorsement and approval by the Queensland Audit Office and the Queensland Treasury Corporation.
Yeah. Thank you. Speakers 4. Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say I'm very impressed with the presentation that Wendy put forward and the other comments by Councillor Gollé. The thing that I guess concerns me is the public really don't understand, and whether we have to go into an ultra in-depth presentation, I'd like to see a document that's community-facing that they can easily understand. Like as Councillor Bishop pointed out, we have some really big projects coming ahead in the future, and I don't think people fully understand, even though they might go online and look at how they're funded, what the implications of those major projects are. The other thing that concerns me is I was at a workshop here several years ago. I can't remember who actually said it, but one officer said we're heading for an infrastructure cliff with our water assets. And that means, in other words, our water assets could fail all at once, which could be a massive impost on council. And whether that's being taken into account, I don't know. It seemed to come around when we were thinking of selling the water business, and then it sort of died after we didn't. So has that issue gone away, or is it still there? These are the kind of questions that are buzzing through my mind. The operational cost of some of these major projects, we've discussed them before. And I do feel sorry for officers because they're at the mercy of councillor political decisions on things, and they've got to deal with them. So they may know something's not the greatest idea in the world, but they've got to deal with it because we've decided, yes, it is. And that's another aspect that I don't think the community fully understands. But I think this is a good thing. I think it's a great thing. And I commend the comments made by Councillor Bishops, Baglari and Gollé, because I completely agree with them. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Bishop, for your comments. I think the problem with this motion is that the way that it's phrased is it's going to deliver what we already have. You know, we have very good financial accounting and transparency and that. I take Councillor Hewitt's position. I think there is a lot to be said about increasing the digestibility of our finances and how the rate system and that works for the community. I know it's a question I get all the time. Picking up the issues, particularly that Councillor Bishop raised, they're the big unknowns. The big unknowns are sewerage, drainage, roads on the islands. You know, how long before we have to upgrade the marine infrastructure at Wynham Creek, infrastructure on North Stradbroke Island and here on the mainland in relation to urban development. These issues have been touched upon and raised many, many times, but this motion doesn't actually in any way give us a comprehensive focus of those issues or any indication of cost implications. The way the current budgets work, and I think they work well, but the way the current budget works is once something's in the budget cycle, we management, we depreciate it, we forecast it. So we have quite a good handle on the knowns, like the depreciation of our existing sewage treatment works on the mainland, the cost of the sewage works when it comes on shoreline. It's the unknowns that we don't know. Everyone here, except for Councillor Gollé, would have seen the increase in foreshore erosion around the city. There's been no costings of that. Our approach to that has always been ad hoc. That we've looked in, when we go through this post-disaster review, when we're looking at the recovery process, I expect there will be lots of money that will be required to improve the resilience of Redlands. We've touched on previously, and Councillor Bulgari has been a great champion of that, and thank you, we need to get a handle on what's going to be the costs of Simbi, what's there. These are the sorts of things that come out of a strategic planning exercise, whether you call it the corporate plan or more likely to be the city plan, and I think we should fast track some of those. Then you cost it, and then you look at it. But we're going into it backwards and saying we want to do this financial report, but all the unknown costs have not yet been identified, and the Chief Financial Officer can't cost them because we haven't got any strategy for it. And I've been picking up the pieces over the last 12 months, looking at all the past reports that have been done on Simbi infrastructure requirements. They're dated, they're incomplete. The legislative frameworks that they've been conducted on has changed. So all that stuff needs to be revisited. This is not the time to do this. Now is the time to focus on getting our budget ready. Now is the time to provide some attention to improving the digestibility of our financial reports so that we move away from acronyms to make it simple for people to see it, and we go through a separate process as part of our city plan and through structured workshops of looking at the high cost unknowns we haven't yet identified. Then you come back and do this.
Thank you, Councillor Rendalls. What have we been through? Speakers for? I think Councillor Gollé, you've spoken before. I will then just provide my my speaking for. So again,
make comments?
I feel this is hand in hand with what I raised earlier, and I appreciate Councillor Bishop, Councillor Bulgari, Councillor Gollé and Councillor Hewlett's comments. It's interesting because review has been perceived as something as a negative in the commentary that I've heard, and that's not the intent. A review is to have a look. It's not necessarily to imply that something is in deficit or that it's been wrong. It's just that. It's a review. It's to have a look. It could have good outcomes. It could have options for improvement. It could have negative outcomes, but it's not done with any ill intent. It's also not a siloed exercise. So when you call for a review, it doesn't have to be exclusionary. It can be done at the same time as other things are occurring. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the intent of this is to have, again, that holistic approach and to consider a forward-facing document to the community. I understand that there are lots out there, but clearly community feedback has been that it hasn't been readily in a format that's readily, I guess, understandable to most, or to many anyway. If we look at the information that we've received, and certainly in my almost first year, we came into a budget process straight after the election, so it was a fairly intense process, and with hindsight of the year, it's been really interesting. So I understand that certainly the financial messaging that we got in that first year is that council was in a very strong, sound position, and we had guest speakers that also backed that up. However, I am conscious of the areas of concern and the rhetoric and the commitment to future projects and the cost that they will bring, the associated costs that they'll bring, bearing in mind that there are also funding options available. But we do have, and has been openly acknowledged, ageing infrastructure. We do have issues around, I guess, our costs in relation to the provision of that infrastructure and the impact that's going to have on our budget going forward. I'm mindful of the comments made by the Deputy Mayor, who said she has concerns, Deputy Mayor has similar concerns to some of those raised by Councillor Gollé, but this is around the timing, as I understood it, of this review, mostly. So if I look at the wording and I look at the intent, I'm of the view that this is, again, is not an exercise. There's leeway there for discussion. It's not brought with the intent to be exclusionary or to imply that there's any wrongdoing or anything that's been not done appropriately. It's just simply that it's a review. Speakers against? Councillor Mitchell?
Apologies, Councillor Gollé, if I gazumped there, Ms. Keane.
Oh, sorry. If there was a, if you're right.
Thank
So
you.
I was
No,
speaking
against. A review is certainly not negative, as long as that review is with purpose, has a clear direction, a clear outcome, and some measures of success. And this isn't it. Again, you know, this Groundhog Day from earlier. This is, I've listened around the room, and on one hand we're praising the incredible amount of information that's public facing. I absolutely agree. Is there a better format and a better digestible way it's there? 100% behind that. But you can't then say it's there and then howl it down. It is, our community expects more councillors than just listing 100 problems and being frustrated. That's just lazy, and that's not what a councillor should be doing. I'm reminded of back in my physio days where we'd get from doctors or specialists, patients would say, gee, my doctor was thorough, and they've run all these tests. Those tests were pointless, 80% of them. They cost thousands of dollars and wasted the time of so many people. The 2 or 3 tests that were targeted, well thought out, and we're going to help with the appropriate diagnosis and treatment is what we want. So to have this scattergun that, oh, we'll just test everything and throw everything into the pot and hope that at the end of it we get something meaningful out is not correct. I'm quite embarrassed that this is what we're putting forward. We've jumped to the end rather than spent the time framing up what's the actual problem that we're trying to solve. What's the diagnosis that we're looking for so we can have the right medication to put through? People said, we want a deep dive. Well, I don't want a deep dive, digging holes in a paddock, hoping we come up with something. I want the right dive, and I'll go as deep as we need to with the right dive. But this does not give us any direction on what that is. It sends us on 100 wild goose chases while we find the 2, 3 or 4 things that might have a meaningful impact on our community. So we need to go back to the beginning. I'm more than happy with a forum or something to talk about it. That's what we should have done, and this should never have come to us in this format. It's embarrassing to the community and we're wasting money. But I love the intent is there, but we can't say, oh, the intent's right, so we're going to put through rubbish. Rubbish in is rubbish out. Let's not put...
Point of order.
Thank you, Councillor.
7.6.7F, language and tone is offensive.
Thank you, upheld. Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. That is...
Sure, I'll reduce the tone. That's a well-known phrase in many organisation, that you want the right data going in. So let's say bad data in is bad data out. So I'll take that on there. This is looking for bad data, and hopefully we'll sift through after years and many thousands of dollars to find the right data that I know is the intent, but this won't get us there. We need to go back, frame up the problem a little bit more. I can't support it in this format, but if it was withdrawn and we come back with the right format, and that is probably the forum, so that we can spend time together framing up what we feel are the right tests and diagnoses and treatments, that's where we should have started. So I could carry on, but I think that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just have a question in relation to the Acting Chief Financial Officer's concern around dot point F, and I just acknowledge that if that is going to be something that council officers have not had a lot of time to look over, I'd just like to request through the chair to Councillor Gollé, would you consider its removal? Well, I'm asking, okay, I'll ask Wendy through the chair, but given that the words came from Councillor Gollé, whether the removal of the dot point F, which the acting CFO said might put an extra burden and the officers hadn't had a chance to see it, would you consider that the pair of you through the chair?
How much leeway do I have to answer that?
So I guess the question, given that it's Councillor Baglari's motion, but I know you've accepted Councillor Gollay's comment. So Councillor Gollé, I guess in the first instance, given it's your amendment.
Madam Chair, the reason, look, I think I take everyone's points on as valid points and feedback into the pot. The fact is that we're not just looking at an education piece here, we're looking at the business in general as a board of directors should, to find efficiencies across the organisation, to actually be more hands-on. How many times have we sat here saying, oh, we never get to see everything and then they want us to make a decision? Every budget is the same. For the last nearly 10 years that I've been in council, every 12 months there's a budget review and the rates go up. And we're sitting here going, why? Oh, because costs go up and shipping and da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, okay, it's not enough for me. And it's not enough for the community if we actually want to start looking at where are we going to find efficiencies. Because I'll guarantee you, all the reports and all the nice-to-haves that we've got sitting on the table presently still does not allow us the flexibility to look at reducing costs so we don't go out to the public every budget
Point of order,
and
Mayor.
go, here's a rate
way
rise.
Off the item being...
Well, the answer is no, because I think it's relevant, right? I think it's important, and I think we need to stop this divisional, how do I get something in my park thing, and look at this as a proper organisation.
Thank you, Councillor Gollé, you answered the question. All right. Does that answer your question, Councillor Bishop?
I wonder if there is another way that could be carried forward as an intent, that what's in there is carried forward as an intent, but we do actually look at removing it. I would prefer that because anyway. If Councillor Baglari is happy to leave it there, then we can leave it as it is, but...
Councillor Baglari?
Oh, through the chair, Councillor Gollé and I discussed this morning. My preference would have been, and I said this to Councillor Gollé, that is a separate motion, but we discussed it. And, you know, if we're talking about costs and wanting to marry up all the projects that we've got coming and our ageing infrastructure that needs paying, having that extra knowledge about all our revenue streams, which is actually in here on number C, the various mechanisms by which council can raise revenue, that's actually in there. This sort of did complement that, so I'm happy to leave it in there.
Councillor Bishop.
If I may, I would ask a separate question is, would you still support the motion if it was not in? Who
are you directing that comment to, Councillor Baglari?
Both. because I would... Oh, okay, I'll leave it.
Councillor Gollé.
Yeah, question through you to Councillor Boglari. Councillor Boglari mentioned when she was passionately speaking to this motion about other Queensland councils taking actions to kind of counter the wins that we have and the challenges that every council is facing, like our financial controller has described to us. Did those other councils require this sort of report to take that action, or are we able to just take action without asking officers and putting an additional impost on them of preparing a report like this? Is a report the only way that we can tackle these challenges?
I can't speak for what the other councils did. It was from reading media releases, but I would have presumed that they did what we're doing. I am asking us to do is to actually go through this process.
So
I don't know what the other councils
unclear,
did.
so-
It was the media releases that said, I think it was one of the councils is, I think it was Moreton. I don't know. I don't like mentioning councils' names. There was one council that was warning their residents about rate rises due to the implications of the global and national and local environment at the moment. And then I'm not too sure, but there was another. Yeah, and then another council said that they were actually going to pause, I think it was something like $54 million worth of projects, and look into how they're going to stretch them out over a number of years to reduce the burden. And this is what we can get if we do this review. We can get that knowledge.
So, but what the question was, did they need to do a report to take those actions and know that they should take those actions? Is the only way we can move forward and make...
Well, you wouldn't take, I would presume, no council would take a drastic action of pausing projects or increasing rates to that level without having done a review and know where they're standing. That would be irresponsible of them. I would presume they did a review, which is the beginning. I don't know what they did. I can't answer that question. That is just my opinion.
Okay. I have additional questions. Every year we prepare this document, the budget document, 80 pages. On page 37 we have a table here which is about scheduled forecast debt, 10-year forecast, which is something which this motion asks for. I have concerns that this information, and the problem here isn't that we don't have the information, the problem is that we're not giving it and providing it for the community as palatably as it could be and making it as easy for them to read. So my question is, I'm not sure who to, but maybe to the CEO through you, Chair, is there an alternate process that we can go through here when we do work through the budget process where we can provide some documentation which is more informative and not an 80-page document like this? The community may be able to get all of the information that Councillor Boglari is seeking in this motion.
You can take that.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Gollé, and thank you, councillors, for the conversation. I'll let Amanda have a word on this, but before she does, I'd probably just say that a lot of the information that you were hearing about what's happening in other councils and the opportunities actually came from officers in workshops that we've had in here with you in the financial space. And we do spend, it feels like the budget process never ends. It goes all year and then it starts again immediately after. So we do provide comprehensive all-day briefings for councillors on budget aspects, and we're happy to provide as much information as you can digest and you want, and we do that. That document that you held up there, Councillor Gollé, is probably a good example of that. And when we have our budget meetings, you'll note that there is a speech by the Mayor as part of the budget process. It simplifies some of the highlights. There is also information from the CEO. We have information in our annual reports. The tricky part with it is complex information. It is very difficult to make something that has, so much complexity simple and digestible, and that people will actually go out and seek as well. So they'll want it when they need it. The information is available, it's there, it's in our general meeting reports, all those sorts of things, but how do you make it more digestible? Are we trying to do that? Absolutely. You'll see some of the documents where we'll have infographics with how much we spend, in our parks, or how much we spend on assets. So we do that. There's always opportunities to improve and to do it better, and we'll always take that feedback on board. But I might throw to Amanda, who was comfortable taking the call on this one, but always open to ideas and suggestions. But I think there is significant information there. It's how it's packaged. One person might want it one way, another person might want it another way. Amanda?
Thanks, Louise, and through you, Mayor. Councillor Gollé, appreciate the question. I've been sitting here just trying to think about how we might answer this for you through the budget development process, and we'll take that on board and really just to echo some of the things that Louise has said, but also that you've heard from the Financial Controller Pete earlier. We obviously do that community report each year with our annual reports, so we try and take some complex financial information with that historical look back over the last 12 months, and we do a report for the community as part of our annual reporting process. What I'd like to try and propose, and I'm really committing my team to trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat between now and June 30, but we will try and give you something as well through our budget development process that is similar in nature to that community report that might try and address some of these things. It's not going to solve particularly F, but obviously I'd started to think about this after I saw this get circulated. And I think that might be a way that we can respond to the majority of the things that are in this notice of motion, with the exception of F, because that will take a bit more time and resourcing, and may be something actually that needs to be done externally. So we'll consider, do we have the resourcing internally to do F? But in terms of the rest of it, I think that we will be able to get you something. As you know, we have improved the view of capital, and thanks to Chris Isles and Dan, we did a lot of work on the capital report and tried to get that out into the community in this year when we released the budget, and I'm hopeful that that has been a good document for the community to understand the capital projects. So in a similar vein, I'll take that on board and work with my team to see if we can get you something along those lines to answer the majority of these things, because absolutely, to echo what Pete's already told you, all of this actually is in the public domain. Councillor Mackenzie said it earlier, it's there, it's just across a number of documents, and so we'll try and synthesise that into an easily digestible read for the community, and we'll take that on board as something to deliver for you as part of the budget process. And might not be perfect this year, but we'll refine it and we'll have something, and it'll be the beginning of answering this for you, and we can improve it and build on it over time. Thanks.
Sorry, Man, I've just got a couple of questions if I can. So you said all of the information, do you mean all of the information being asked for in this notice of motion is available?
Yep. Yeah, so we, and I'll get Pete to go through it. We, for instance, 1A, we're talking, just off the top of my head, it was about financial sustainability. It's the Financial Sustainability Guideline 2024 released by the department. It's available on the Department of Local Government website. Any member of the public can access that document. It articulates the 9 measures of sustainability. We report on that, Mayor, every month in our monthly financial report. I think Pete's already spoken to that today. So that's the historical view on our performance each month against those financial sustainability indicators. As part of the budget development process, there's a section within our budget document that refers to financial sustainability. It mentions that financial sustainability guideline. We have a long-term financial forecast where we look at what is our operating expenses over the next 10 years. We look at what is our capital expenses over the next 10 years. We look at what is our debt over the next 10 years, what is our anticipated loan borrowings. All of these things build up through the budget process. As you know, we workshop this with you. Really, we're starting, I think, next week, and that'll go through until budget day, whatever date we just adopted. So from next week, through until budget day, we will be working with you every week on this information in a piecemeal basis, and we build the budget from the ground up, as you know. All of those things form part of that annual budget document that you will ultimately adopt on budget day. But absolutely, the financial sustainability indicators that the department stipulate, that's all built into that annual budget document. You've got the 10-year view, and I recognise the conversation about the 3-year window, and obviously the more forward you get over the 10 years, it does become a bit more, there's a bit more variability because there's a lot more estimation that goes into things that are in, years 4, 5 and beyond. But it's our best guess, and it's a rolling review that we do every year. So the team spend a lot of time going through that budget development process with you and bringing in all of those variables, the things that we know, from the asset management plans and all of the different approaches that we take to build up what these budgets are. We give you indications around what from an asset management planning perspective we need to do, what might have been a requirement from a workplace health and safety perspective or a legislative amendment that might have come through. And that's how we build up our capital program. And the operational expenses, as we've also heard today, are reviewed through our expenditure review committee that's been in place for a couple of years now. And it is absolutely a line-by-line review across every unit within the organisation. It takes a long time for officers to build up that information at that level of granular detail, and then we have got a committee that oversees that and does an independent review before we even come to council. So there is a lot of rigour that's put into ensuring that we've got, a solid base of how these budgets have been built. We absolutely are looking at a 10-year rolling forecast. It's a requirement of us, and we do it obviously to the best of our ability, and we've also then heard that we have the independent reviews that come in and have a look at it, be it the Queensland Treasury Corporation. Mayor, you mentioned about the fact that we've brought in external people from QTC to substantiate the information that council officers have been telling you as well. So we try and build in those checks and balances for you along the way to help with the assurance, if you like. So those at 1A through to 1E, I believe are all captured. Do you want to add to this, Pete?
Thanks.
I was just going to say that. Can I just so in doing a review, then, if we've got a large part of the body of the work already done, then in a review wouldn't take long then to compile that together to satisfy this resolution. Then would be even if the resolution. So if the resolution goes through and you said a lot of it's there, then the work has it would be an easy process then relatively then to fulfil the requirements for this resolution then.
That's correct.
Yep.
F is the new one that we hadn't had visibility of until now. I think that is going to take a little bit more time and possibly some external expertise again to support F. But notwithstanding that, if council decides with the motion as it is, no problem. We'll certainly have a look at that. That we've got the time frame now because it's been revised not to be by budget adoption. We've now got through until the calendar year. The only thing I'd foreshadow is, as we did earlier today, is I'm just not sure from a resourcing perspective whether that will be something that we can fund internally, or we might need to come back to you either through the budget development process or at a budget review. So I'm just foreshadowing. My team and I haven't had the chance to unpack what's in that yet. But for the rest of it, I believe that we can do something for you and for the community that I'm taking it on board to have something, a version of a report available for you that hopefully is a bit more consumable for the community in an easy read, if you like, that supports our annual budget and plans that come out, but and sort of in a similar vein to what we do for the community report through the annual reporting process.
All right, thank you. And then heading back to questions, we've got Councillor Councillor Mitchell, you had your hand up. No? Councillor Mackenzie? No?
Oh, I think I had my question so long ago that it slipped my mind. I think it's kind of been resolved. My question was, well, we don't need a review because it's really just compiling all the information that's already there. The officers have already said 1A to E is all publicly available information. And I think we've kind of said that we don't necessarily need a report to council, but a public-facing document that's just easy to read, similar to what we did with the capital works program. So I'm not sure, I don't know whether through this discussion whether
I think
whether the NOM is even required. If we all have the same intent that yes, the information is there, yes, we just would like it all compiled into an easy read document that's publicly available. But
we're talking to the motion.
No, I think my question was about whether it's just a public-facing, easy-to-read document, which has kind of been resolved now.
No, I think that's been answered in that Councillor Boglari's motion stands. Councillor Gollé.
Thank you. So again, I don't see this as just an education piece to go here. Public, you got something easy to read.
I guess you made a comment then.
No, it was my question. No, I had a question. So I'll do a point of order. Councillor Gollé has already spoken to the motion.
Okay, so I'll ask this then.
Is there another question that he's got?
So through you, Chair, to Amanda, when you sat at the front up here a couple of months ago and you put us on notice and said there are big depreciation costs coming and there's going to be implications that we would have to consider as a board, what did you mean by that? And because that actually put the fear of God into us, that there were major financial implications coming, that would mean rate increases to our residents, which continue year in, year out. What did you mean by that? And where does that actually sit us?
Is the question relevant to the motion?
Well, it is to point F.
I think you've asked your question, so General Manager.
Yep, thanks. Through you, Mayor. Councillor Gollé, you're right. Yeah, we did have a confidential council workshop where we did talk about the, as we were starting to build budgets, just a precursor to you. We've talked about depreciation. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I think depreciation sits around 78 million in the budget this year, Pete's about right. And I think I foreshadowed the view where it might be going up around the $84 million mark, that kind of number. Those things are all subject to independent asset revaluations and things that were in train at the time. So there are obviously pressures. We've talked about depreciation today. I certainly didn't say anything about rate rises, so just to correct that commentary. What I did say to Council is that we're absolutely in a strong financial position. We have a very solid balance sheet. We have no concerns around financial sustainability at the moment. What I did say to you is that you all operate as a board, and it comes down then to some of the decisions that the board takes in forward years about what choices you make in terms of what you fund, what the risk appetite is around this table in terms of what decisions you make, and understanding that there are those sorts of cost pressures that face all organisations. So we absolutely spoke about the fact that these are pressures, and just echoing, I'm being a bit repetitive, but I mean, it does echo everything you've heard today from the Financial Controller about we are not alone. These are challenges facing every local government, every organisation really, because it's been about inflationary increases, and we now know that we're seeing a reduction in interest rates that the banks have just passed down. Hopefully some of those pressures are easing, but it's starting to, I mean, I'm not an economist, so I can't sit here and predict the future for you, but it was a conversation that we had in a confidential workshop, Councillor, that spoke about the strong position that we're in, but notwithstanding there are some financial challenges that we'll be building in some of those conversations for you as part of the budget deliberations.
Thank you. I guess I'll sit tight and wait for the budget, and hopefully it'll be a zero rate increase.
Thank you. I think we have exhausted. I think it's time. Councillor Gollé, can I invite you to sum up, please?
We have a question. It relates to what Councillor Rendalls was suggesting that he didn't believe was substantively being addressed with regards to this motion. I think what we've spoken about is some of the pressures for council, and I think what we need in this revision that comes back to us will be something along a strategic planning framework that helps us identify what are those pressures. I think we've spoken about them in this discussion because I think they are those
Mayor, is this a question?
Is that a question? Yes. Is that something that we can have come back in this framework? Because it was mentioned that it was not being addressed, and I think that's actually the point, that we look at some of these things. Will that be? Is that part of what is intended, Councillor Gollé?
Mayor, I'd like to put the motion, please. Test the room.
So I don't get to sum up.
I've taken my right to test the room to put the motion. Now it's up to my colleagues.
All right, so I'm taking a vote now on putting the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Gollé, Councillor Rendalls, Councillor Talty, Councillor Mackenzie. Those against? Councillor Gollé, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and myself. The motion isn't carried. Is lost. And so Councillor Gollé, I'd like to, if you want to answer Councillor Bishop's question, and then... Is that, yeah, if you'd like to sum up.
Okay, thank you. And I really appreciate this discussion because that's the beginning, isn't it? It's the beginning of getting our thoughts out there. I'm just going to go through the points that were mentioned in my summing up. Budgets were mentioned, and yes, we do them every year, and they are for that year. And we are always cognisant that we don't put pressure on our rates or our resources or anything for that year. But then during the year, when we're doing our monthly financials, it is only going back to that actual budget. It's not actually the whole picture. It is just actually that budget that we're going back to. We've had workshops, and we know that they're confidential, so I can't talk to this, but councillors have read it. And it's your workshop I'd like you all to go back and have a look at on the 2nd of December, where considerations, are mentioned. And this is what I'm asking for in this motion or review, is to actually have all these considerations put out in front of us so that we've got this greater understanding. One reason why I'm actually putting this motion forward, it is not... I actually find it really offensive that if anyone actually questions anything, all of a sudden you're being negative towards officers. And one reason why I actually put this forward, this motion, is to actually support our officers. Because in my discussions I have stated this, and I actually listen to our officers very intently, especially when it comes to finance, because really nothing is more important than the financial situation of council. And they have said to us that we have tough decisions ahead of us and priorities needed to be decided upon. This review is something that we can actually do with officers, and we will get the outcomes, and then we can go forward to make those informed decisions. We have been told the tough decisions are coming. This review is to start getting that information. A byproduct, which is also positive, is that we'll have points and we'll have more clarity and we'll have some information to give to the community to educate them. That is the byproduct. That is just a domino effect, which is also a positive that we're going to get. But for me, it was actually listening to officers and them stressing to us what is coming and the stress and the implications that we're going to have. And this is an opportunity to start those conversations. Audit committee was also said. Well, the audit committee has highlighted risks, and that's why I've brought it here. The next report, which isn't come back to council, has some more risks that are possible because of the challenging times we are in. And that's why when you listen to officers and you're listening to audit, the two things which councillors today have actually said that we should be doing, that's what I am doing, and that's why I'm asking for this review. And for a number of years, councillors have actually said that we want to marry up what we're committing to, what the community needs, what our ageing infrastructure is. We want to try and marry it up with funding and have a greater understanding going forward. That's also answering that desire of councillors. We implore you to support this motion because I find it as a constructive step for all the reasons which I have said. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. So I now put the motion. Those in favour: Councillor Boglari, Councillor Gollé, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop and myself. Those against: Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Rendalls, Councillor Talty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Gollé, and the motion is lost. Moving to agenda item number 19, urgent business. And I understand this is a change of date for the April general meeting.
Yes, if I can, please, Mayor. Happy to test the urgency first. Do I have to? I don't have the motion. It's been provided to the staff. The proposal is to change the April meeting from, currently it's set on the 30th of April, right at the end of the month. And we normally have our meetings in the middle of the month. And I'm sorry for the late notice, but I would prefer to move it to the 16th. I think that's a more appropriate date.
So can... Yeah. So it's next meeting. All right, so so who's moving? So moved by Councillor Talty that this is an. So we're determining if it's an urgent item. Firstly, so seconder, Councillor Mitchell. We can discuss it once then. So you can now speak to it, Councillor Talty. Oh, we've got to vote? Oh, got to vote to get it on to get it live, sorry.
Okay.
So those in favour?
This is for the urgency?
That it's urgent?
We don't want us to do the checklist?
I just went through it, Councillor, so most of the stuff that you...
Okay. Sorry, usually we have to do the checklist, yeah.
Sorry, the checklist is, but the number one is that it needs to come to this meeting because we won't have another meeting before the April meeting, so...
Yes.
It is urgent in that respect.
All right, so those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Gollé, Bishop and myself, carried unanimously.
So now speaking to the motion?
Yes.
Have to move the motion now.
Okay. Mayor, I'd like to move a motion that the general meeting schedule be changed to move the meeting in April from the 30th to the 16th, and I seek Council's approval to alter that date as the 30th will cause some administration concerns. It's scheduled shortly before Anzac Day. There's long weekends. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Now you can speak to it.
And I just think the 16th allows us back to a more regular time when people would expect it. The only reason it wasn't put in that is because it's the end of the school holidays, and we often do not have meetings during the school holidays. But given the number of people that take holidays off between long weekends, with Easter and Anzac Day and May long weekend, every one of those weeks is equally as difficult as the other. So I think just putting it back in the middle of the month where our meetings normally are is something that will be easier for the community in their expectation and will work better for councillors.
All right, thank you. Those against? No one against? Okay, so we've got questions. All right. So Councillor Bishop?
Yeah, Councillor Tulty, have you identified if people are unavailable? Because I think it's important that we note, I mean, that seems to be an assumption on your part, and I'm not sure if you've checked. Is there a reason why, or are you assuming that people might not be available? Can we ask? Because I thought we had chosen that date. People have probably made plans. I think it's worth asking, are people available for the 30th meeting? And if they're not, are they available for the 16th?
My understanding is everyone's available for the 16th. Councillor Rendalls will be away from the city, but he is happy to call in.
And what about the 30th?
On,
Microphone.
I was only asked about the 30th, not the 16th.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
wanting to understand.
When's your conference, Meg?
No, it looks like the 16th is free. I don't think we have a conference scheduled at that point. There's no, not that I can see in my diary at this point, unless anyone else knows about anything. So can I just understand, we've obviously changed the date originally to make it later for some reason. What was?
School holidays.
School holidays. And now we're changing it back. What's the reason?
I just gave my reasons in moving the motion.
Oh, because of the proximity. Okay.
My question is everyone available for the 16th? That's.
Everyone check their diaries.
I'm more available for the 16th and the 30th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, we can now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Rendalls, Tulty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself carried unanimously. Okay, we are at agenda item number 20, confidential items. We're now moving into confidential portion of our agenda. Is there a need to go into confidential? Yes? Yes? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd suggest I would like to go into confidential. Thank you.
All right. I've got to do the preamble first. So I just have to do the preamble first because it's been picked up previously. We're now including more of a preamble before we go into confidential session to comply. In accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012, to discuss the confidential matters listed on the agenda, we must move into closed session. There is just one confidential item on the agenda. Can I have a mover and a seconder that the meeting moves into closed session for council to discuss item 20.1, tree clearing prosecution, to consider the recent decision of the District Court and any subsequent actions. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, subsection 3E of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the council is satisfied that discussion on this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government. Do I have a mover for the office? Do I have a mover? Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Colley. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Gollé, Hewlett, Councillor Rendalls, Tulty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself carried unanimously. Hewlett, Rendalls, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Gollé, Bishop and myself. Carried unanimously. We're now back in open session. And now, do I have a mover? This is to deal with item 20.1. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Hewlett, seconded by Councillor Gollé. I now put the motion. Those in favour? It's Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Gollé, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendalls, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Gollé, Councillor Bishop. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Tolty, Councillor Mackenzie and myself. The motion is carried. Councillors, please ensure your attendance sheet, but I think everyone has signed that. We've had ample opportunity considering how long we've been here. To the officers, thank you very, very much for hanging in there with us. It was an amazingly long day. Thank you, councillors, for the robust discussion on every item. Good evening, everyone. Close the meeting at